What if some of the behaviors you think are normal were actually created by civilization itself? The constant stress, the addiction to notifications, feeling guilty for resting, comparing yourself to strangers online, even forgetting how to be bored. In this video, we're exploring into Azara's 35 behaviors civilization accidentally created, habits so common that most people never question them, even though they quietly shape our entire lives every single day. And trust me, by the end of this video, you'll start noticing these behaviors everywhere, in yourself, your friends, your workplace, and even the way society functions. So grab a drink, get comfortable, and let's explore the strange psychological side effects of modern civilization together here on ours, Rest Wisely. Also, if you enjoy deep videos like this, please take a second to like and subscribe. These videos take a huge amount of time to make, and your support genuinely helps the channel grow. And before we begin, comment below what time it is, where you're watching from. I always read the comments, and it's honestly really cool seeing people from all around the world connecting through these videos. Now, let's begin. Doom scrolling through bad news. It is almost absurd when you really think about it. A human being can wake up in a warm bed, in a safe room, with food in the kitchen, people who care about them, and still spend the first 30 minutes of the day absorbing disasters from every corner of the planet. Floods, murders, economic collapse, political rage, celebrity scandals, war footage, some stranger screaming into a camera about how society is falling apart. And somehow this has become normal. Not only normal, but automatic. Most people do not even notice when it starts happening. You grab your phone for one innocent reason. Maybe to check the time. Maybe to reply to a message. Maybe to see the weather. Then suddenly your thumb keeps moving without permission. One horrible story becomes another. Another turns into 10 more. Before your feet even touch the floor, your nervous system already thinks the world is on fire. And the strange part is that your brain almost enjoys it. Not in a happy way. Not in a satisfying way. More like scratching a wound that keeps bleeding. You know it hurts. You know it is making you feel worse. But something deep inside keeps whispering one more scroll, one more update, one more video. Maybe the next thing will finally make sense of all this chaos. But it never does. Civilization accidentally created the perfect machine for emotional self-poisoning. Not because people are evil. Not because technology was designed by villains sitting in dark rooms plotting your downfall. It happened because human psychology collided with infinite information. And our brains were never built for that collision. For almost all of human history, your ancestors only worried about threats they could actually see. A dangerous animal near the village, a storm rolling toward the crops, a rival tribe nearby. The human brain evolved to survive immediate danger, not process the suffering of 8 billion people in real time. Now imagine taking that ancient survival system and plugging it directly into a device that delivers endless fear 24 hours a day. Of course, people are anxious. Your brain does not know the difference between a tiger outside the cave and a terrifying headline on a glowing screen. Stress chemicals still flood the body. Your attention still locks onto danger. Your nervous system still prepares for survival. Except now the threats never end because the feed never ends. That is why bad news spreads faster than good news. Human attention is naturally drawn toward danger. Psychologists call it negativity bias. The brain treats negative information as more important because historically ignoring danger could get you killed. Ignoring good news usually had no consequence. So when social media platforms discovered that outrage and fear keep people engaged longer, civilization quietly entered a psychological arms race. Every app started competing for the same thing: your attention. And fear turned out to be one of the strongest weapons ever discovered. Think about how bizarre this really is. 1,000 years ago, hearing about one violent event in another kingdom might take months. Today, you can watch 10 tragedies before breakfast from countries you have never visited involving people you have never met. Your brain absorbs all of it anyway. Emotionally, it feels personal. Physically, it feels immediate. That constant exposure changes people in ways they barely recognize. Someone who doomscrolls every night often starts believing humanity is collapsing, even if their own life is relatively stable. They become more cynical, more emotionally exhausted, more suspicious of strangers. The world starts feeling darker than it actually is because the brain mistakes frequency for reality. If you see enough plane crashes online, flying feels dangerous even though statistically it is incredibly safe. If you see enough crime clips, every neighborhood feels unsafe. If you consume endless stories about betrayal, manipulation, and disaster, eventually your nervous system starts expecting pain everywhere. And this is where things become disturbing. The more overwhelmed people feel, the more they scroll. You would think anxiety would make someone put the phone down. Instead, it often creates the opposite reaction. Because uncertainty makes the brain desperate for resolution, people keep searching for the piece of information that will finally make them feel in control. But feeds are not designed to resolve fear. They are designed to sustain engagement. So the cycle feeds itself. Fear creates scrolling. Scrolling creates more fear. More fear creates more scrolling. And millions of people now live inside that loop every single day without realizing it. There are people who genuinely cannot sit in silence anymore because silence forces them to face their own thoughts. So they fill every empty moment with information. Waiting in line becomes scrolling. Eating alone becomes scrolling. Lying in bed becomes scrolling. Even going to the bathroom becomes scrolling. Civilization eliminated boredom, but accidentally replaced it with psychological overstimulation. The human mind never gets a chance to recover. What makes doomscrolling especially dangerous is that it disguises itself as responsibility. People tell themselves they are staying informed, staying aware, staying educated, and to a certain extent, yes, being informed matters. But there is a difference between understanding the world and drowning in it. Most doomscrolling does not actually improve anyone's life. It just creates the illusion of participation. Watching tragedy for 3 hours does not solve tragedy. Absorbing outrage all day does not make someone wiser. In many cases, it just leaves people emotionally drained and mentally scattered. They feel guilty for resting because the internet keeps reminding them that something terrible is always happening somewhere. And there always will be. That is the trap. Civilization created a world where human suffering became infinite content. The feed never reaches the end because reality never stops producing pain. So people unconsciously start carrying emotional weight their minds were never designed to hold. You can actually see this change happening culturally. People are more mentally exhausted than ever, yet physically safer than most humans in history. Anxiety rates keep rising even in technologically advanced societies with better medicine, longer lifespans, and more comfort. That contradiction confuses people until they realize safety is not just physical. It is psychological too. And psychologically, modern humans are under constant assault. Notifications interrupt thought. Headlines compete for outrage. Algorithms reward emotional extremes. Every platform pushes urgency because calm people close apps, but emotionally activated people keep consuming. That is why peaceful stories rarely dominate the internet. Nobody compulsively refreshes their phone because a family had a nice picnic. But fear. Fear keeps people glued to the screen. One researcher compared social media feeds to slot machines in casinos because both systems operate on unpredictable rewards. Every refresh might reveal something shocking, emotional, terrifying, or dramatic. That unpredictability keeps the brain hooked. Dopamine spikes not because the experience feels good, but because the brain anticipates something important. That anticipation becomes addictive, and eventually people stop noticing how unnatural this entire behavior is. A person can spend hours consuming evidence that the world is terrible, then wonder why they feel hopeless afterward. Imagine eating spoiled food every day and being confused by stomach pain. Doomscrolling is emotional junk consumption. The mind absorbs what it repeatedly consumes, whether people realize it or not. The scariest part is how young this behavior really is. Human beings lived for thousands of years without carrying the emotional burden of global catastrophe in their pockets. Then, within barely more than a decade, civilization normalized waking up and immediately flooding the brain with stress before the day even begins. No biological evolution prepared people for that speed of change. And despite all of this, most people still blame themselves personally. They think they lack discipline. They think they are weak. But the truth is more unsettling. Entire industries are built around capturing and holding human attention using the oldest survival instincts in the brain. Fear simply became one of the most profitable forms of engagement ever created, which means doom-scrolling is not just a bad habit. It is a civilization-scale psychological experiment happening in real time, and nobody truly knows what decades of this will do to the human mind. Because when an entire species spends every day absorbing the worst moments of humanity nonstop, something deeper begins to shift, not just attention spans, not just anxiety levels. The actual way people see reality itself starts changing. The world becomes less like a place they live in and more like a never-ending emergency they are trapped inside. Treating sleep like a negotiable luxury. There was a time when sleep was treated like survival, because it was. People protected it the same way they protected food, shelter, and warmth. Entire civilizations slowed down when the sun disappeared. Darkness meant rest. Human beings understood something instinctively that modern life somehow forgot. A tired brain becomes a different person. Now look at what we celebrate. Someone says they slept 4 hours, and people react like they just announced a heroic achievement. Students brag about all-nighters like battle scars. Workers answer emails at 2 in the morning as if exhaustion proves loyalty. Hustle culture turned basic biological maintenance into a personality weakness. Somewhere along the way, civilization started treating sleep like an optional feature instead of a non-negotiable human requirement. And the craziest part is how normal it sounds. People casually destroy their sleep every night while acting like nothing serious is happening. One more episode, one more scroll, one more video, one more hour of work, one more late-night conversation. Then suddenly it is 1:30 in the morning and the alarm is 6 hours away. Most people already know sleep matters. That is not the problem. The problem is that modern society quietly trained people to see sleep as the first thing sacrificed whenever life becomes demanding. Nobody says I need less oxygen to succeed. Nobody says I should drink less water if I want to be productive. But people constantly cut sleep first, almost automatically, as if the brain can simply negotiate with biology. It cannot. The human body always collects the debt eventually. And sleep debt is terrifying because it does not feel dramatic at first. It feels manageable. That is what makes it dangerous. A person running on poor sleep usually does not collapse instantly. They just slowly become worse versions of themselves in ways they barely notice. Their patience gets shorter, their emotions become unstable, their focus weakens, their memory slips, their anxiety rises, their cravings increase, their judgment gets worse. And because the decline happens gradually, people adapt to dysfunction without realizing how impaired they have become. Imagine wearing slightly darker sunglasses every day for a year. You might not notice the world getting dimmer because the change is so gradual. Sleep deprivation works the same way. People slowly normalize exhaustion until being constantly tired feels like their actual personality. You can hear it in everyday conversation. I am running on fumes. I will sleep when things calm down. I just need caffeine. Everybody is tired. That last one is especially revealing. Everybody is tired. Civilization became so sleep-deprived that exhaustion started feeling socially normal. Entire industries now exist just to keep tired people functioning artificially. Energy drinks, stimulants, triple-shot coffees, productivity hacks, morning routines designed to compensate for bodies begging for recovery. Instead of asking why people are exhausted, society mostly asks how to keep exhausted people producing. That should concern everyone, because sleep is not passive downtime. It is active biological repair. While people sleep, the brain cleans itself, memories organize, hormones rebalance, emotional processing happens, neural connections strengthen. Even the immune system performs critical maintenance. Sleep is not the absence of function. It is one of the most important functions the human body performs. Scientists discovered something fascinating about sleep-deprived brains. The emotional centers become more reactive while the rational decision-making areas weaken. In simple terms, people become emotionally unstable while simultaneously becoming less capable of controlling those emotions. Think about how much of modern society suddenly makes sense through that lens. Chronically tired people are more impulsive, more anxious, more irritable, more emotionally fragile, more likely to overreact, more vulnerable to stress, more likely to make reckless decisions. And millions of people are operating in that state every single day while pretending it is normal adult life. Then civilization adds phones into the equation, and everything gets worse. For most of human history, nighttime naturally forced people to slow down. Darkness created limits. But now the modern world follows people into bed. Notifications vibrate at midnight. Streaming platforms autoplay endlessly. Social media feeds never end. Artificial light tricks the brain into thinking it is still daytime. The body says rest. The world says keep consuming, and people obey the world. One of the most brutal ironies of modern life is that humans are exhausting themselves mentally while simultaneously sabotaging the exact process designed to repair mental exhaustion. That creates a vicious cycle. Poor sleep increases stress. Stress makes sleep harder. Exhaustion weakens discipline. Weakened discipline creates worse habits. Then people wonder why they feel emotionally overwhelmed all the time. There is also something darker underneath all this. Sleep became psychologically associated with laziness in many cultures. Rest started carrying guilt. People feel proud saying they worked through the night, but almost nobody proudly announces they got a full 8 hours and protected their mental health, because exhaustion became status. Being busy became identity. Looking drained became evidence of ambition, and civilization rewarded it. The strange thing is that people often sabotage sleep for things they barely even enjoy. Endless scrolling, random videos they will forget tomorrow, late-night anxiety loops, work tasks that could wait. Artificial urgency has invaded nighttime so aggressively that many people no longer experience true rest at all. Their body lies in bed while their mind stays fully activated, and humans were never built for constant activation. The nervous system needs cycles, tension and recovery, effort and rest. But modern life increasingly treats rest as wasted time. If a person is not producing, consuming, replying, watching, posting, or working, society quietly makes them feel unproductive. So people sacrifice sleep to keep up with a pace no nervous system was designed to sustain. Then eventually the cracks appear. Burnout, brain fog, emotional numbness, panic attacks, depression, memory problems, physical exhaustion. People often think these experiences arrive suddenly, but many times they are the result of years spent treating the body like a machine instead of an organism. Machines can sometimes run continuously. Human beings cannot. Even professional athletes understand this better than average people. Recovery is part of performance. Muscles do not grow during exercise. They grow during rest after exercise. The brain works similarly. Learning, emotional regulation, creativity, and cognitive performance all depend heavily on sleep quality. Yet modern culture keeps framing sleep as the enemy of achievement. That belief quietly destroys people. There are studies showing that severe sleep deprivation can impair cognitive performance similarly to alcohol intoxication. Think about how insane that is. Society would panic if millions of people walked around drunk every day, operating vehicles, making financial decisions, raising children, and handling stressful jobs. Yet chronically sleep-deprived brains can become dangerously impaired too, just in slower and less obvious ways. And unlike alcohol, exhaustion often goes unnoticed because everyone around you is exhausted too. The environment normalizes the damage. That might be the most powerful thing civilization accidentally created. A world where unhealthy behavior becomes invisible once enough people participate in it. People compete over who slept the least, who worked the hardest, who stayed awake the longest, who sacrificed themselves more completely, as if the human body is supposed to be conquered instead of cared for. But biology always wins eventually. The body keeps score quietly at first, then loudly. Sometimes the consequences appear emotionally, sometimes physically, sometimes psychologically. But eventually the brain demands repayment for every hour stolen from recovery. And the terrifying part is that many people have forgotten what fully rested even feels like. They forgot what calm concentration feels like, what emotional stability feels like, what waking up without dread feels like, what clear thinking feels like. Imagine living near a loud machine for years. Eventually your brain stops noticing the noise consciously, but your nervous system still absorbs the stress constantly in the background. Chronic exhaustion works the same way. People become so adapted to fatigue that they no longer recognize it as damage. They call it adulthood instead. But maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization ever created is convincing human beings that ignoring one of the most essential biological needs on Earth is somehow a sign of strength. Feeling guilty while relaxing, Some people cannot even enjoy a quiet evening anymore without feeling like they are falling behind in life. That is how deep this has gone. A person finally sits down after a long day. Maybe they make coffee. Maybe they stretch out on the couch. Maybe they try to watch something relaxing or do absolutely nothing for once. And instead of peace, this strange guilt starts creeping in. A voice appears in the background almost immediately. You should be doing something productive. You are wasting time. Other people are working harder. You are getting behind. And suddenly resting feels uncomfortable. Not because the body does not need rest, but because civilization slowly trained people to associate relaxation with failure. That is terrifying when you really think about it. Human beings reached a point where they feel anxious for simply existing without producing something. For most of history, rest was woven naturally into life. There were pauses, seasonal rhythms, quiet moments, long evenings without stimulation. People still worked brutally hard, but the human nervous system at least had periods where existence was not measured by constant output. Modern civilization shattered that rhythm completely. Now productivity follows people everywhere. Your phone reminds you to optimize your life before your feet even hit the floor. Social media floods people with endless examples of strangers succeeding, building businesses, waking up at 5 in the morning, learning 6 skills, going to the gym twice a day, reading 20 books a month, investing money, networking, side hustling, improving themselves endlessly. Even relaxation became competitive somehow. People cannot just go for a walk anymore. Now it has to be a mental health walk, a productivity walk, a self-improvement walk. Everything must justify itself. And because of that, millions of people lost the ability to rest without mentally defending their right to do it. That guilt did not appear naturally. Civilization manufactured it slowly over time. The modern economy rewards constant availability. Companies praise workers who sacrifice personal time. Algorithms reward nonstop engagement. Hustle culture glorifies burnout. Influencers sell optimization as identity. Every corner of modern life quietly pushes the same message. If you are not maximizing your time, you are failing. At first it sounds motivating. Then it becomes psychologically corrosive. Because the human mind was never designed to operate like software running 24 hours a day. People need mental stillness the same way muscles need recovery after strain. Without recovery, performance eventually collapses. But modern culture often treats recovery itself like weakness. That creates an impossible psychological trap. People become exhausted from overworking and overstimulation. But when they finally try to rest, they feel guilty for not being productive. So even their relaxation becomes stressful. Their body sits still while their nervous system stays activated. You can actually watch this happen in real time. Someone opens a streaming app but checks emails during the show. Someone takes a vacation but cannot stop thinking about work. Someone spends time with family while secretly feeling anxious about unfinished tasks. Someone lies in bed scrolling because silence feels uncomfortable. Even moments designed for recovery become contaminated by pressure. And eventually people stop knowing how to relax at all. Not fake relaxation, real relaxation. The kind where the brain stops performing for a while. The kind where existence itself feels enough. That ability is disappearing. One reason this happens is because civilization tied human worth to measurable output. Productivity became morality. Busy people are admired. Exhausted people are respected. Overworked people are treated as ambitious. Meanwhile, deeply rested people are often viewed as lazy, unless they somehow earned permission first. Notice how people justify rest now. I deserve a break because I worked hard. I earned this weekend. I finally finished everything. Relaxation became conditional. People feel they must purchase rest through suffering beforehand, but there is a deeper psychological consequence nobody talks about enough. When human beings lose the ability to rest peacefully, they also lose the ability to emotionally recover from life. Stress starts accumulating without release. The nervous system remains slightly activated all the time. That constant activation changes personality. People become more irritable, more emotionally fragile, more impatient, more numb, more anxious, more disconnected from themselves. And because everyone around them is experiencing similar pressure, the dysfunction feels normal. Modern civilization accidentally created an environment where many people feel uncomfortable unless they are mentally occupied. Silence itself starts feeling threatening. Stillness feels unproductive. Doing nothing feels irresponsible, which is strange because some of the most important human experiences happen during moments that produce nothing measurable. Love does not operate on productivity metrics, neither does creativity, or reflection, or emotional healing, or genuine connection. Some of the best ideas people ever have arrive during walks, showers, quiet mornings, or moments of rest when the brain finally stops sprinting long enough to think clearly. Neuroscientists even found that the brain has something called the default mode network, which becomes active during restful states and mind wandering. That network is deeply connected to creativity, memory integration, self-reflection, and emotional processing. In other words, the brain is still doing important work when people appear to be doing nothing. But civilization struggles to value invisible processes. If something cannot be monetized, measured, posted, optimized, or turned into content, modern culture often treats it as unimportant. That mindset slowly turns human beings into machines performing productivity instead of people experiencing life. And social media intensified everything. For the first time in history, people constantly compare their private downtime to other people's highlight reels. Someone tries to relax for 10 minutes, then sees a stranger online launching a business at midnight while training for a marathon and learning a new language. Suddenly, rest feels illegal. The brain starts interpreting recovery as weakness because comparison distorts reality. People rarely post their exhaustion, panic attacks, loneliness, emotional breakdowns, or burnout honestly. They post performance. They post momentum. They post success. Meanwhile, viewers compare that polished performance to their own exhausted nervous systems in real time. No wonder people feel guilty sitting still. Civilization turned life into an endless invisible competition. And competitions create anxiety around rest, because resting feels like losing ground. What makes this even sadder is that many people secretly fantasize about slowing down while simultaneously fearing it. They dream about peace, simplicity, quiet mornings, less pressure. But when those moments finally appear, their nervous system has become so conditioned to stimulation and urgency that calmness itself feels uncomfortable. Some people literally do not know who they are without stress anymore. Stress became identity. Business became self-worth. That is why weekends disappear so quickly for many people. Their body finally stops moving, and suddenly all the unresolved emotional exhaustion catches up at once. Instead of feeling refreshed, they feel restless, guilty, or emotionally heavy. The nervous system never fully powers down because psychologically it still believes danger is nearby. Except the danger is abstract now. Unread messages, career pressure, financial anxiety, fear of falling behind, fear of wasted potential, fear of not doing enough with life. Modern humans carry invisible psychological weight constantly, and relaxation often forces them to confront how exhausted they truly are. So they avoid stillness, they stay distracted instead. Infinite scrolling, background noise, constant stimulation, anything to avoid sitting quietly with themselves. And this creates one of the strangest contradictions of modern civilization. People are desperate for peace while simultaneously feeling guilty whenever peace finally arrives. That is not natural human behavior. That is conditioning. A society built around nonstop performance eventually teaches people to treat rest like disobedience. But the human nervous system keeps resisting that pressure no matter how advanced civilization becomes. Burnout rates rise, anxiety rises, emotional exhaustion rises, attention spans fracture. People become mentally overloaded because human biology still operates on ancient rules despite living inside hyper-modern systems. The brain still needs recovery. The body still needs stillness. The soul still needs silence. And maybe one of the saddest behaviors civilization accidentally created is making human beings feel ashamed for doing the very thing their minds desperately need in order to stay healthy. Constantly comparing ourselves to strangers. You wake up, pick up your phone, and within seconds you are inside someone else's life. Not someone you know. Not someone who knows you. Just a stranger. But somehow, in a matter of minutes, their success starts feeling personal. Their body, their money, their lifestyle, their relationships, their confidence, their discipline. It all quietly turns into a measuring stick for your own life, even though you never agreed to that comparison in the first place. And the strangest part is how automatic it feels. You do not sit there and decide, today I will evaluate my entire existence against random people on the internet. It just happens. Your brain starts scanning. Who is ahead? Who looks happier? Who seems more attractive? Who is doing more? Who is winning? And before you even realize what is happening, your mood begins to shift. One person's highlight becomes your insecurity. Another person's achievement becomes your self-doubt. Another person's confidence becomes your question mark. This is not something human beings were designed to handle. For almost all of history, people compared themselves within small circles: family, friends, community, maybe a few rivals. The scale was limited. The brain could process it. You knew the full story of the people around you. You saw their struggles, their failures, their normal moments. Comparison existed, but it was grounded in reality. Now civilization removed all those limits. Today a person can compare themselves to thousands of carefully curated lives before breakfast. Perfect lighting, perfect timing, perfect angles, perfect edits, perfect captions. People are not comparing themselves to reality anymore. They are comparing themselves to performance. And the brain does not know the difference. Psychologists have studied something called social comparison theory, which basically explains that humans naturally evaluate themselves by looking at others. It is not a flaw. It is a built-in mechanism. It helps people understand where they stand, what is possible, what to improve. In small doses, it can even be motivating. But scale changes everything. When comparison becomes constant, unlimited, and disconnected from reality, it stops being helpful and starts becoming destructive. Because there will always be someone richer, someone more attractive, someone more successful, someone more talented, someone more disciplined, someone further ahead. When the pool of comparison becomes the entire world, The brain can always find someone who makes you feel behind. And that creates a quiet, persistent dissatisfaction that follows people everywhere. You could be doing well in your own life. You could be progressing, growing, building something meaningful. But one scroll is enough to make all of that feel small. Suddenly your progress feels slow. Your achievements feel average. Your life feels incomplete. Not because anything actually changed, but because your reference point changed. And that is where things start to get dangerous. Because the more people compare themselves, the less they actually see themselves clearly. They stop asking, "What do I want?" and start asking, "What am I supposed to want?" They stop noticing their own pace and start chasing someone else's timeline. They stop valuing their own path and start copying someone else's direction. Comparison slowly disconnects people from their own identity. It replaces internal clarity with external noise. You can see this everywhere. People changing their goals not because they genuinely care about them, but because those goals look impressive online. People chasing lifestyles they do not even enjoy, just because those lifestyles get attention. People feeling like they are behind in life at 20, at 25, at 30, at 40, because they saw a stranger achieve something earlier. The timeline becomes distorted, reality becomes warped, and the pressure becomes constant. What makes this even more intense is that people are not comparing full lives. They are comparing moments, snapshots, carefully selected fragments designed to look impressive. Nobody posts their confusion, their self-doubt, their failed attempts, their ordinary days, their emotional struggles. Or if they do, it is often packaged in a way that still feels controlled and presentable. So what you see is not someone's life. It is their highlight reel. But your brain treats it like the full story. Imagine comparing your behind the scenes to someone else's best moments on repeat every single day. That is what modern comparison feels like. And no matter how confident a person is, that constant exposure slowly chips away at their sense of self. Even people who seem successful are not immune to this. Someone with a thriving career still sees someone doing better. Someone in great shape still sees someone more attractive. Someone in a happy relationship still sees someone more exciting. There is no finish line in comparison. It just keeps moving. And because the brain is wired to notice gaps, it rarely focuses on what is already enough. It focuses on what is missing. That creates a mindset where life feels like a constant deficit. No matter how much you have, there is always something you do not. No matter how far you have come, there is always someone further. And that constant sense of lacking quietly drains satisfaction out of everyday life. People stop enjoying what they have because they are too busy noticing what they do not. That is one of the most powerful emotional shifts civilization accidentally created. Abundance without satisfaction. Access to everything, yet constant comparison, makes it feel like nothing is enough. And it goes deeper than just feelings. Comparison changes behavior. People start performing instead of living. They choose activities based on how they look rather than how they feel. They curate their lives for visibility instead of authenticity. They make decisions that align with attention rather than meaning. And slowly, without realizing it, they become strangers to themselves. Because they are building a life designed to compete, not a life designed to fulfill. There is also a neurological side to this that makes it even more addictive. Every time you see someone achieving something, your brain reacts. Sometimes with inspiration, sometimes with envy, sometimes with motivation, sometimes with insecurity. That emotional reaction creates engagement, and engagement keeps you scrolling. So the system keeps feeding you more people to compare with, more lives to measure against, more reasons to feel behind, more triggers to keep your attention locked. It is not a coincidence. It is a loop, and millions of people are caught inside it daily. What makes this especially complicated is that comparison is not entirely bad. It can push people to improve. It can open their eyes to new possibilities. It can show them what exists beyond their current environment. The problem is not comparison itself. The problem is uncontrolled comparison. Comparison without context. Comparison without limits. Comparison without awareness. When it becomes constant, it stops being a tool and starts becoming a burden. And the heaviest part of that burden is invisible. It is the quiet voice that says you are not doing enough. You are not moving fast enough. You are not good enough. You are not where you should be. That voice does not shout. It whispers. But it whispers often. And over time, those whispers shape how people see themselves. That is why so many people feel like they are behind in life, even when they are exactly where they need to be. Because they are not measuring against their own journey anymore. They are measuring against a never-ending stream of strangers. And strangers do not come with context. You do not see their starting point. You do not see their struggles. You do not see their support systems. You do not see their failures. You just see the outcome. And outcomes without context create unrealistic expectations, which leads to unnecessary pressure, which leads to dissatisfaction, which leads to more comparison. And the cycle continues. Civilization did not just give people access to each other. It gave people access to everyone, all the time, without filters, without boundaries, without rest. And the human brain is still trying to figure out how to survive that. Because when your sense of self is constantly being measured against people you will never meet, living your own life starts to feel like falling behind in someone else's. And that might be one of the quietest, most exhausting behaviors modern civilization ever created. Talking to people less while connecting more. It is strange how someone can spend all day communicating and still feel completely alone by night. Messages everywhere. Notifications constantly appearing. Group chats active 24 hours a day. People reacting to stories, liking photos, replying with emojis, sending memes, forwarding videos. Civilization has never been more connected technically, yet millions of people quietly feel more emotionally disconnected than ever. That contradiction says everything. Human beings built tools that allow instant communication across the planet, then somehow ended up talking to each other less in the ways that actually matter. Not exchanging information. Talking. Real conversation. The kind where two people are fully present together without multitasking, without scrolling, without half paying attention while another screen glows nearby. That kind of connection is slowly disappearing, and most people do not even realize how much they miss it until they experience it again. You can see the shift everywhere. Friends sitting together while staring at separate phones. Families eating dinner in silence while scrolling. Couples lying in bed beside each other while mentally somewhere else entirely. People texting all day but avoiding actual phone calls because hearing a human voice suddenly feels too emotionally demanding. Civilization accidentally created a world where communication became constant, but connection became thinner. And the scary part is how efficient the illusion feels. A person can spend hours interacting online and still feel socially starved afterward. Because the human nervous system does not just need contact. it needs presence. Eye contact, tone of voice, facial expressions, shared silence, physical cues, tiny emotional signals that screens cannot fully reproduce. The brain evolved around real human interaction for thousands of years. Sitting near another person once meant safety, belonging, survival. Human connection regulated the nervous system itself. That is why a comforting conversation can physically calm someone down. The body responds to connection biologically, not just emotionally. But modern civilization increasingly replaces full human interaction with fragments, short replies, quick reactions, tiny bursts of attention. People stay in touch constantly while rarely feeling deeply understood. And over time, relationships begin feeling strangely shallow even when communication never stops. One reason this happens is because digital communication removes friction. At first, that sounds positive. Easier communication should create stronger relationships, right? But friction is often what gives connection depth. Driving across town to see someone means something. Staying up late talking face to face creates memory. Long uninterrupted conversations build emotional closeness slowly over time. Now many interactions happen in compressed digital bursts that prioritize convenience over depth. Messages become transactional, attention becomes divided, conversations become scattered across notifications, distractions, and multitasking. Nobody fully arrives emotionally anymore, and people feel that absence even if they cannot explain it. There is also something psychologically strange about modern communication. Human beings now maintain awareness of hundreds or even thousands of people simultaneously. The brain was never built for that scale. Historically, social circles were limited. Relationships had boundaries naturally created by geography and time. Now everyone exists in everyone's pocket permanently. Ex-friends, old classmates, coworkers, strangers, influencers, former relationships. People from 10 years ago still floating silently through feeds. The nervous system never fully disconnects socially. And because of that, many people are socially overstimulated while emotionally undernourished at the exact same time. That combination creates loneliness in a form civilization has never really seen before. Not physical isolation, emotional isolation inside constant digital contact. Someone can receive messages all day and still feel unseen because attention is not the same thing as intimacy. 1,000 people viewing your story does not equal one meaningful conversation. Hundreds of likes do not replace genuine understanding. Constant updates do not create emotional closeness automatically, and deep down, people know this. That is why someone can have endless online interaction yet still crave one honest, uninterrupted conversation more than anything else. Because the human brain can sense the difference between performance and presence. Social media especially changed communication into something partially performative. People are not just talking anymore. They are presenting themselves constantly, curating responses, managing impressions, thinking about visibility. Even casual interaction can feel subconsciously tied to identity management now. That changes how honestly people communicate. Conversations become filtered, safer, more controlled, less vulnerable. And vulnerability is where real connection actually lies. Without vulnerability, relationships often remain emotionally surface level, no matter how frequent communication becomes. This is why many people now feel socially exhausted despite feeling lonely simultaneously. They are constantly interacting, but much of the interaction lacks the emotional depth that actually fulfills the nervous system. It is like eating snacks all day, but never consuming a real meal. The hunger never fully disappears, And modern life keeps accelerating this problem. People are busier, more distracted, more mentally fragmented. Conversations compete against notifications constantly. Even during serious moments, attention drifts towards screens automatically. Someone shares something emotional, and seconds later the other person checks a notification reflexively. Tiny moments like that matter more than people realize. Because attention communicates value. When people feel half listened to repeatedly, relationships slowly weaken, even if nobody intends harm. Researchers studying human interaction found something fascinating. During meaningful face-to-face conversation, people unconsciously synchronize in subtle ways. Heart rates can align, facial expressions mirror each other, speech rhythms adapt. The nervous system literally coordinates socially. That biological synchronization weakens through screens. Digital communication transfers information efficiently, but emotional presence becomes diluted. And civilization increasingly prioritizes efficiency over emotional richness. Voice notes replace conversations. Texts replace visits. Reactions replace responses. Algorithms replace spontaneity. Convenience quietly replaces closeness. At first the trade seems harmless. Then years pass, and suddenly people realize they have not had a truly deep conversation in months. There is another painful side effect too. Constant low-level communication creates the illusion that relationships are being maintained automatically. People assume connection still exists because contact still exists. But relationships require emotional investment, not just accessibility. Two people can exchange messages daily while slowly drifting apart emotionally. Meanwhile, one honest conversation after years apart can instantly feel deeply human again, because frequency is not the same thing as depth. Civilization confused the two, and loneliness statistics reflect that confusion clearly. Despite living in the most technologically connected era in human history, feelings of loneliness continue rising across many countries, especially among younger generations who grew up fully immersed in digital communication from the beginning. That should alarm people, because loneliness is not just emotional discomfort. Chronic loneliness affects physical health too. Studies connect prolonged social isolation with increased stress, anxiety, depression, weakened immune response, and even shortened lifespan. Human beings are biologically social creatures. Connection is not optional psychologically. It is regulatory. Yet modern civilization increasingly structures life in ways that fragment genuine connection. Remote work, constant relocation, digital entertainment replacing communal experiences, online interaction replacing physical gathering, infinite scrolling replacing long conversation. Even boredom used to push people toward each other. Now boredom gets instantly filled with screens before human interaction ever becomes necessary. And slowly, people lose social stamina itself. Some individuals now feel genuine anxiety around phone calls, eye contact, or in-person conversation because digital communication trained them to interact without immediate emotional exposure. Texting allows editing, delays distance. Real conversation demands presence in real time. For many people, that now feels strangely vulnerable, which says something profound about where civilization is heading psychologically. Humans are becoming more connected to networks while feeling less connected to each other. And maybe the saddest part is how many people secretly miss deeper connection while pretending they no longer need it. They adapt to emotional distance because everyone around them seems equally distracted. But every once in a while they experience a real uninterrupted conversation. No foaments, no performance, no divided attention. just two nervous systems fully present together. And suddenly they remember what human connection is actually supposed to feel like. Not constant, not optimized, not efficient, just real. Turning hobbies into side hustles. There was a time when people did things simply because they loved them. That sounds almost naive now. Someone painted because painting felt peaceful. Someone played guitar badly for years with no audience. Someone baked bread, wrote poetry, fixed old cars, collected strange little objects, learned random skills, planted gardens, played basketball at the park, or spent entire weekends building things nobody would ever pay for. The activity itself was the reward. Now watch what happens the moment someone enjoys something for too long in modern civilization. Eventually somebody asks the question, "You know you could make money from that, right?" At first it sounds harmless, encouraging even. Why not profit from your talents? Why not monetize your passion? Why not turn what you love into income? But that question quietly changed human behavior in a massive way. Because once money enters a hobby, the emotional relationship changes. Not always instantly. Not always completely. But enough. The peaceful thing becomes performance. The relaxing thing becomes productive. The personal thing becomes measurable. And suddenly the activity that once helped someone escape pressure now starts creating pressure instead. Civilization accidentally created a culture where almost every enjoyable activity now feels incomplete unless it can also generate income, attention, growth, or personal branding. That is exhausting. A person cannot just cook anymore. Now they should start a food page. Cannot just exercise. Now they should document their transformation. Cannot just take photos. Now they should sell presets and build an audience. Cannot just play games. Now they should stream. Cannot just write. Now they should monetize content. Cannot just create music. Now they should market themselves constantly online. Every hobby slowly gets pulled toward productivity like gravity. And because modern life became financially stressful for so many people, this mindset feels reasonable on the surface. People are trying to survive. Extra income matters. Economic pressure is real. That is what makes this behavior so psychologically complicated. The logic behind it often makes sense. But emotionally, something important gets lost. Because hobbies originally served a deeper human purpose beyond productivity. They gave the nervous system freedom, play, exploration, curiosity without consequence. Activities done without pressure activate different emotional states than activities tied to performance and reward. Children understand this naturally. A child drawing pictures is not thinking about audience growth or monetization strategy. They create because creating itself feels good. Curiosity drives the behavior. Play drives the behavior. But adulthood slowly trains people to evaluate time through economic value. If an activity does not improve status, generate money, build a career, or optimize the future, many people start feeling guilty spending time on it. That mindset quietly poisons enjoyment. Because the brain stops associating hobbies with recovery and starts associating them with output, and output always carries pressure. You can actually feel the emotional shift happen in real time. Someone starts making videos because it is fun. Then views enter the equation. Numbers enter the equation. Algorithms enter the equation. Audience expectations enter the equation. Suddenly, the thing that once felt freeing starts feeling psychologically heavy. Now there are deadlines. Performance anxiety, comparison, burnout, fear of losing momentum, fear of irrelevance. The hobby becomes another job wearing the costume of passion. And civilization praises this transformation constantly. People admire endless productivity. Turning passion into profit became one of the defining dreams of modern culture. Do what you love and never work a day in your life sounds inspiring until people realize monetized passion still becomes work eventually. Sometimes even worse work, because now identity gets attached to performance emotionally. When a normal job becomes stressful, at least people can separate it from who they are internally. But when someone's deepest interests become their income source, failure starts feeling personal in a completely different way. Creative burnout becomes identity burnout. That is why so many people secretly stop enjoying the things they once loved after turning them into businesses. The pressure changes the emotional chemistry. A musician starts worrying more about engagement than music. A writer thinks about algorithms while trying to create. An artist begins optimizing instead of experimenting. A fitness enthusiast stops exercising for joy and starts exercising for content. The activity itself becomes secondary to the outcomes surrounding it, and eventually many people cannot even tell whether they genuinely enjoy something anymore or whether they just became addicted to validation attached to it. That confusion is becoming incredibly common, especially online. Social media accelerated this behavior dramatically because platforms transformed ordinary hobbies into visible opportunities constantly. Every skill now has an audience somewhere. Every interest can theoretically become a brand. Every talent can become content. At first, this feels empowering. Then slowly it becomes psychologically invasive. Because once people know an audience exists, it becomes harder to engage privately with anything. The brain starts imagining visibility automatically. This would make a good post. This could perform well online. Maybe I should record this. Maybe I should monetize this. The internet turned experience itself into potential content, and people increasingly struggle to do things solely for themselves anymore. That changes the emotional texture of life in ways civilization barely understands yet. One of the healthiest parts of hobbies was that they existed outside survival pressure. They gave people identity beyond work, a place where mistakes did not matter, where progress could happen slowly without financial stakes attached. But modern culture keeps collapsing everything into economic usefulness. Even rest becomes optimized. Even creativity becomes strategic. Even joy becomes transactional. That constant productivity mindset leaves very little psychological space, where a person can simply exist without turning themselves into a product. And human beings desperately need spaces where they are not performing. There is also a neurological reason hobbies matter so much. Activities done purely for enjoyment activate reward systems differently than activities associated with obligation. Intrinsic motivation, meaning doing something because it feels satisfying internally, creates deeper long-term fulfillment than external rewards alone. But once external rewards dominate, intrinsic motivation often weakens. Psychologists sometimes call this the overjustification effect. When people begin receiving money, pressure, or rewards for activities they already enjoyed naturally, the original joy can decrease over time because the brain reframes the activity psychologically. In simple terms, the mind starts asking not do I enjoy this, but am I succeeding at this? That subtle shift changes everything, and modern civilization pushes that shift constantly. Even teenagers now feel pressure to build personal brands before fully discovering who they are. Young people are increasingly taught to think of themselves like businesses: marketable, monetizable, scalable. Their hobbies become resume builders instead of emotional refuge. That is a profound psychological change from previous generations. Because once every interest becomes potentially profitable, people lose one of the few remaining places where they could fail harmlessly. And harmless failure matters. Learning guitar badly matters. Drawing badly matters. Trying things without turning them into income matters. Humans need activities where performance is irrelevant because those spaces allow experimentation, curiosity, and emotional release without fear. Without that freedom, life starts feeling like endless evaluation. Everything measured, everything tracked, everything compared, everything optimized. Eventually, people stop asking what brings them alive and start asking what can be leveraged. And the saddest part is that many people do not even notice the joy disappearing at first. They are too busy chasing growth, metrics, opportunities, momentum. Then one day they realize the thing that once made them feel free now makes them feel trapped. The guitar sits untouched. The camera feels heavy. The sketchbook stays closed. The hobby that once restored energy now drains it. Because civilization convinced people that every passion should become productive, but maybe some things were never supposed to become businesses. Maybe some things were meant to stay personal, messy, private, unoptimized, human. Because when every corner of life becomes tied to performance and profit, people slowly lose the ability to do things simply because they make existence feel lighter. And that might be one of the quietest tragedies modern civilization ever created. Eating faster than our bodies can process, human beings now eat in a way that would have looked completely insane for most of history. Standing in kitchens swallowing food while checking notifications, eating lunch inside moving cars, finishing entire meals in under 10 minutes while staring at glowing screens, barely chewing, barely tasting, barely even noticing the experience happen, then wondering why the body feels exhausted, bloated, anxious, or permanently unsatisfied afterward. Civilization did not just change what people eat. It changed the speed, environment, and psychology surrounding eating itself. And most people have no idea how unnatural that became. For almost all of human history, eating was not treated like an inconvenience squeezed between tasks. It was an event. Even in difficult times, meals forced people to pause. There was rhythm to it, presence, human interaction. The nervous system had time to settle before food entered the body. Now modern eating often happens in a state of low-level stress and distraction. That matters far more than people realize. Because digestion is not just mechanical, it is neurological. The body processes food differently depending on the state of the nervous system. When humans are relaxed, the parasympathetic nervous system activates. People sometimes call it rest and digest mode. Blood flow supports digestion properly. Hormones function more efficiently. The body absorbs nutrients more effectively. But when people are stressed, rushing, distracted, overstimulated, or anxious, the body shifts toward survival mode instead. Digestion becomes less efficient because biologically the body prioritizes immediate alertness over long-term nourishment. In simple terms, many modern humans eat while their nervous system still thinks danger is nearby. And civilization normalized that completely. Watch how people eat now. Scrolling while chewing, working while eating, driving while eating, watching videos while eating. Multitasking through meals like eating itself is wasting valuable productivity time. The brain barely registers the experience. That creates a strange disconnect between consumption and satisfaction. One reason people overeat is because the body and brain require time to communicate fullness properly. Hunger hormones and satiety signals operate with slight delays. When someone eats extremely quickly, they can consume far more food before the brain fully recognizes enough has been eaten. The body essentially gets outrun by behavior, and modern life encourages exactly that pace. Fast food, fast schedules, fast breaks, fast productivity. Everything accelerated. Even nourishment became rushed. The irony is brutal. Civilization created more access to food than ever before while simultaneously making eating feel less emotionally satisfying for many people. Because satisfaction is not just about calories. It is about attention, sensory experience, pace, emotional state. When people inhale meals mindlessly, the brain often does not register the experience as deeply fulfilling. That can leave a strange, lingering feeling afterward. Physically full, yet psychologically unsatisfied. So, people keep snacking, keep craving, keep searching for something the nervous system never fully received. And companies learned how to exploit this perfectly. Modern processed foods are often engineered for hyperpalatability. Salt, sugar, fat, texture, crunch, dopamine. Foods designed not merely to nourish, but to keep people consuming automatically. Combined with stress and speed, this creates a dangerous behavioral loop. People eat quickly because life feels rushed. Rushed eating weakens satisfaction. Weak satisfaction increases cravings. Cravings drive more consumption, and the cycle repeats. There is also something emotionally revealing about how modern society treats meals now. Eating used to create natural pauses in the day. Families gathered. Conversations happened. Communities bonded. Even simple meals carried social meaning. Now many people eat alone in front of screens almost every day. Not because they want to necessarily, but because civilization fragmented time so aggressively that meals became isolated background activity instead of shared human experience. That emotional isolation matters too. Human beings are deeply social creatures, and shared eating historically reinforced belonging and connection. There is a reason celebrations revolve around food across nearly every culture on Earth. Eating together regulates emotions socially. It slows people down, creates presence, builds memory. But modern civilization increasingly removes those moments. People consume content while consuming food. The screen replaces the conversation. The algorithm replaces the table. And the nervous system loses another small piece of grounded human rhythm. What makes this behavior especially dangerous is how invisible it feels. Nobody panics about eating too quickly because the consequences build slowly. Unlike obvious danger, rushed eating creates subtle long-term effects people adapt to gradually. More digestive discomfort, more mindless overeating, more emotional eating, more disconnection from hunger cues, more exhaustion, more cravings, more unhealthy relationships with food itself. And because almost everyone lives similarly, the dysfunction feels normal. Children absorb this behavior early too. Many grow up eating with constant digital stimulation from the beginning. Tablets at dinner tables, videos during meals, attention divided every time food appears. That conditions the brain to associate eating with distraction automatically. Eventually, silence during meals starts feeling uncomfortable. Presence feels boring. Stillness feels strange. And the body never fully learns how to experience nourishment calmly. There is another psychological layer underneath all this that people rarely discuss honestly. Many modern humans do not just eat from hunger anymore. They eat from overstimulation, stress, loneliness, boredom, emotional exhaustion, anxiety, reward seeking, or habit loops. Food became emotional regulation, not because people are weak, but because civilization overloads the nervous system constantly while simultaneously making comfort instantly accessible. After a stressful day, fast, rewarding food offers temporary relief. Sugar and highly processed foods activate dopamine pathways rapidly. For a brief moment, the brain feels soothed, but temporary soothing is not the same as genuine regulation, so the cycle continues. Stress builds. Quick comfort appears, relief fades, stress returns. And because people eat quickly and unconsciously, many barely notice these emotional patterns forming in real time. The body notices, though. The nervous system notices. One fascinating study found that people who eat more slowly often report greater satisfaction from meals even when consuming less food overall. Think about what that reveals. The human brain experiences nourishment differently based not just on quantity, but on pace and awareness. Civilization accidentally stripped awareness out of eating almost entirely. Meals became fuel management instead of sensory experience. And once food becomes purely functional, people start seeking emotional fulfillment elsewhere through excess quantity, hyperstimulation, or endless variety. That is partly why modern food culture swings between extremes constantly. Overconsumption on one side, restriction and guilt on the other. People lose trust in their own bodies because natural hunger and fullness signals become drowned beneath stress, marketing, speed, and emotional coping. Even lunch breaks reflect this shift. In many workplaces, eating quickly is treated almost like professionalism. Workers inhale food at desks while answering emails because slowing down feels unproductive. The body receives nourishment inside an atmosphere of tension and urgency daily. Then people wonder why digestion problems, stress eating, and exhaustion became so common. The human body still operates on ancient biological rhythms even inside hypermodern environments. It still responds to pace, attention, calmness, safety, presence. Civilization changed externally far faster than the nervous system changed internally. And maybe that is the real problem underneath so many modern behaviors. Humans built a world moving at speeds the body never evolved to handle comfortably. Nowhere is that more obvious than eating. Something as basic and ancient as nourishment became rushed, fragmented, distracted, and emotionally disconnected. People consume entire meals without fully tasting them, then continue through the day feeling strangely empty without understanding why. Because the body does not just need food, it needs the experience of receiving food properly. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to treat nourishment like an inconvenience instead of one of the most fundamental acts of being alive. Needing background noise to feel comfortable. There are people now who genuinely cannot sit in a quiet room anymore without feeling uneasy. The moment silence appears, something inside them starts reaching for stimulation automatically. A video, a podcast, music, television in the background, random noise from strangers online, anything. It does not even matter what is playing half the time. The sound itself becomes emotional protection. That is how deeply civilization changed the human mind. A person can be completely alone in their own home and still feel uncomfortable unless some external noise is filling the space constantly. Not because they are actively listening, but because silence itself started feeling unfamiliar. And that should probably concern people more than it does. For most of human history, silence was normal. Human beings spent enormous amounts of time with their own thoughts, whether they wanted to or not. Walking long distances, sitting around fires, working repetitive tasks, looking at the sky, existing without endless stimulation pouring into the nervous system every second. Now modern civilization treats silence almost like an error that needs immediate correction. You can see it everywhere. People shower with videos playing nearby, sleep with television running, drive with podcasts constantly active, work with music blasting all day, cook while streaming content, exercise while consuming content. Even falling asleep in total silence feels uncomfortable for many people now. The brain became so adapted to constant input that stillness itself starts feeling psychologically loud. And the strangest part is that many people do not even notice they are avoiding silence consciously. The behavior becomes automatic. The moment there is empty space, the hand reaches for the phone almost reflexively. Because silence forces something modern civilization trained people to escape: themselves. That sounds dramatic until you really sit with it. Silence removes distraction. Without background noise, unresolved thoughts become harder to outrun. Anxiety becomes more noticeable. Loneliness becomes more visible. Emotional exhaustion becomes harder to ignore. The mind suddenly has room to speak. And for many people, that feels uncomfortable because modern life rarely teaches emotional stillness anymore. Instead, civilization teaches continuous stimulation. Infinite feeds, endless content, constant updates, notifications interrupting thought every few minutes. The nervous system adapts to that environment slowly over time. High stimulation starts feeling normal. Low stimulation starts feeling empty. That creates a fascinating psychological problem. Human beings become overstimulated and under-reflective simultaneously. People consume enormous amounts of information while spending very little time actually processing their inner lives. Thoughts remain half-formed because attention constantly shifts elsewhere before deeper reflection happens. Background noise becomes emotional camouflage, a way to avoid sitting fully inside the mind. And modern technology makes this incredibly easy because silence has become almost optional now. There is always something available instantly. Millions of songs, podcasts, videos, streams, conversations, content generated endlessly around the clock. Civilization eliminated boredom so aggressively that many people lost tolerance for mental stillness completely. But boredom once served an important psychological purpose. When external stimulation disappeared, the mind naturally turned inward. Creativity emerged. Reflection happened. Emotional processing occurred. Ideas connected themselves quietly. The brain wandered freely. Neuroscientists even found that during periods of rest and mind wandering, the brain activates networks heavily involved in memory integration, creativity, self-reflection, and future planning. In other words, silence is not empty neurologically. The mind is still working beneath the surface. But modern humans interrupt that process constantly. Every small gap gets filled immediately. Waiting in line becomes scrolling. Walking becomes podcasts. Quiet evenings become binge watching. Even 5 seconds of stillness now triggers the urge for stimulation in many people. That constant interruption fragments thought itself. People increasingly struggle to remain mentally present without external input guiding attention. Their inner world starts feeling less accessible because they rarely spend uninterrupted time inside it. And this changes emotional resilience too. Silence used to strengthen tolerance for solitude gradually. People learned how to sit with discomfort, uncertainty, boredom, sadness, or reflection because there was no endless escape route available. Now discomfort gets anesthetized almost instantly through stimulation. Feeling anxious? Play something. Feeling lonely? Scroll something. Feeling emotionally heavy? Distract yourself immediately. The nervous system rarely practices emotional stillness anymore. because civilization built infinite avoidance tools directly into everyday life. At first, this feels comforting. Then, slowly, people lose the ability to be alone with themselves comfortably. That is where background noise becomes psychologically revealing. Sometimes it is not really about entertainment at all. It is about avoiding emotional exposure, because in silence, certain truths become difficult to ignore. How tired someone really feels, how disconnected they feel, how anxious they are, how unhappy they might be. Noise creates distance from those realizations, and the brain starts depending on that distance. There is also a social layer underneath this behavior. Modern life became strangely isolated in many ways despite constant digital connection. People spend more time physically alone than many previous generations did. Smaller households, remote work, individualized entertainment, long hours separated from community. Background noise partly compensates for that absence. A television playing in another room can mimic social presence psychologically. Podcasts can create the feeling of companionship. Streamers talking endlessly can reduce feelings of isolation temporarily. The brain responds to human voices emotionally, even when no actual relationship exists. That is why some people leave random videos running all day without truly watching them. The sound itself creates comfort because total silence feels emotionally empty. Civilization accidentally created a world where artificial presence increasingly replaces real presence, and people adapt to it because adaptation is what humans do. But there is a cost. Constant background stimulation keeps the nervous system subtly activated all the time. The brain never fully settles into deeper quiet states. Attention remains partially fragmented. Emotional processing remains interrupted. Even sleep quality can suffer because the mind becomes conditioned to require input constantly. Then silence starts feeling almost threatening, not because silence is dangerous, because unfamiliarity itself creates discomfort. Think about how revealing that is. Human beings evolved inside natural environments filled with wind, water, insects, distant voices, periods of calm. The nervous system once understood quietness as normal existence. Now many people panic internally if a room stays silent too long. That is not evolution. That is conditioning. And companies profit enormously from maintaining that conditioning. Streaming platforms autoplay endlessly. Social apps compete for continuous engagement. Infinite content keeps attention occupied because occupied attention generates revenue. So civilization increasingly rewards mental occupation while offering very few incentives for reflection, stillness, or silence. Yet many of the most important human experiences require quiet. Grief needs quiet. Self-understanding needs quiet. Creativity needs quiet. Deep thought needs quiet. Real emotional clarity often appears only after enough noise disappears. That is why some people feel unexpectedly emotional during rare moments of true silence. Without realizing it, they have been outrunning themselves through stimulation for months or even years. Then suddenly there is no distraction left. No podcast, no scrolling, no background television, just the raw sound of their own mind finally becoming audible again. And for many modern humans, that experience feels almost overwhelming because civilization trained them to fear the exact mental space where self-awareness actually begins. Maybe that is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. A world where silence became uncomfortable, not because humans stopped needing it, but because they stopped remembering how to live with it. Measuring self-worth through productivity. Some people cannot rest without feeling useless. Not lazy, not irresponsible. Useless. That difference matters. Because somewhere along the way, civilization stopped treating productivity as something people do and started treating it like proof that a person deserves value at all. The question quietly shifted from what do you contribute to who are you if you stop contributing for a moment. And millions of people absorb that belief so deeply they no longer even notice it controlling their lives. You can hear it in the way people talk about themselves. I have not been productive today. I feel like I wasted the whole weekend. I should be doing more. I need to earn my rest. Those sentences sound harmless at first, normal even. But underneath them is a terrifying implication. Human worth became tied to output, not character, not kindness, not presence, not emotional depth. Output. How much you achieve, how much you produce, how much you optimize, how much you accomplish before exhaustion finally forces you to stop. Civilization accidentally created a world where many people feel guilty simply existing without constantly proving their usefulness. And once that mindset settles into the nervous system, life starts becoming psychologically exhausting in ways people struggle to explain. Because productivity itself is not the problem. Humans naturally enjoy creating things, building, improving, solving problems. Purpose matters deeply. Effort can feel meaningful. Accomplishment can feel satisfying. The danger begins when productivity stops being a healthy expression of life and becomes the measurement of whether life itself has value. That changes everything emotionally. Suddenly, rest feels threatening because rest produces nothing measurable. Free time creates anxiety. Slow days feel uncomfortable. Doing nothing feels morally wrong. The brain starts interpreting stillness as failure instead of recovery, and modern civilization reinforces this constantly. From childhood, people are praised for achievement long before they fully understand themselves emotionally. Good grades, high performance, constant improvement, winning, producing results. Productivity becomes associated with love, approval, status, and security very early. Then adulthood intensifies the pressure dramatically. Careers become identity. Business becomes status. Exhaustion becomes evidence of ambition. People introduce themselves through work first because society quietly trained them to believe contribution equals worth. What do you do becomes one of the first questions strangers ask each other. Think about how revealing that is. Not who are you, not what matters to you, not what brings you alive. What do you do? Civilization increasingly evaluates human beings through economic function. Even hobbies become side hustles. Rest becomes optimization. Relationships become networking opportunities. Entire lives start orbiting around usefulness. And eventually people internalize the idea that if they stop producing, they stop mattering. That belief destroys mental peace slowly, because human beings are not machines designed for non-stop output. The nervous system operates in cycles: effort and recovery, focus and rest, expansion and stillness. But modern culture increasingly glorifies permanent acceleration instead. Always improving, always grinding, always maximizing, always behind. That last part is crucial. When self-worth depends on productivity, there is never enough productivity to create lasting peace. Because someone else is always doing more, working harder, achieving faster, earning more, optimizing better. The finish line keeps moving endlessly, and the brain becomes trapped in a psychological treadmill where accomplishment provides only temporary relief before anxiety returns again. You can actually watch this happen in people's lives. Someone reaches a major goal they believed would finally make them feel worthy. A promotion, financial success, recognition, achievement. The satisfaction lasts briefly, Then the nervous system adapts. Now a new goal appears immediately because worth built entirely on achievement always requires another achievement to sustain itself. That is why so many highly successful people still feel chronically inadequate internally. The problem was never external accomplishment alone. The problem was using accomplishment to solve emotional insecurity. Civilization encourages this constantly because economically, insecure people are highly productive people. People who believe they are never enough work harder, buy more, consume more, compete more, perform more. Entire systems quietly benefit from human beings measuring their value through output, and technology amplified this pressure beyond anything previous generations experienced. Social media turned productivity into visible performance. Now people do not just work, they display work constantly. Hustle culture floods feeds every hour. Wake up early, build more, optimize harder, sleep less, stay disciplined, outperform everyone. Even rest gets packaged as strategic recovery for future productivity. Nothing is allowed to simply exist anymore. Everything must justify itself economically or socially. That mindset slowly invades identity itself. People stop asking themselves whether they are emotionally fulfilled and start asking whether they are maximizing potential. They stop experiencing life directly and start evaluating life constantly. Am I doing enough? Am I successful enough? Am I productive enough? And because there is no objective answer to enough, the anxiety never fully ends. One of the darkest consequences of this mindset is how it affects people during periods where productivity naturally decreases. Illness, burnout, depression, grief, aging, unemployment, parenthood, emotional exhaustion, moments where the body or mind genuinely needs recovery. Instead of compassion, many people experience shame. They feel guilty for slowing down, guilty for resting, guilty for struggling, because internally they learned a brutal equation: less productivity equals less worth. That equation quietly destroys self-compassion, and it creates a painful emotional contradiction. Human beings desperately need rest, but the more productivity becomes tied to identity, the harder rest becomes psychologically. People sit down physically while mentally panicking about unfinished tasks and lost momentum. The nervous system never fully relaxes. That constant activation has consequences. Burnout rises, anxiety rises, depression rises, emotional numbness rises, attention fractures. People become exhausted not only from working, but from feeling like their value is permanently under evaluation. And the evaluation never stops because modern civilization made comparison global. Now someone relaxing at home can instantly see thousands of strangers appearing more successful, disciplined, productive, or accomplished online. That exposure intensifies feelings of inadequacy continuously. A quiet evening suddenly feels unearned because somebody else is still working somewhere. The brain starts experiencing human existence like an endless competition, and competition destroys peace when it becomes identity level deep. There is also something profoundly sad about how this mindset changes relationships. People increasingly admire each other for performance instead of humanity. Someone's schedule becomes more impressive than their emotional health. Ambition becomes more respected than balance. Overworking becomes admirable while slowing down becomes suspicious. Even conversations reflect this shift. People ask what someone has achieved before asking how they actually feel. Productivity became personality, and many people secretly have no idea who they are outside performance anymore. Take away the job title, the achievements, the goals, the momentum. Who remains underneath all that? For some people, That question feels terrifying because civilization trained them to build identity almost entirely around output. But human beings are more than economic units. A person still has worth when resting, when grieving, when struggling, when existing quietly. The nervous system does not care about productivity metrics. It still requires sleep, connection, peace, meaning, recovery, and emotional safety no matter how optimized modern life becomes. And maybe one of the most dangerous behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing people that their right to feel worthy depends on how relentlessly they can exhaust themselves. Feeling phantom phone vibrations. At some point, human beings started hallucinating notifications. That sounds exaggerated until it happens to you. Your phone is not vibrating. Nothing arrived, no message, no call, no alert, but suddenly you swear you felt it, a tiny buzz against your leg, a pulse in your pocket, a vibration on the table beside you. Your hand reaches automatically to check, nothing, completely silent. And yet your brain was convinced for a split second that someone, somewhere, needed your attention immediately. Civilization created a world where the human nervous system became so conditioned to digital interruption that people now physically imagine it happening. That is incredible when you really stop and think about it. For most of history, human attention belonged mostly to the surrounding environment. The people nearby, the weather, the immediate physical world. Now millions of people walk around carrying a device that can interrupt them emotionally at any second from anywhere on Earth. The brain adapted to expect interruption constantly, and eventually that expectation became so strong it started generating false signals on its own. Psychologists actually have a name for this phenomenon: phantom vibration syndrome. Studies found huge numbers of people experience it regularly, especially people who use smartphones heavily. The brain becomes hyper-alert to the possibility of notifications because notifications themselves became emotionally meaningful. That is the important part. A vibration is not just a vibration anymore. It could be validation, attention, urgency, opportunity, good news, bad news, connection, rejection, status. The nervous system learns that every tiny buzz might carry emotional consequences. So naturally, the brain starts monitoring for it obsessively. Human beings evolved to notice important signals quickly. Survival depended on sensitivity to changes in the environment. A sound in the bushes, a sudden movement, a cry for help. The nervous system became highly efficient at detecting possible relevance because missing critical information could be dangerous. Then civilization connected that ancient survival wiring to smartphones. Now every notification activates tiny bursts of anticipation and alertness. The brain starts living in a state of partial readiness all day long. Something might happen. Someone might need me. Something important might arrive. That anticipation changes attention itself. Even during quiet moments, part of the mind remains waiting, listening, expecting, and over time, the expectation becomes automatic. That is why phantom vibrations feel so real. The brain is essentially predicting interruption before interruption happens. Neuroscientists know the human brain constantly makes predictions about incoming sensory information. It fills gaps automatically based on expectation. When someone becomes deeply conditioned to phone notifications, normal body sensations like fabric movement, muscle twitches, or pressure shifts can get misinterpreted as vibrations. The nervous system starts confusing ordinary sensations with digital alerts because alerts became psychologically important. Think about how bizarre modern life has become. A tiny rectangle in someone's pocket now influences attention so deeply that the body itself begins reacting to imaginary signals. And most people laugh it off without realizing what it reveals about the relationship between technology and the nervous system. Because phantom vibrations are not really about phones. They are about hypervigilance, constant anticipation, the inability to fully disconnect mentally. Modern humans increasingly exist in a state where they are never completely unavailable. The possibility of interruption follows them everywhere. During meals, during conversations, during rest, during sleep. Even moments meant for peace carry background tension because the nervous system knows a notification could arrive at any second. That creates subtle but continuous psychological fragmentation. Attention never fully settles. Presence weakens. People become physically somewhere while mentally monitoring elsewhere simultaneously. And civilization normalized this so completely that silence from a phone can now create anxiety too. That is another strange contradiction. People complain about notifications constantly, then feel uneasy when no notifications arrive, because the brain starts associating alerts with social relevance and emotional stimulation. Every message becomes proof of connection. Every notification becomes evidence that the outside world still remembers you exist. Without realizing it, many people begin outsourcing emotional reassurance to tiny digital interruptions, and the body adapts accordingly. One fascinating study found that simply having a smartphone nearby can reduce cognitive performance even when the device is turned off. Not using it, just nearby. Part of the brain remains aware of its presence subconsciously. Attention becomes partially occupied by the possibility of incoming information. The nervous system never fully rests. That explains why phantom vibrations happen more often during periods of stress, social dependence, or heavy phone use. The brain becomes increasingly sensitized to potential alerts because alerts carry emotional significance beyond simple information. Someone lonely becomes hyper-aware of messages. Someone anxious monitors updates constantly. Someone waiting for validation checks repeatedly. The phone stops being a tool and becomes a psychological extension of the nervous system itself. And that changes behavior in subtle ways people rarely notice. Humans now interrupt themselves constantly. A tiny vibration instantly overrides conversations, thoughts, emotions, even eye contact. Attention gets pulled away automatically because the brain learned notifications might contain socially or emotionally important information. Imagine explaining this to someone from 200 years ago. Human beings voluntarily carry devices that can interrupt their focus every few minutes for their entire lives. Then their brains become so conditioned to interruption that they start hallucinating the interruptions even when the devices remain silent. It would sound absurd, but modern civilization made it ordinary. What makes this even more unsettling is how quickly it happened. Smartphones only became deeply integrated into everyday life within a relatively short period historically, yet the psychological adaptation has been enormous. Entire generations now experience reality through constant low-level digital anticipation. People check phones reflexively without conscious intention, reach for devices during tiny pauses automatically, feel invisible discomfort during disconnection, experience phantom vibrations. None of this existed for almost all of human history. The nervous system is adapting in real time to conditions evolution never prepared it for. And the adaptation comes with consequences. Constant alertness increases mental fatigue. Fragmented attention weakens concentration. Frequent interruption reduces emotional presence. The brain loses opportunities for deeper, uninterrupted thought because anticipation itself consumes cognitive energy quietly in the background. That is partly why many people feel mentally exhausted despite not physically doing much some days. Their attention gets pulled apart continuously by low-level digital vigilance. Even rest becomes interrupted psychologically. Some people sleep with phones beside their heads every night. The last thing they see before sleeping and the first thing they see upon waking is a device capable of delivering endless emotional stimulation instantly. The nervous system never truly leaves the social world anymore. There is always another message possible, another update, another alert, another interruption, and eventually the body begins expecting those interruptions so strongly that silence itself starts feeling suspicious. That is what phantom vibrations really reveal. Not addiction exactly, conditioning. A nervous system trained to remain perpetually available, perpetually reachable, perpetually waiting. Civilization accidentally created an environment where human attention became one of the most heavily competed resources on Earth. Companies fight for it. Apps fight for it. Notifications fight for it constantly. Every buzz represents another attempt to pull the nervous system outward, and the human brain adapted so aggressively to this environment that it now invents interruptions even when none exist. Maybe that is one of the strangest signs of all. The line between human biology and digital technology became so psychologically blurred that people no longer need phones to vibrate in order to feel them. Becoming afraid of silence, there was a time when silence was ordinary, not special, not spiritual, not something people had to escape into through expensive retreats or meditation apps. Just normal life. Human beings spent enormous amounts of time hearing nothing except wind, footsteps, distant voices, birds, rain, breathing their own thoughts. Silence was not empty back then. It was simply part of existence. Now silence makes some people uncomfortable within seconds. That shift says more about modern civilization than most people realize. Sit in a quiet room today with no phone, no music, no television, no podcast, no scrolling, no background noise of any kind, and watch what happens inside the mind. At first, there is restlessness, then the urge to check something, then random thoughts start surfacing, worries, memories, regrets, anxiety, emotional tension people did not even realize they were carrying. And almost immediately, many people reach for stimulation to shut it all down again. That reaction became so automatic people barely notice it anymore. Civilization created a world where silence started feeling unnatural, even though silence was the natural state of human life for thousands of years. That should probably concern everyone, because silence does something modern life constantly prevents. It allows people to hear themselves clearly, and that is exactly what many people are unconsciously avoiding. Modern civilization floods the nervous system with input constantly. Notifications, music, videos, feeds, conversations, advertisements, streaming platforms autoplaying endlessly. Even elevators, grocery stores, waiting rooms, and gas stations pump noise into every available space like silence itself became a problem needing correction. The brain adapts to this environment slowly. High stimulation starts feeling normal. Quiet starts feeling strange. Then eventually silence begins triggering discomfort because the nervous system is no longer used to existing without distraction. And distraction is the key word here. Most people think they consume constant noise because they enjoy it. Sometimes they do, but often the deeper reason is emotional avoidance. Silence removes escape routes. Without external stimulation, the mind starts revealing whatever has been buried underneath constant activity: loneliness, fear, stress, uncertainty, exhaustion, grief, questions people keep postponing. Silence creates space for all of it to become visible. That is why some people panic internally during stillness without understanding why. Their entire life may be built around staying mentally occupied because occupation protects them from emotional confrontation. As long as something is playing, scrolling, buzzing, or demanding attention, the deeper parts of the mind remain quieter. But the moment silence arrives, the inner world becomes audible again, and many modern humans are deeply out of practice at listening to themselves. For most of history, people could not escape their thoughts so easily. Long walks, repetitive labor, quiet evenings, natural environments, slow travel. Human beings spent huge portions of life inside uninterrupted mental space. Reflection happened naturally because there were fewer distractions competing against awareness constantly. Now awareness itself gets interrupted every few seconds. Attention spans fracture. Thoughts remain unfinished. Emotions remain unprocessed. People consume endless information while rarely sitting long enough to understand how they actually feel. And the nervous system pays the price. One fascinating thing neuroscientists discovered is that the brain remains extremely active during quiet rest. There is an entire network in the brain associated with self-reflection, memory integration, emotional processing, creativity, and meaning-making that becomes more active during stillness and mind wandering. In other words, silence is not mental emptiness. The mind is still deeply working during quiet moments. But modern civilization interrupts that process constantly with stimulation. Every pause gets filled immediately. Waiting becomes scrolling. Walking becomes podcasts. Falling asleep becomes videos playing in the background. Even boredom gets eliminated before the brain has time to settle into deeper reflection. That changes people psychologically over time. Because if someone never experiences enough silence to process life internally, emotional residue starts accumulating. Stress builds without release. Thoughts remain unresolved. The nervous system stays externally focused constantly. Eventually, people lose familiarity with their own inner world. That unfamiliarity creates fear. Not dramatic fear, subtle fear. The kind that makes someone instinctively reach for their phone after 10 quiet seconds. The kind that makes sleeping without background noise feel uncomfortable. The kind that makes a peaceful empty room feel emotionally loud. There is also something socially revealing about this behavior. Modern life became deeply uncomfortable with unoccupied moments. Productivity culture teaches people that every second should be useful, optimized, entertained, or monetized somehow. Silence accomplishes nothing measurable externally. You cannot easily post it, monetize it, track it, optimize it. So civilization increasingly treats it like wasted time. But psychologically, silence may be one of the most important conditions human beings need for emotional health, because identity forms partly through reflection. Without quiet, people absorb endless external opinions without hearing their own voice clearly enough to distinguish what they actually believe, want, or feel. That creates a strange modern condition where many people are constantly informed yet deeply disconnected from themselves. Silence threatens that disconnection because it exposes it. That is why some people suddenly feel emotional during quiet moments. They think something is wrong because uncomfortable thoughts appear the instant distractions disappear. But often nothing new was created. The silence simply revealed what was already there beneath the noise. Civilization trained people to fear that revelation. Not intentionally maybe, but effectively. And technology accelerated everything dramatically. For the first time in human history, people can now avoid silence almost permanently if they choose. There is always content available instantly, infinite stimulation, infinite distraction, infinite ways to avoid being fully alone with the mind. At first this feels comforting, then slowly it becomes dependency. Some people now feel genuine anxiety during silence because their nervous system became conditioned to constant sensory occupation. The absence of input feels emotionally exposed. The brain starts craving stimulation the way an overstimulated palate craves stronger flavors after too much processed food. Quietness begins feeling insufficient, but human beings were never designed to exist in nonstop stimulation. The nervous system still needs stillness. The brain still needs reflection. Emotions still need space to surface naturally. That is why many people secretly feel relief during moments where technology disappears temporarily. Long drives without service, walks in nature. Late nights after everyone stops messaging. Rare moments where external noise finally quiets down enough for the nervous system to breathe again. At first, those moments can feel uncomfortable, then strangely peaceful, because beneath all the conditioning, the human mind still recognizes silence as something ancient and necessary. Not punishment, not emptiness, recovery. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing human beings that the very space where clarity, reflection, peace, and self-understanding emerge is something they should constantly escape from. Forgetting how to be bored, human beings used to spend enormous amounts of time being bored, not entertained, not stimulated, not distracted every 10 seconds. Just bored. And strangely enough, that boredom was incredibly important. Now look at modern life. The moment even the smallest gap appears, people rush to fill it automatically. Waiting in line becomes scrolling. Sitting in traffic becomes podcasts. Standing in an elevator becomes checking notifications. A person cannot even walk across a parking lot anymore without reaching for a phone halfway there. Civilization eliminated boredom so aggressively that many people now experience silence and stillness almost like technical malfunctions. Something always has to be happening, and the scary part is that most people no longer realize what constant stimulation is doing to their minds. Because boredom was never just empty time. Boredom was mental space. It was the gap where thoughts could wander naturally, where imagination could stretch, where emotions surfaced, where creativity quietly formed in the background. Human beings discovered ideas during boredom, reflected during boredom, daydreamed during boredom, processed life during boredom. But modern civilization turned boredom into an enemy that must be destroyed immediately. At first, that sounds harmless. Why would anyone want to be bored? That question itself reveals how deeply people have been conditioned. The human brain was never designed to receive endless novelty every waking hour. For most of history, life contained long stretches of repetition and stillness. Walking, farming, waiting, traveling slowly, sitting outside, existing without constant input. During those moments, the mind naturally wandered inward. Now wandering attention gets interrupted constantly before it can deepen into reflection. Every empty second becomes consumption. And because the brain adapts quickly, normal levels of stimulation start feeling insufficient over time. That is one of the most important psychological shifts civilization accidentally created. Human attention became addicted to novelty. Every scroll promises something new. Every refresh offers another hit of information. Another joke, another video, another emotional reaction, another distraction. The nervous system learns to expect constant reward opportunities, and suddenly ordinary reality starts feeling unbearably slow by comparison. That is why some people cannot even watch a full movie anymore without checking their phone halfway through, or sit through a conversation without reaching for stimulation, or focus on one task without opening multiple tabs simultaneously. The brain became conditioned to rapid input switching, and boredom tolerance collapsed. Psychologists studying attention found something fascinating. When people are constantly exposed to high stimulation environments, the brain begins craving stronger and faster input to maintain engagement. Slower experiences start feeling emotionally flat, even if those experiences are actually meaningful. That changes how people experience life itself. Quiet walks feel boring. Reading feels difficult. Long conversations feel demanding. Stillness feels uncomfortable. The nervous system becomes restless without stimulation because it no longer remembers how to settle naturally. And this creates a strange paradox. People are more entertained than any humans in history, yet many feel mentally exhausted and emotionally unsatisfied constantly, because stimulation and fulfillment are not the same thing. Infinite entertainment keeps attention occupied, but occupied attention does not necessarily create peace, meaning, or emotional depth. In fact, too much stimulation can actually weaken those things. When the brain never experiences enough stillness, thoughts remain shallow. Emotions remain half-processed. Creativity weakens because creativity often requires unstructured mental space. Some of the best ideas humans have ever had arrived during boring moments precisely because nothing else was competing for attention. A bored mind begins creating. An overstimulated mind mostly reacts. That difference matters enormously. Children reveal this perfectly. At first, children often complain about boredom. Then eventually, if left alone long enough without immediate stimulation, something interesting happens. They invent games, imagine stories, build worlds, explore ideas. Creativity emerges naturally from the empty space, but modern civilization increasingly interrupts that process immediately. Screens arrive before imagination has time to activate. Endless entertainment removes the friction that once pushed the mind toward creativity and self-generated thought. Adults experience the same thing. Boredom used to force reflection. People replayed conversations in their heads, thought about life choices, imagined possibilities, processed emotions, observed the world around them. Now most uncomfortable mental space gets anesthetized instantly through stimulation. Feeling awkward? Check the phone. Feeling lonely? Open an app. Feeling restless? Play something. Feeling emotionally unsettled? Consume content immediately. The nervous system rarely practices sitting with unoccupied experience anymore. That has consequences psychologically, because boredom tolerance is connected to emotional regulation in ways many people do not realize. A person unable to tolerate boredom often struggles to tolerate discomfort generally. Waiting feels unbearable. Slowness feels irritating. Silence feels threatening. Attention fractures quickly because the brain constantly expects stimulation rewards. Modern civilization quietly trained people to fear unstimulated moments, and companies profit enormously from maintaining that fear. Entire industries compete to eliminate every possible second of boredom from human life. Infinite feeds, autoplay videos, personalized recommendations, endless scrolling systems carefully engineered to keep attention engaged continuously. The more intolerable boredom becomes, The more valuable constant stimulation becomes economically, so the cycle intensifies. People lose tolerance for stillness. Platforms provide more stimulation. The brain adapts further. Ordinary life feels increasingly empty without digital input. One of the saddest effects of this is how people experience reality less directly now. Instead of observing surroundings during quiet moments, many immediately escape into mediated experiences through screens. Someone sits at a park while scrolling somewhere else mentally. Someone rides a train without noticing anything around them. Someone waits in silence but never actually experiences the silence. Existence itself becomes background noise beneath constant consumption. And over time, people stop realizing how mentally crowded they feel because overcrowding becomes normal. That constant stimulation also affects memory in strange ways. When every spare moment gets filled with content, experiences blur together more easily. The brain struggles to consolidate deeper reflection because there is no pause between inputs. One piece of information instantly gets replaced by another. The nervous system never fully settles long enough to absorb life properly. That is partly why many modern people feel simultaneously overstimulated and emotionally disconnected. Too much input, not enough integration, and boredom used to provide integration space naturally. There is also something emotionally revealing about why boredom became so intolerable. Silence and boredom create opportunities for self-confrontation. Without distraction, people start noticing thoughts and feelings they may not want to face. Anxiety, regret, loneliness, uncertainty, questions about meaning or identity. Constant stimulation protects people from those encounters temporarily. But avoidance is not resolution. So, beneath all the entertainment, emotional tension often continues building quietly. That is why some people feel strangely anxious the moment stimulation disappears. Their nervous system has become dependent on external occupation to avoid internal awareness. Civilization accidentally created a world where people can spend nearly every waking moment distracted from themselves. And many do. But beneath all the noise, the human mind still needs emptiness sometimes. Not because boredom itself is magical, because space is. Space for thought, space for imagination, space for emotional processing, space for reality to feel real again, instead of constantly interrupted. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing people that every empty moment needs filling, when some of the most important parts of being human only emerge after the distractions finally stop. Living indoors most of the day, human beings evolved under open skies. That simple fact alone makes modern life feel almost surreal when you really think about it. For hundreds of thousands of years, people lived in direct relationship with sunlight, weather, wind, temperature, seasons, trees, rivers, dirt, stars, animals, natural sound. The human nervous system formed itself inside outdoor environments. Eyes adjusted to changing light naturally. Bodies moved through open space daily. Time itself was measured through sunrise and darkness. Now millions of people wake up indoors, travel indoors, work indoors, exercise indoors, eat indoors, shop indoors, relax indoors, and fall asleep indoors again without spending meaningful time outside at all. Some people barely touch natural sunlight for days except through windows. And civilization treats this as completely normal. That should probably disturb people more than it does, because the human body still operates on ancient biological expectations even inside hyper-modern environments. Evolution moves incredibly slowly. Technology changes incredibly fast. The nervous system has not fully adapted to this new indoor existence just because society normalized it. You can feel the disconnect physically. After spending too long indoors, many people start feeling mentally heavy without understanding why. Attention dulls, energy drops, mood shifts, anxiety increases. The body feels strangely stagnant. Then they finally step outside into sunlight, fresh air, open space, and something changes almost immediately. Breathing feels deeper. Thoughts feel clearer. The nervous system softens. It almost feels like waking up. That reaction is not imaginary. Sunlight directly affects brain chemistry and biological rhythms. Exposure to natural light helps regulate circadian rhythms, which influence sleep, hormones, mood, metabolism, energy, and mental clarity. The body expects sunlight signals to organize itself properly. But modern civilization increasingly replaces natural light with artificial light instead. Bright screens at midnight, dim offices during daytime, fluorescent lighting replacing sunlight for entire workdays. The nervous system becomes disconnected from the environmental rhythms it evolved alongside for thousands of generations. And people wonder why sleep problems, fatigue, anxiety, and emotional imbalance became so common. The body is trying to function inside conditions it was never designed for. There is also something psychologically profound about outdoor environments that modern life quietly removes. Nature regulates attention differently than digital spaces do. Artificial environments constantly demand focus aggressively. Notifications, advertisements, traffic, screens. Information competing endlessly for mental bandwidth. Natural environments affect the brain differently. Researchers studying attention restoration found that spending time in nature can reduce mental fatigue because natural settings engage attention more gently. Trees, water, clouds, wind, birdsong. These things hold awareness softly instead of attacking it constantly. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer needs to defend itself against nonstop stimulation. That is why even short periods outside can feel emotionally healing in ways difficult to explain logically. The body recognizes something ancient there, something familiar, but modern civilization increasingly disconnects people from those experiences. Entire days disappear inside climate-controlled boxes. Work happens through screens. Entertainment happens through screens. Socializing happens through screens. Exercise sometimes even happens while staring at screens indoors. People became physically separated from the natural world while remaining biologically dependent on it. That contradiction creates subtle psychological consequences everywhere. One of the strangest is how detached modern humans became from physical reality itself. Indoors, temperature barely changes. Lighting stays controlled. Artificial environments remain stable constantly. The body receives fewer sensory reminders that life exists within larger natural cycles. Outside, reality feels different. Cold feels cold. Heat feels alive. Wind touches skin. Rain interrupts plans. Sunlight changes across the day. The nervous system experiences variation directly. Those experiences ground people psychologically in ways civilization often overlooks. There is even research showing that spending time around natural environments can lower stress hormones, reduce rumination, improve mood, and support emotional recovery. In simple terms, the human brain often functions better after reconnecting with environments it evolved within. Yet modern life increasingly traps people away from those environments. And many adapt so completely they stop noticing the absence. Children especially reveal how unnatural this indoor existence has become. Human children naturally crave movement, exploration, dirt, climbing, sunlight, open space. But many now spend huge portions of life indoors under artificial stimulation instead. Screens replace physical exploration. Digital experiences replace sensory experiences. And attention problems rise while movement decreases. That is not coincidence. The human nervous system expects interaction with physical reality, touching things, moving through space, observing changing environments, hearing natural sounds instead of constant mechanical noise. But civilization keeps pulling people further indoors because indoor life became economically efficient. Work efficiency, consumer convenience, climate control, digital productivity, everything optimized around enclosed spaces. The body pays the price quietly. There is another emotional layer underneath this too. Outdoor environments create perspective naturally. Standing beneath a night sky, near the ocean, inside forests, around mountains, or even under open sunlight reminds people they exist inside something larger than their immediate stress loops. Indoor life often shrinks awareness psychologically. Rooms, screens, tasks, schedules, notifications. The mind narrows around human-made systems constantly. Nature interrupts that narrowing. That is partly why people often experience emotional relief outdoors without fully understanding why. Their nervous system temporarily exits artificial pressure environments and reconnects with something less psychologically demanding. Even silence outdoors feels different than silence indoors. Indoor silence can feel trapped or stagnant sometimes. Outdoor quiet contains movement, wind, leaves, distant birds, natural rhythms. The nervous system evolved with those subtle sensory patterns surrounding it constantly. Now many people spend most waking hours listening to electrical hums, traffic, machinery, ventilation systems, notifications, and digital audio instead. Again, civilization normalized conditions the human body never truly adapted to biologically. One fascinating study found that hospital patients recovering near windows with natural views sometimes healed faster than those facing blank walls. Think about what that suggests. The human nervous system responds physiologically to environmental conditions more deeply than modern culture often acknowledges. Environment is not background. Environment shapes mental and physical experience constantly. Yet modern civilization increasingly treats nature like an optional luxury instead of a biological relationship humans still depend on. That mindset slowly disconnects people from themselves physically too. Many modern humans barely notice seasons changing anymore because indoor life keeps environments artificially consistent year-round. Heating, air conditioning, artificial lighting, controlled spaces. The body loses connection to natural cycles that once shaped human psychology deeply. Time starts feeling abstract. Days blur together. The nervous system drifts further from rhythms it evolved to recognize instinctively. And maybe that is why so many people feel mentally exhausted in ways difficult to explain. They are living lives biologically disconnected from the environments that shaped human existence for nearly all of history. The body still expects sunlight, still expects movement, still expects open air, still expects sensory variation, still expects moments under real sky instead of ceilings constantly. And no amount of technological advancement fully erases those ancient expectations from the nervous system. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing human beings that spending almost all of life separated from the natural world is somehow normal, while the body quietly keeps reminding them every day that it is not. Seeing nature as a weekend escape. At some point, civilization did something deeply strange. Human beings took the environment they evolved inside for hundreds of thousands of years and turned it into a temporary getaway. Nature became a weekend activity, a break, an escape, something people schedule between work obligations and screen time like a luxury experience instead of the original setting of human life itself. Think about how bizarre that really is. People now spend most of their existence surrounded by concrete, glass, traffic, artificial light, notifications, climate-controlled rooms, digital interfaces, and nonstop stimulation. Then, after weeks of mental exhaustion, they suddenly drive hours away to sit near trees for 2 days and say things like, "I finally feel human again." That sentence alone reveals everything. Finally feel human again. As if the nervous system recognizes something modern life keeps taking away. For most of human history, human beings did not visit nature. They lived inside it. The sky was not scenery. It was the ceiling of existence. Sunlight regulated waking hours naturally. Seasons shaped behavior. Wind, temperature, rain, rivers, animals, darkness, stars. The human brain formed itself alongside those environments over enormous stretches of evolutionary time. Then civilization accelerated so rapidly that within only a few generations, millions of people became almost entirely separated from the natural world physically. Now nature exists mostly as contrast, a temporary correction people seek after becoming overwhelmed by artificial environments. That should probably concern people more than it does, because the body still remembers where it came from even if modern culture forgets. You can see the reaction instantly whenever people reconnect with natural spaces. Someone arrives stressed, overstimulated, mentally crowded. Then slowly something changes. Breathing deepens, thoughts slow down, attention softens, sleep improves. The nervous system starts unclenching in ways people often do not even notice consciously at first. And suddenly conversations become more real. Food tastes better. Time feels different. The body feels less trapped. That response is not imaginary nostalgia. Researchers studying natural environments found that spending time around trees, water, sunlight, and open landscapes can reduce stress hormones, calm nervous system activity, improve mood, and restore mental attention. The human brain responds differently to natural settings than to high-stimulation urban environments. Because biologically, natural environments are not foreign to us. Artificial environments are. Yet civilization increasingly treats artificial life as default reality and nature as occasional therapy afterward. That reversal changes people psychologically in profound ways. One major shift is how disconnected modern humans became from natural rhythms. Indoor life keeps everything artificially stable, temperature controlled, artificially lit, digitally synchronized. The body loses contact with environmental variation that once regulated human existence naturally. Sunrise barely matters anymore. Darkness barely slows people down. Seasons become visual decoration instead of lived experience. The nervous system drifts further from rhythms it evolved around for thousands of generations. Then people wonder why they feel exhausted, restless, anxious, emotionally numb, or strangely detached from life. The body is adapting to conditions evolution never prepared it for. There is also something emotionally revealing about how people describe nature now. Listen carefully to the language. I need to get away. I need fresh air. I need to disconnect. I need a reset. Why would human beings need to escape ordinary life in order to feel grounded again? Because ordinary life increasingly pulls people away from the conditions their nervous systems still depend on. Modern civilization overwhelms attention constantly. Screens demand focus aggressively. Notifications interrupt thought. Traffic, advertising, noise, schedules, artificial urgency. The brain remains in a state of low-level activation almost continuously. Nature affects attention differently. Trees do not demand anything from you. Water does not compete for engagement. Mountains do not interrupt you every 30 seconds. Natural environments hold awareness gently instead of aggressively. That difference matters enormously. Psychologists sometimes call this soft fascination. Nature captures attention without overloading it. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer needs to defend itself against nonstop stimulation. That is why people often feel mentally lighter after spending time outdoors, even without doing anything particularly dramatic. The brain finally experiences relief from constant cognitive competition, but civilization increasingly limits those experiences to tiny scheduled windows. A hike on Saturday, a beach trip twice a year, a camping weekend every few months, then straight back into environments the nervous system finds chronically overstimulating. Nature becomes recovery instead of relationship. And people normalize that separation because everyone around them lives similarly. Children reveal how unnatural this arrangement really is. Young children naturally gravitate toward dirt, water, trees, movement, sunlight, exploration. Their nervous systems visibly come alive outdoors. Curiosity expands. Attention changes. Physical movement becomes instinctive. Yet many modern children spend enormous portions of life indoors under artificial stimulation instead. Tablets, screens, enclosed spaces. Structured environments replacing direct sensory interaction with the physical world. That shift affects development more deeply than civilization fully understands yet. The human nervous system evolved through interaction with complex natural environments. Uneven ground, open spaces, changing weather, sensory variation, organic movement. The body expects those experiences biologically. Instead, modern life increasingly offers flat floors, controlled lighting, digital stimulation, and sedentary routines. And then people wonder why anxiety, attention problems, emotional fatigue, and disconnection keep rising. The nervous system still needs what it evolved around. There is another strange psychological effect, too. Nature often restores perspective automatically. Modern life shrinks attention toward tasks, deadlines, notifications, personal identity, social comparison, productivity, and constant self-evaluation. Natural environments interrupt that narrowing. Standing beneath stars, near oceans, around forests, or inside mountains reminds people they exist inside something larger than algorithms, schedules, and social performance. Problems do not always disappear, but they stop consuming the entire field of awareness temporarily. The ego softens slightly. Mental noise quiets down. That is partly why some people feel unexpectedly emotional outdoors. The nervous system finally exits survival mode long enough to breathe differently. And maybe the saddest part is how many people now experience those moments only briefly before returning to overstimulated environments again. Civilization built systems where humans increasingly spend life disconnected from sunlight, fresh air, open landscapes, natural silence, and physical reality itself. Then society packages temporary reconnection as wellness, tourism, or self-care. As if the original human environment became some kind of optional luxury product. There is something profoundly backward about that, especially because people often already know intuitively what they need. After difficult weeks, they crave walks outside, open skies, water, trees, quiet, distance from screens. The body keeps asking for reconnection over and over again, but modern life keeps pulling attention inward toward enclosed systems instead. More work, more scrolling, more artificial stimulation, more indoor existence, and eventually people start forgetting that exhaustion is not always caused by doing too much. Sometimes it is caused by being separated too long from environments the nervous system still recognizes as home. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing human beings that the natural world is somewhere they occasionally visit, instead of the place their minds and bodies were actually built to belong inside all along. Losing patience for anything slow, human beings now get irritated by microwaves taking too long. That sounds ridiculous until you realize how normal it has become. A video buffering for 5 seconds feels annoying. A web page loading slowly creates frustration immediately. People tap elevators repeatedly like the button somehow controls physics. Traffic lights feel personal. Waiting in line feels unbearable. Someone takes too long replying to a message and anxiety appears almost instantly. Civilization accelerated life so aggressively that normal human pace now feels emotionally intolerable to many people. And the strangest part is that this impatience does not stay limited to technology. It starts spreading into everything: conversations, relationships, learning, attention spans, ambition, even personal growth. People increasingly expect life itself to move at the speed of algorithms. That is dangerous, because the human nervous system did not evolve for constant acceleration. For most of history, life unfolded slowly by necessity. Food took time, travel took time, communication took time, skills took time. Seasons shaped patience naturally because reality itself moved slower. Now civilization trains people to expect immediate results constantly. Instant delivery, instant entertainment, instant information, instant responses, instant validation. The brain adapts quickly to those conditions. Once people become used to instant reward systems, slower experiences start feeling emotionally uncomfortable. That is one of the biggest psychological shifts modern civilization accidentally created. Human beings lost tolerance for delayed gratification in subtle ways they barely notice. And delayed gratification is deeply connected to emotional resilience. Patience used to be built naturally into everyday life because waiting was unavoidable. Today, waiting feels like failure. Every delay creates friction against nervous systems conditioned for speed. You can see this everywhere. Someone watches short-form videos for hours, then struggles to read 10 pages of a book because the brain now expects constant novelty every few seconds. Someone starts learning a skill, does not improve immediately, and quits. Someone enters a relationship expecting instant emotional certainty. Someone feels sadness and wants immediate relief instead of gradual healing. Someone starts exercising for 2 weeks and becomes discouraged because transformation is not fast enough. Civilization trained people to expect fast feedback from systems that historically required long patience. And reality does not always cooperate. That creates enormous frustration psychologically, because many of the most meaningful parts of human life still move slowly no matter how advanced technology becomes. Trust develops slowly. Mastery develops slowly. Deep relationships develop slowly. Emotional healing develops slowly. Wisdom develops slowly. The body heals slowly. Nature moves slowly. But modern attention increasingly struggles to tolerate slow processes without feeling restless. One reason this happens is because digital systems reshape reward expectations neurologically. Every notification, scroll, click, and refresh creates tiny bursts of dopamine anticipation. The brain starts associating rapid stimulation with engagement and satisfaction. Over time, slower experiences feel less stimulating by comparison. Not necessarily less meaningful, just less stimulating. And modern civilization often confuses stimulation with meaning constantly. That confusion changes behavior dramatically. People abandon books faster, skip through videos impatiently, listen to conversations while multitasking, lose interest quickly when something requires sustained focus. Even boredom tolerance weakens because the nervous system becomes conditioned to continuous input and rapid reward cycles. Life starts feeling slower than the brain expects it to be, and that expectation creates chronic restlessness. There is also something emotionally revealing about impatience itself. Waiting forces people into uncertainty temporarily. No immediate control, no instant resolution, no guaranteed outcome yet. The nervous system has to sit inside unfinished experience. Modern civilization increasingly removes opportunities to practice that skill. Everything optimized around convenience reduces friction constantly. At first, this seems positive. Faster systems save time. Easier access improves life. But psychologically, constant convenience can weaken tolerance for discomfort gradually. Then, ordinary waiting begins triggering disproportionate emotional reactions. Tiny delays feel bigger than they are. A spinning loading symbol creates irritation. Silence in conversation feels awkward. Long-term goals feel exhausting. People start living emotionally closer to impulse than reflection. That affects relationships deeply too. Modern dating culture often reflects this perfectly. Many people now approach relationships with algorithmic expectations. Endless options create the illusion that emotional connection should happen instantly and effortlessly. The moment discomfort, complexity, or uncertainty appears, people move on quickly because civilization trained them to expect smooth optimization everywhere. But real human connection is slow, messy, awkward, gradual. Trust takes time because nervous systems require repeated emotional safety over time, not instant compatibility metrics. Yet modern culture increasingly struggles to tolerate slow emotional development. The same thing happens with creativity and learning. Human beings now consume polished outcomes constantly online, while rarely seeing the years of repetition, failure, and boredom behind those outcomes. Someone sees mastery instantly visible on a screen and subconsciously expects their own progress to happen similarly fast. When reality moves slower, discouragement appears quickly. People quit before depth has time to form. That is tragic because depth always requires patience. There are neuroscientists who argue that constant high-speed stimulation fragments attention itself. The brain becomes trained for scanning rather than sustained focus. Quick shifts instead of deep immersion. Surface-level engagement instead of prolonged concentration. And once attention fragments enough, slowness starts feeling emotionally threatening because stillness leaves room for thoughts and feeling stimulation normally keeps buried. That is another hidden layer underneath impatience. Sometimes people are not only avoiding waiting, they are avoiding themselves during waiting. Silence creates reflection. Slow moments create awareness. Stillness allows unresolved emotions to surface. Constant speed protects people from confrontation with their inner world. So civilization rewards acceleration endlessly. Move faster, consume faster, respond faster, produce faster, optimize everything. Meanwhile, the nervous system quietly becomes more anxious, more restless, and less capable of existing peacefully without stimulation. And ironically, the faster life becomes externally, the more emotionally exhausted many people feel internally. Because speed consumes attention constantly, the brain rarely gets time to settle fully anymore. One fascinating study found that people often overestimate how unpleasant waiting will feel. Yet once they actually slow down and remain present, discomfort frequently decreases naturally. The problem is not always slowness itself. The problem is the nervous system's conditioned resistance to slowness. Modern civilization taught people that every second must justify itself through productivity, entertainment, or progress. So pauses begin feeling wasteful. But pauses are where integration happens, recovery happens, reflection happens. Human beings are not machines designed only for output speed. Nature itself demonstrates this constantly. Trees grow slowly, seasons change slowly, bodies heal slowly. Meaningful transformation almost always unfolds gradually. Yet civilization increasingly pressures humans to behave like software updates instead of living organisms. Immediate results, immediate improvement, immediate certainty. And when life refuses to move that quickly, people often experience unnecessary frustration, shame, or hopelessness. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing human beings that anything slow is broken, when nearly everything truly meaningful about being alive still requires time. Treating every opinion like a public performance, there was a time when most opinions simply disappeared into conversation. Someone said something at dinner. Someone argued at work. Someone shared a bad take with friends. The moment passed. Maybe people agreed. Maybe they disagreed. Maybe everybody forgot about it by next week. Now opinions feel permanent, recorded, displayed, judged, measured publicly in real time. And because of that, something fundamental changed in the way human beings think and speak. People are no longer just expressing opinions. They are performing them. That shift sounds subtle, but psychologically it changes everything. Modern civilization turned ordinary human thought into public identity management. Every belief can now be posted instantly to hundreds, thousands, sometimes millions of people. Every reaction can be analyzed, criticized, screenshotted, amplified, or attacked. The internet transformed conversation into spectacle, and the nervous system adapted accordingly. You can actually feel this happening online. People rarely speak casually anymore. They speak like invisible audiences are watching constantly. Every sentence becomes partially strategic. How will this look? Will people approve? Will this offend someone? Will this get attention? Will this damage status? Will this perform well? Even disagreement changed. Many people no longer argue to understand each other. They argue to win the audience. That is a completely different psychological behavior. For most of human history, human communication happened inside small groups. Face-to-face, temporary, contextual. The brain evolved for conversations where tone, facial expression, emotional nuance, and immediate human feedback shaped interaction naturally. Now opinions travel through screens, stripped of most emotional context, while being exposed to enormous invisible audiences simultaneously. That environment encourages performance more than reflection, because online, visibility itself becomes reward. Attention becomes currency, and strong opinions attract attention extremely well, especially emotional opinions. Outrage spreads faster than nuance because outrage is easier to react to instantly. Certainty performs better than complexity. Confidence performs better than hesitation. Strong identity signaling performs better than thoughtful ambiguity. So civilization slowly trained people to communicate in exaggerated ways, not always consciously, but effectively. One reason this happens is because social media platforms transformed human interaction into measurable feedback systems. Likes, shares, comments, views. Approval became quantifiable publicly. The brain responds powerfully to social validation because human beings evolved as deeply social creatures. Historically, group acceptance affected survival itself. Now every opinion carries potential social reward or punishment instantly. That changes behavior automatically. People begin shaping beliefs partly around audience reaction instead of pure reflection. Not because they are fake necessarily, because human psychology is highly sensitive to social reinforcement. And modern civilization industrialized social reinforcement at massive scale. The result is fascinating and disturbing at the same time. Opinions increasingly become identity performances instead of exploratory thoughts. People feel pressure to sound fully certain, even while still learning. Pressure to react immediately before thinking deeply. Pressure to publicly position themselves on every issue constantly. Silence itself starts feeling suspicious online. That creates an exhausting psychological environment where human beings feel perpetually observed socially. Every thought potentially public, every mistake potentially permanent, every opinion potentially defining. And because the internet never fully forgets, people become more self-conscious about expression itself. Some become performatively extreme for attention. Others become afraid to speak honestly at all. Both reactions come from the same pressure. The collapse of private psychological space. One of the strangest consequences is that many people no longer know what they genuinely think until they see how others react first. They scroll comments before forming opinions, monitor audience response before deciding emotional positions. Public consensus starts replacing internal reflection gradually. Civilization created a world where social feedback moves faster than individual thought. That has enormous psychological consequences, because real thinking is often slow and uncertain. Humans naturally revise opinions over time. Nuance develops gradually. Contradictions exist. Complex issues rarely fit into simple emotional slogans. But online environments reward speed and certainty far more than careful reflection. So people increasingly communicate in polished ideological performances instead of honest intellectual exploration. And the nervous system absorbs that pressure constantly. You can hear it in ordinary conversations now too. Many people sound less like humans exchanging thoughts and more like tiny media representatives defending personal brands. Phrases become optimized. Reactions become strategic. Even morality sometimes becomes performative because public identity increasingly depends on visible positioning. People start asking not only is this true, but how will this look publicly if I say it? That question quietly reshapes communication itself. There is also something emotionally exhausting about living this way. Human beings are not designed to maintain public image management continuously. Historically, social reputation existed inside manageable communities. Now audiences can scale infinitely online while remaining psychologically real to the nervous system. A stranger's criticism on the internet can trigger genuine stress responses because socially, the brain still interprets rejection emotionally even through screens. So people become hyper-aware of perception, hyper-aware of wording, hyper-aware of performance, and eventually many lose the ability to communicate casually or imperfectly anymore. Everything starts feeling high stakes. That is dangerous because authentic conversation requires room for imperfection. People need spaces where they can think out loud, change opinions, ask clumsy questions, explore uncertainty, and evolve without feeling permanently branded by every statement. Civilization increasingly removes those spaces. Now many interactions feel archived socially forever. That pressure encourages tribal thinking too. Since opinions are publicly visible and tied to identity, changing beliefs can feel psychologically threatening. Admitting uncertainty risks status loss. Revising positions risks social punishment from one's own group. So people double down publicly instead. Performance hardens into identity. Identity hardens into ideology, and genuine curiosity weakens. Not because humans stopped being curious naturally, but because public performance environments punish visible uncertainty more than they reward thoughtful evolution. There is another strange effect underneath all this. People increasingly consume opinions like entertainment, outrage clips, debates, reactions, arguments. Public conflict becomes content itself. Platforms reward emotionally charged engagement because emotionally activated people interact more. That creates incentives for exaggeration. Subtlety disappears. Nuance disappears. Everything becomes louder, sharper, more absolute. And slowly, ordinary human disagreement starts feeling like warfare instead of conversation. The nervous system was never designed for nonstop ideological confrontation with strangers globally every day. Yet modern civilization normalized it. Millions of people now wake up and immediately immerse themselves in public emotional conflict through screens before their brains fully wake up biologically. Then society wonders why anxiety, polarization, and emotional exhaustion keep rising. The environment itself encourages psychological hyper-vigilance. One fascinating thing about private conversations is that people are often far more nuanced than they appear publicly. Without audiences watching, humans naturally speak with more uncertainty, curiosity, humor, empathy, and complexity. Performance pressure decreases, so authenticity increases. But online, audiences are always implied, even when invisible. And invisible audiences change behavior profoundly. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is turning ordinary human thought into constant social theater, where people no longer just express ideas to communicate, but increasingly perform them to survive socially inside systems that never stop watching. Becoming emotionally dependent on notifications. A tiny sound can change someone's mood instantly now. One vibration, one notification, one little red dot appearing on a screen, and suddenly the nervous system reacts before the person even thinks consciously about it. Excitement, anxiety, hope, curiosity, relief, disappointment, anticipation. Human emotions now rise and fall based on microscopic digital signals arriving from a device in someone's pocket. That would have sounded completely absurd not long ago, but civilization normalized it so thoroughly that most people no longer notice how emotionally attached they became to notifications themselves. Not the actual conversations necessarily, the notifications. That distinction matters, because modern technology did something psychologically powerful. It separated social anticipation from actual human connection. Now the nervous system spends enormous amounts of time waiting for tiny signals that someone, somewhere, might acknowledge your existence at any moment. A message, a reply, a like, a comment, a reaction. And over time, the brain starts treating those interruptions like emotional events. You can actually watch this happen physically. Someone hears their phone buzz and reaches for it almost automatically. Heart rate shifts slightly. Attention narrows immediately. The body prepares for socially relevant information because socially relevant information mattered enormously throughout human evolution. For most of history, social signals came directly from real human presence. Facial expressions, tone of voice, physical closeness, acceptance or rejection inside actual communities. The nervous system evolved to care deeply about those signals because belonging affected survival. Then civilization connected those ancient social instincts to smartphones and algorithmic platforms. Now emotional validation arrives through digital fragments instead, and the brain adapted frighteningly fast. One notification can create a dopamine spike because the brain anticipates possible reward. Maybe someone important texted. Maybe people liked something you posted. Maybe there is attention waiting. Maybe there is validation. Maybe there is love. Maybe there is opportunity. The uncertainty itself becomes addictive. Neuroscientists compare this to variable reward systems, the same psychological mechanism behind slot machines. The brain becomes especially engaged when rewards arrive unpredictably. Not every notification feels meaningful, but occasionally one does. That unpredictability keeps attention hooked because the nervous system keeps anticipating the next emotionally rewarding signal. So people start checking constantly, not because they are weak, because human psychology is highly vulnerable to intermittent social rewards. Civilization industrialized those rewards perfectly, and eventually notifications stop being neutral tools. They become emotional regulation devices. Feeling lonely, wait for messages. Feeling insecure, check reactions online. Feeling disconnected, refresh the feed. Feeling anxious, look for social reassurance digitally. The phone becomes less like technology and more like an external emotional support system attached to the nervous system constantly. That changes behavior in ways people rarely notice consciously. Silence from the phone starts carrying emotional meaning too. No notifications can feel strangely unsettling. No messages starts feeling personal. A delayed reply creates anxiety. People begin interpreting ordinary digital gaps emotionally because constant connectivity trained the brain to expect social stimulation continuously. Imagine explaining this to someone from 200 years ago. Human beings now carry devices that allow instant communication at all times. Yet instead of feeling calmer, many became emotionally dependent on tiny electronic interruptions for reassurance. The nervous system was never designed for this scale of social accessibility. Historically, periods of social silence were normal. People disappeared for days, weeks, months naturally because communication itself moved slowly. There was no expectation of constant availability. Relationships survived without immediate replies because immediate replies were impossible. Now silence feels emotionally loaded because civilization normalized permanent accessibility. That creates subtle but continuous psychological tension. People monitor phones reflexively, check messages repeatedly, feel phantom vibrations, wake up reaching for notifications before fully waking biologically. The nervous system never fully disconnects from social anticipation anymore. And anticipation consumes energy. One fascinating study found that simply expecting a notification can distract attention significantly even before any notification arrives. The brain remains partially alert waiting for possible social interruption. That means millions of people now live in states of low-level cognitive vigilance all day long. Always reachable, always waiting, always potentially interruptible. That constant anticipation fragments emotional presence too. Someone spends time with family while checking for notifications secretly. Someone watches a movie but keeps monitoring messages. Someone sits alone unable to relax fully because part of the brain keeps expecting digital stimulation. The nervous system becomes divided between physical reality and potential digital social reward constantly. And modern civilization rewards this behavior economically. platforms profit from engagement. Engagement increases when users become emotionally invested in checking repeatedly. So apps engineer notifications carefully to maximize anticipation, urgency, and emotional pull. Every red badge, every vibration, every alert sound, every reaction, all designed to trigger the brain's attention systems aggressively. And the human nervous system adapts exactly as evolution trained it to, by becoming hyper-responsive to socially meaningful signals. The problem is that notifications create the sensation of connection without always delivering actual emotional fulfillment. Someone can receive endless digital interactions and still feel deeply lonely because attention and intimacy are not the same thing. But the brain still keeps seeking the next signal anyway. That creates a strange emotional hunger. A person refreshes repeatedly not necessarily because previous interactions satisfied them, but because maybe the next one will. Maybe the next notification will finally create the emotional reassurance the nervous system keeps chasing. Sometimes it does briefly. Then the feeling fades, and the cycle starts again. There is also something psychologically exhausting about allowing external signals to regulate internal emotional states constantly. Mood becomes reactive to incoming information continuously. Good notification equals emotional lift. No notification equals insecurity. Negative notification equals stress. The nervous system loses periods of uninterrupted emotional stability because attention keeps getting pulled outward toward potential social evaluation. And perhaps the saddest part is how quickly people adapted to this as normal human existence. Children now grow up inside environments where social validation arrives numerically from the beginning. Likes, views, reactions, follower counts. Entire generations learning emotional self-perception partly through digital feedback loops before fully developing stable internal identities. That changes emotional development profoundly. Because human beings start learning to feel seen through metrics instead of presence, acknowledged through alerts instead of closeness, wanted through engagement instead of intimacy. And beneath all the constant connectivity, many still feel emotionally starving in ways difficult to explain, because the nervous system does not actually crave notifications. It craves belonging, attention, love, reassurance, connection. Notifications merely imitate those things temporarily. But civilization became so technologically advanced at delivering the imitation that many people stopped noticing the difference between being contacted constantly and being deeply connected. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to emotionally depend on tiny electronic interruptions for comfort, while quietly leaving the deeper human hunger underneath still unsatisfied. Spending more time curating life than living it, people used to experience moments privately. Now they experience them twice. First in reality, then again through the version they package for everyone else to see. That shift sounds small until you realize how deeply it changed human behavior. Go to a concert now and watch the crowd. Hundreds of people standing there physically present, but mentally split between the actual experience and documenting the experience. Phones raised, angles adjusted, videos recorded that will probably never even get watched again. The moment becomes partially transformed into content before it is fully lived. And it is not just concerts, food, travel, relationships, workouts, friendships, vacations, achievements, even grief sometimes. Modern civilization created a world where many people feel an almost constant pressure to curate existence while it is happening, not simply live it, display it. That changes the way reality itself feels psychologically. Because the moment a person starts thinking about how an experience will appear externally, part of their attention leaves the experience itself. Instead of fully tasting the meal, they evaluate whether it is post-worthy. Instead of watching the sunset completely, they frame it through a screen. Instead of laughing naturally with friends, part of the mind monitors how the interaction looks from outside. The brain becomes both participant and audience simultaneously. That split is exhausting in ways people rarely articulate clearly. For most of human history, experiences existed mainly inside memory and direct human connection. A beautiful moment could simply remain a beautiful moment. It did not need documentation, validation, or public reaction to feel real. Now many experiences feel strangely incomplete unless acknowledged digitally somehow. That is one of the strangest psychological shifts civilization accidentally created. People increasingly use external visibility as confirmation that life is happening meaningfully, and social media accelerated this dramatically because platforms transformed ordinary life into ongoing personal broadcasting. Human beings became their own marketers, photographers, editors, and public relations teams all at once. Without consciously realizing it, many people started organizing life partly around how it can be presented. Not because they are shallow necessarily, because modern systems reward visibility constantly. Attention became social currency, and curated lives attract attention. The problem is that curation subtly changes behavior over time. People begin optimizing moments for appearance instead of emotional reality. Vacations become photo opportunities. Restaurants become backdrops. Fitness becomes performance. Relationships become public branding. Experiences become evidence. And eventually some people stop asking themselves, did I enjoy this? And start asking, did this look impressive enough to others? That is a deeply disorienting psychological shift, because external presentation and internal experience are not the same thing. Someone can appear endlessly fulfilled online while feeling emotionally disconnected privately. But the nervous system still keeps chasing visible proof because modern civilization trained people to associate visibility with significance. If nobody sees it, did it really matter? That question silently shapes behavior more than many realize. You can even see this in the way people interrupt moments instinctively now. Someone receives beautiful food at a restaurant and immediately reaches for the phone before tasting anything. A concert begins and screens rise everywhere before the first emotional reaction fully lands internally. Families document holidays obsessively while barely speaking naturally during them. Reality itself increasingly competes against the urge to preserve and display reality. And ironically, the more people document experiences constantly, the less fully immersed they often become inside them. Psychologists studying memory found something fascinating. Excessive photo taking can sometimes weaken memory formation because the brain partially outsources the responsibility of remembering. Instead of deeply encoding the moment internally, attention shifts toward capturing it externally. In other words, people can become so focused on recording life that they experience less of it directly. That is haunting when you think about it. Civilization built tools meant to preserve memories, but those same tools sometimes distance people from the actual emotional texture of the moments themselves. There is also something emotionally revealing about why people curate so intensely now. Public presentation offers control. Real life feels messy, uncertain, vulnerable. Curated life allows editing, filtering, selecting only the beautiful angles. the successful moments, the happy versions. That creates the illusion that everyone else is living cleaner, happier, more exciting lives than they actually are. Then people compare their raw existence against everybody else's edited presentation and feel inadequate. So they curate harder too. The cycle feeds itself endlessly. One person stages perfection, others feel insecure. They stage their own perfection. Everyone starts performing life for each other while secretly feeling disconnected underneath. And the nervous system absorbs all of it. Studies repeatedly show that heavy social comparison online can increase anxiety, loneliness, dissatisfaction, and depressive symptoms. Not necessarily because people consciously believe every curated image is fully real, but because emotionally, the brain still reacts to repeated exposure to idealized lives. The comparison becomes automatic. Their vacation looks better. Their relationship looks happier. Their body looks healthier. Their life looks fuller. Meanwhile, most people's actual daily existence contains boredom, uncertainty, stress, awkwardness, sadness, and imperfection, because that is what real human life naturally contains. But curated environments erase much of that publicly. So people increasingly feel pressure to transform ordinary existence into something visually consumable instead of emotionally authentic. Even self-identity changes under those conditions. A person begins viewing themselves partly through imagined audience perception constantly. How does this look? Is this interesting enough? Is this aesthetic enough? Is this successful enough? The self becomes partially externalized, and that can create profound emotional disconnection over time because humans stop relating to their own lives directly. They start relating to representations of their lives instead. There is also something deeply sad about how this affects intimacy. Moments shared privately often carry emotional depth precisely because they are unperformed. No audience, no presentation, no optimization, just direct human experience existing for its own sake. But modern civilization increasingly pressures people to expose even intimate experiences publicly for validation and visibility. And once an audience enters the room psychologically, authenticity changes. Not always intentionally, but inevitably. The brain behaves differently when observed. That is basic human psychology. One of the strangest examples is travel. People now visit extraordinary places, sometimes only to spend huge portions of the experience curating proof they were there. The documentation becomes almost more important than the actual sensory experience itself. A person stands before oceans, mountains, ancient cities, sunsets, forests, and instead of fully disappearing into awe, part of the mind stays occupied managing angles, lighting, captions, reactions, and online presentation. Reality becomes content before it becomes memory. And maybe the saddest part is that many people already sense this happening internally. They feel strangely absent during moments that should feel meaningful. They notice themselves reaching for phones automatically instead of remaining present. They realize they spent more energy capturing the experience than emotionally absorbing it. But civilization normalized this behavior so thoroughly it now feels almost unavoidable. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to experience life partly as performers inside their own existence, constantly curating evidence of living while quietly losing touch with the feeling of simply being alive in the moment itself. Viewing rest as something that must be earned. Some people sit down to relax and immediately feel guilty. Not because they forgot something important. Not because there is an emergency. Just because they stopped working for a moment. That feeling became so normal in modern civilization that many people no longer question it. They assume rest is supposed to feel slightly uncomfortable unless it has been fully justified through exhaustion first. As if being alive is not enough reason to recover. As if human beings must somehow earn the right to stop. That belief sounds invisible until you start noticing how often people say it out loud. I have not done enough today to relax. I need to be productive first. I will rest after I finish everything. I should not be wasting time right now. Those sentences reveal something disturbing underneath modern culture. Rest stopped being viewed as a biological need and started being treated like a reward for performance. And because performance never truly ends anymore, rest starts disappearing psychologically even when people technically stop working. The body sits still. The mind keeps running. That is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. For most of human history, rest was woven naturally into life because the human nervous system required cycles, effort and recovery, activity and stillness, day and night, seasons of intensity followed by slower periods. Human beings understood this instinctively because survival itself depended on respecting physical limits. Now modern civilization increasingly treats like obstacles to overcome instead. Push harder, sleep less, stay productive, keep moving, optimize everything. The body became something people negotiate against constantly instead of listen to. And eventually many people internalize a brutal idea. If I am not producing something, I am falling behind. That mindset changes the emotional meaning of rest completely. Instead of recovery, rest starts feeling like lost opportunity. Someone takes a break and immediately thinks about unfinished tasks. Someone watches a movie while feeling anxious about productivity. Someone lies in bed unable to relax because their nervous system interprets stillness as irresponsibility. Even vacations become difficult because the brain no longer remembers how to exist without measuring usefulness constantly. That is not healthy ambition. That is psychological conditioning, and modern civilization reinforces it everywhere. Productivity culture praises exhaustion openly. Busy people are treated as important people. Overworking becomes status. Burnout gets reframed as dedication. People brag about how little sleep they get, like self-destruction became evidence of worth. Meanwhile, rest gets treated suspiciously. Lazy, unmotivated, unproductive, falling behind. So people learn very early that slowing down threatens identity itself, especially in cultures where self-worth becomes tightly connected to achievement. Children absorb this before they fully understand what is happening. Good grades receive praise. Constant effort receives validation. Productivity receives approval. Then adulthood intensifies the pressure dramatically through careers, competition, financial survival, and endless comparison online. Eventually, many people stop asking what their nervous system actually needs. They ask what they still have left to prove. That creates chronic internal tension because the human body never stops requiring recovery no matter how ambitious civilization becomes. The nervous system still needs sleep, stillness, silence, emotional decompression, mental recovery, physical restoration. Ignoring those needs does not eliminate them. It simply forces the body to absorb more stress until consequences appear later through anxiety, exhaustion, burnout, irritability, emotional numbness, or collapse. And modern life makes this worse because work no longer has clear boundaries. Historically, many forms of labor ended physically at some point. Workplaces existed separately from home life. Now technology allows productivity to follow people everywhere. Emails at night, notifications during dinner, work messages during weekends, endless accessibility. The nervous system rarely feels fully off duty anymore. That creates a terrifying psychological condition where people are physically resting while mentally remaining in a state of low-level activation constantly. The body never fully recovers, and because civilization glorifies non-stop output, many people interpret their exhaustion as personal weakness instead of environmental overload. One fascinating thing researchers discovered is that chronic stress and overwork can actually reduce productivity and cognitive performance over time. The brain functions worse without recovery. Attention weakens, emotional regulation declines, creativity suffers, decision-making worsens. In other words, treating rest like wasted time often damages the very productivity people are trying to maximize. But modern culture struggles to accept that because civilization became emotionally addicted to acceleration. Faster, more, always improving, always available, always achieving. Rest interrupts that momentum, so people feel guilty for needing what their biology still requires. There is also something emotionally deeper underneath this fear of rest. Stillness creates self-awareness. When activity stops, thoughts and feelings become harder to avoid. Anxiety surfaces, loneliness surfaces, uncertainty surfaces, exhaustion becomes visible. Many people stay busy partly because business protects them from emotional confrontation. As long as there is another task, another goal, another obligation, they never have to sit fully with themselves. So productivity becomes emotional escape disguised as responsibility. Civilization rewards that escape because productive people keep systems running efficiently. But internally, many become deeply disconnected from peace. Some people genuinely do not remember how to rest without guilt anymore. They need distractions during breaks because pure rest feels emotionally unsafe. Silence feels wasteful. Leisure feels undeserved. The nervous system remains braced for obligation constantly. That is not resilience. That is survival mode normalized over time. And perhaps the saddest part is how people postpone rest endlessly, waiting for some imaginary moment when they will finally deserve it completely. After this project, after more success, after more money, after more progress, after everything is handled. But life keeps generating new demands continuously. The finish line moves forever. So many people spend years denying themselves recovery, while their nervous systems quietly deteriorate underneath achievement. Then, eventually, the body forces rest through burnout, illness, emotional collapse, anxiety disorders, or chronic exhaustion, because biology always wins eventually. The human organism cannot be optimized endlessly without consequence. Nature itself demonstrates this everywhere. Animals rest without guilt. Trees cycle through seasons naturally. The body heals during stillness. Even the heart itself depends on rhythmic contraction and release. Nothing living sustains non-stop output indefinitely. Except modern civilization keeps trying to convince human beings they should. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is making people feel like they must justify their humanity through constant productivity before allowing themselves the basic biological permission to simply stop and recover. Eating without ever feeling truly hungry. There are people now who eat entire meals without ever feeling actual hunger first. Not because they are starving, not because their body asked for fuel, just because it is lunchtime, or because food is nearby, or because they are bored, or stressed, or tired, or emotionally overwhelmed. Civilization accidentally created a world where many human beings became disconnected from one of the most basic biological signals they have. Real hunger. That sounds small until you realize how deeply strange it actually is. For most of human history, hunger was impossible to ignore. Human beings lived in direct relationship with appetite because food required effort, scarcity existed constantly, and eating happened in response to physical need far more often than emotional habit. Now food exists everywhere all the time. Gas stations, offices, phones delivering meals instantly, advertisements engineered to trigger cravings constantly, snacks within arm's reach nearly every waking hour. The body evolved for scarcity. Civilization built abundance, and the nervous system has been trying to adapt ever since. One of the strangest consequences is that many people no longer know the difference between physical hunger and emotional discomfort. Stress feels like hunger. Boredom feels like hunger. Loneliness feels like hunger. Anxiety feels like hunger. Exhaustion feels like hunger, because modern food environments trained the brain to associate eating with emotional regulation just as much as biological nourishment. And companies understand this extremely well. Food is no longer sold only as survival. It is sold as comfort, reward, escape, pleasure relief, connection, entertainment. Think about how often people say things like "I deserve this after a hard day," or "I need comfort food," or "I am stress eating again." Those phrases reveal something important. Eating became emotionally symbolic in modern civilization. And once food starts functioning emotionally, hunger becomes harder to recognize accurately. The body sends one signal, the mind interprets another. That confusion grows slowly over time. Many people eat according to schedules instead of bodily awareness. Breakfast because the clock says morning. Lunch because everyone else is eating. Snacks because something is available. Dessert because dinner ended. The body's actual hunger cues become secondary to routine, convenience, and stimulation. Then eventually people stop noticing internal signals clearly at all. One fascinating thing researchers found is that modern food environments can override natural appetite regulation systems dramatically. Highly processed foods engineered for maximum flavor, sugar, fat, and salt activate reward pathways intensely. The brain responds powerfully because these combinations were historically rare in nature. Evolution prepared humans to seek calorie-dense foods aggressively during scarcity. Now civilization offers hyper-stimulating foods constantly without scarcity. The nervous system keeps responding exactly as it evolved to. That creates a psychological problem beyond simple nutrition. People begin chasing stimulation through eating, not nourishment. Stimulation. A bag of chips is not just calories. It is crunch, salt, dopamine, distraction, sensory reward. Fast food is not just convenience. It is emotional familiarity, instant gratification, temporary comfort. The body may not need fuel at all, but the nervous system still craves relief, stimulation, or soothing. And food provides that quickly. Especially in overstressed societies, modern life keeps people chronically anxious, overstimulated, emotionally exhausted, sleep-deprived, and disconnected from slower rhythms. Under those conditions, the brain naturally seeks easy reward opportunities to regulate itself. Food becomes one of the fastest available emotional tools. Feeling stressed? Eat something. Feeling empty? Snack. Feeling mentally drained? Order comfort food. Feeling bored? Open the fridge again, even though nothing changed since the last time. People laugh about these behaviors constantly because they became culturally normal. But underneath the humor is something revealing. Human beings increasingly eat not because the body requires nourishment, but because the nervous system is searching for emotional management. That changes the relationship with hunger itself. True physical hunger is usually gradual, calm, clear. The body slowly asks for energy, but emotional eating often feels urgent, restless, specific. Cravings appear suddenly. People want stimulation more than sustenance. Yet many never learn to distinguish those signals because civilization surrounds them with constant eating opportunities from childhood onward. Children especially grow up inside environments where food is attached to emotion everywhere. Reward celebrations, comfort, distraction, entertainment. Even boredom gets solved with snacks. Then adulthood continues the cycle. Work stress leads to takeout. Loneliness leads to late-night eating. Exhaustion leads to sugar and caffeine. The body becomes emotionally negotiated through food constantly. There is also something deeply unnatural about how disconnected people became from the physical process of eating itself. Historically, meals required attention and time. Preparing food, sharing food, experiencing hunger before eating, feeling satisfaction afterward. Now many people eat while barely noticing they are eating. Scrolling, driving, working, watching videos, multitasking constantly. Attention leaves the body entirely. That matters because awareness plays a huge role in appetite regulation. Studies suggest distracted eating can reduce satisfaction and increase overeating because the brain does not fully register the experience properly. In simple terms, people consume food without truly experiencing nourishment psychologically. The meal disappears almost unconsciously. Then hunger signals become even harder to interpret later. Modern civilization also normalized permanent availability. Human beings can now access calorie-dense food nearly 24 hours a day with almost no effort. The nervous system never evolved for that environment. Historically, hunger contained natural pauses and limitations. The body expected periods without food. Now many people panic slightly at even mild hunger sensations because civilization trained them to eliminate discomfort instantly. But hunger itself is not inherently dangerous. It is information, the body communicating need. Yet many modern humans rarely allow themselves to experience clear hunger signals long enough to recognize them fully anymore. Everything becomes immediate consumption instead, and perhaps the saddest part is how emotionally disconnected eating often feels now. Food once carried deep social and sensory meaning. Families gathering, slow meals, seasonal rhythms, physical awareness, gratitude, presence. Modern eating often feels mechanical, fast, distracted, emotionally loaded, commercialized. People consume enormous amounts while still feeling strangely unsatisfied afterward because emotional hunger and biological hunger are not the same thing. The stomach can feel full while the nervous system still feels empty, and civilization keeps offering more consumption as the solution to that emptiness. More snacks, more cravings, more stimulation, more convenience. Meanwhile, the deeper emotional needs underneath often remain untouched: connection, rest, peace, meaning, slowness, presence. The body keeps trying to communicate honestly through hunger and fullness signals. But modern environments drown those signals beneath constant stimulation and emotional eating patterns. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to eat constantly while slowly forgetting what genuine hunger even feels like anymore. Trusting algorithms more than instincts. There are people now who trust an app more than their own body. They trust recommendation systems to tell them what to watch, where to eat, who to date, what route to drive, what music to enjoy, what news matters, what products to buy, even sometimes what emotions they should pay attention to. And slowly, almost invisibly, something profound started happening. human beings began outsourcing instinct itself. Not intelligence. Instinct. That ancient inner process that once guided attention, judgment, curiosity, caution, attraction, and decision-making through direct lived experience. Civilization created systems so powerful, so personalized, and so constantly available that many people now second-guess their own perceptions unless an algorithm confirms them first. That is one of the strangest psychological shifts of modern life. For most of human history, human beings survived by learning to trust internal signals. Intuition mattered because reality had to be interpreted directly. People relied on memory, observation, emotional awareness, social reading, environmental cues, and personal experience constantly. Now algorithms increasingly mediate reality before people even encounter it. What you see online is filtered. What you buy is recommended. What you believe is influenced by engagement systems. What you consume is predicted before you consciously choose it. And because these systems are often incredibly convenient, people gradually stop exercising certain forms of independent judgment as actively as they once did. At first, this feels harmless. Recommendations save time. Navigation apps reduce stress. Streaming platforms simplify choices. Dating apps organize possibilities. The problem is not the existence of tools. The problem is what happens psychologically when external systems become trusted more consistently than internal awareness. You can see this behavior everywhere now. Someone ignores their own exhaustion because productivity culture says they should keep going. Someone stays in a relationship that feels wrong because online advice convinced them their instincts are irrational. Someone chooses restaurants based entirely on ratings instead of curiosity. Someone feels uncertain about what music they genuinely enjoy until they see what algorithms suggest for them. Even personal identity starts becoming algorithmically shaped. The feed learns what captures attention, then it feeds more of it back. Slowly, preferences, beliefs, fears, desires, and emotional patterns get reinforced externally through systems optimized for engagement instead of truth or well-being. And the nervous system adapts frighteningly fast. One fascinating thing about algorithms is that they create the illusion of certainty. Numbers feel objective. Ratings feel reliable. Recommendations feel informed. Data feels smarter than emotion. So people increasingly defer to systems because systems appear more rational than instinct. But human instinct evolved for reasons too. Not perfect reasons. Not infallible reasons, but deeply biological ones. The body notices patterns beneath conscious awareness constantly. Emotional discomfort, social tension, fatigue, danger, attraction, curiosity, unease. Human intuition often functions as compressed experience operating below language. Yet modern civilization increasingly teaches people to distrust those signals while trusting digital systems instead. That changes self-relationship profoundly. Someone feels emotionally drained after scrolling for hours, but continues because the algorithm keeps serving compelling content. Someone ignores bodily hunger and fullness cues because calorie tracking apps feel more authoritative than physical sensation. Someone feels anxious after consuming certain information repeatedly, but assumes the algorithm must know what is important. The external system starts overriding internal awareness. And over time, people lose confidence in their own judgment. That is one of the hidden psychological costs of hyper-personalized technology. The more systems predict behavior successfully, the more humans start seeing themselves through predictive frameworks too. You liked this before. People similar to you choose this. Based on your behavior, here is what you should want next. That sounds convenient, but it subtly narrows human possibility. Because instinct is messy, exploratory, unpredictable. Humans historically discovered parts of themselves accidentally through wandering, boredom, curiosity, and direct experience. Algorithms reduce wandering by constantly optimizing choices around previous behavior patterns. The system learns who you were yesterday and keeps feeding versions of that back to you tomorrow. That can create psychological loops where people stop exploring beyond what algorithms already predict they will engage with. And because convenience feels good, most people barely notice this happening. One of the strangest examples is navigation technology. Many people now follow GPS directions blindly even when local intuition suggests something feels wrong. There are countless stories of drivers ending up lost, trapped, or absurdly misdirected because they trusted the algorithm over obvious reality directly in front of them. That is symbolic of something much bigger. Civilization increasingly conditions people to defer outward instead of inward. And outward systems feel safer because they remove responsibility temporarily. If the algorithm chose badly, it feels less personal than trusting your own uncertain judgment. But uncertainty is part of being human. Instinct develops through engagement with uncertainty directly. There is also something emotionally dangerous about allowing algorithms to shape perception continuously. These systems are not neutral observers. They optimize for engagement, retention, clicks, emotional activation, and profit. That means the information reaching people often reflects what captures attention best, not necessarily what nourishes mental health or supports accurate understanding. Outrage spreads fast, fear spreads fast, comparison spreads fast, polarization spreads fast, and because algorithms learn emotional responsiveness, they increasingly feed people content that keeps them psychologically reactive. The nervous system becomes easier to manipulate under those conditions. Not because humans are stupid, because the systems are designed to study and exploit attention patterns at massive scale. That creates a world where people can slowly drift away from their own instincts without realizing it. Someone feels emotionally worse after certain online habits, but keeps following algorithmic momentum anyway. Someone senses they need rest, but keeps consuming productivity content, telling them to push harder. Someone intuitively knows constant comparison is damaging, but keeps scrolling because the system keeps offering more. The inner voice grows quieter beneath external guidance systems constantly competing for attention. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people now experience instinct itself as unreliable simply because civilization trained them to privilege data over felt experience in almost every domain. But the body still carries intelligence no algorithm fully understands. The nervous system still recognizes emotional safety, still recognizes exhaustion, still recognizes authenticity, still recognizes loneliness, still recognizes wonder. Human intuition may not always be correct, but disconnecting from it completely creates a strange emptiness where people become highly informed externally while deeply disconnected internally. That is why so many modern humans feel lost despite having endless information available instantly. Information alone cannot replace self-trust, and self-trust weakens every time external systems consistently override direct human experience. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to rely so heavily on predictive machines that they slowly stopped listening to the ancient biological guidance systems inside themselves that once helped them navigate life long before algorithms ever existed. Developing shorter attention spans, Human beings now struggle to watch a 2-minute video without checking something else halfway through. That would have sounded insane not very long ago, but now people pause movies to scroll through other content while the movie is still playing. They watch videos at double speed because normal speech feels too slow. They read half an article, open 3 more tabs, forget why they opened them, then grab their phone before finishing any of it. Attention itself has started breaking apart, and civilization accidentally engineered almost every condition necessary to make that happen. For most of human history, the human brain existed in environments with far less competition for focus. People could sit with one task, one conversation, one environment for long stretches without hundreds of systems fighting aggressively for their attention every waking second. Now attention became one of the most valuable resources on Earth. Entire industries compete for it constantly. Apps, platforms, advertisements, notifications, videos, algorithms, every company trying to capture and hold human focus for just a little longer, because attention now translates directly into profit. The nervous system is trapped inside that competition all day long, and it is changing the way people think. One of the biggest misunderstandings about attention spans is that people assume humans suddenly became weaker mentally somehow. But the issue is not simply lack of discipline. The issue is conditioning. The brain adapts to environments, and modern digital environments train the brain for speed, novelty, interruption, and constant stimulation. Every scroll offers something new. Every notification interrupts thought. Every platform rewards quick emotional reactions. The nervous system starts expecting rapid changes constantly because rapid changes become normal. Then slower experiences begin feeling strangely difficult. Books feel harder to finish. Long conversations feel demanding. Quiet reflection feels uncomfortable. Studying feels painful. Even moments of stillness start triggering the urge for stimulation automatically. That is not random. That is adaptation. Neuroscientists studying attention found that highly stimulating digital environments can reinforce rapid task switching behaviors. The brain becomes trained to scan rather than sustain. Instead of deeply focusing, attention jumps continuously between inputs looking for novelty and reward. And novelty is extremely powerful neurologically. Every unexpected piece of information creates tiny bursts of dopamine anticipation. The brain starts craving those micro rewards repeatedly. Social media platforms understand this perfectly. Infinite scrolling systems, autoplay videos, algorithmic feeds, short-form content, all designed to keep attention moving continuously from one stimulus to the next. The problem is that the nervous system eventually struggles to tolerate anything that does not provide the same level of stimulation intensity. Reality itself begins feeling slower than the brain expects. That changes behavior everywhere. Someone sits down to read and suddenly feels restless within minutes. Someone listens to another person speak but mentally checks out halfway through because the pace feels too slow. Someone cannot focus on one task without simultaneously checking messages, notifications, or multiple tabs. Attention fragments into smaller and smaller pieces, and fragmented attention changes emotional experience too, because deep focus is connected to satisfaction in ways many people do not realize. Some of the most meaningful human experiences require sustained attention. Real conversations, creativity, learning, emotional intimacy, reflection, mastery, presence. The nervous system needs enough uninterrupted focus to fully immerse itself. But modern civilization increasingly trains people away from immersion, toward interruption instead. That creates a strange contradiction where people consume enormous amounts of information while struggling to feel mentally fulfilled by any of it, because consumption and absorption are not the same thing. Someone can scroll for 5 hours and retain almost nothing emotionally meaningful afterward. The brain becomes overstimulated but undernourished. One fascinating study found that even the mere presence of a smartphone nearby can reduce available cognitive capacity, because part of the brain remains aware of possible interruptions subconsciously. In other words, attention no longer fully belongs to the present moment even when no notification arrives. Part of the nervous system stays waiting, monitoring, expecting. That low-level vigilance quietly drains mental energy over time, and civilization normalized this so completely that many people now feel anxious when forced into sustained focus instead of relieved by it. Silence feels uncomfortable. One task feels insufficient. Slow thinking feels frustrating. The brain begins craving interruption the way overstimulated taste buds crave stronger flavors after too much processed food. Attention tolerance weakens gradually. Children especially reveal how serious this shift may become long-term. Young nervous systems now grow up inside environments saturated with rapid stimulation from the beginning. Short videos, fast edits, constant notifications, interactive screens demanding immediate response. Developing brains adapt accordingly. Then traditional learning environments suddenly feel painfully slow by comparison. That is not because children are inherently broken. It is because attention systems are highly shaped by environmental conditions, and modern civilization built environments optimized for capturing attention, not protecting it. There is also something emotionally revealing underneath constant distraction. Deep attention often leads to self-awareness. When focus stabilizes long enough, people begin noticing thoughts, feelings, fears, loneliness, uncertainty, or emotional tension they normally outrun through stimulation. Interruption protects people from that confrontation temporarily. As long as attention keeps moving, the mind never settles deeply enough to fully process what is happening internally. So distraction becomes emotional avoidance disguised as entertainment, and modern systems profit enormously from maintaining that cycle. Because sustained attention is economically inconvenient for many platforms. A deeply focused person is harder to interrupt, harder to manipulate, harder to keep endlessly consuming fragmented content. So civilization increasingly rewards fractured attention instead. Quick reactions, fast scrolling, short clips, surface engagement. Meanwhile, the nervous system quietly loses some ability to remain peacefully immersed in slower forms of experience. That has consequences beyond productivity too. Relationships suffer when attention fragments constantly. People half listen during conversations, check phones during meals, struggle to remain mentally present. Emotional connection weakens because connection requires sustained awareness. Even memory changes under these conditions. Constant task switching can reduce deeper encoding of information because the brain rarely stays with one thing long enough for strong consolidation. Experiences blur together more easily. Thoughts remain unfinished. Reflection disappears beneath endless input. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people already feel this happening inside themselves. They notice they cannot focus like they used to. They feel mentally restless. Reading feels harder. Silence feels heavier. Attention slips away faster than before. But civilization keeps accelerating the exact systems causing the problem. More stimulation, more notifications, more content, more speed, more competition for awareness. The nervous system keeps adapting because adaptation is what human brains do. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is training human beings to consume endless fragments of information so rapidly that many slowly lost the ability to stay fully present with anything long enough to experience it deeply anymore. Feeling busy even when doing nothing important. There are people who collapse into bed exhausted every night and still cannot explain what they actually did all day. Not because they were lazy, not because they avoided responsibility, but because modern life creates a strange kind of exhaustion that feels productive without always producing anything meaningful. That is one of the most psychologically confusing behaviors civilization accidentally created. People feel constantly busy while simultaneously feeling strangely unfulfilled. The calendar stays full, notifications never stop, tasks pile endlessly. Emails, messages, updates, scrolling, errands, appointments, multitasking, digital clutter. The nervous system remains active all day long. Yet beneath all the movement, many people quietly feel like nothing truly important happened. And that feeling is difficult to explain unless you understand how civilization changed the meaning of activity itself. For most of human history, effort was tied more directly to tangible outcomes. People could physically see the results of labor: food gathered, shelter built, crops planted, objects repaired, tasks completed in ways the body could recognize concretely. Now, enormous amounts of human effort happen inside invisible cognitive environments: tabs, messages, meetings, notifications, administrative loops, tiny fragmented obligations scattered endlessly across the day. The brain works constantly, but often without emotional closure. That creates a strange psychological effect where the nervous system feels overloaded even when very little deeply meaningful progress occurred. You can feel this happening in ordinary life now. Someone spends 12 hours switching between apps, answering messages, checking updates, reacting to information, attending meetings, responding to notifications, handling small digital problems, and by the end of the day feels mentally destroyed. But if you ask what truly mattered from those 12 hours, the answer becomes strangely unclear. Modern civilization filled human attention with endless micro-demands, tiny cognitive interruptions everywhere. And interruptions consume energy. One fascinating thing researchers discovered is that task switching itself carries mental costs. Every time attention shifts between activities, the brain expends cognitive resources reorienting itself. Constant interruption creates mental fatigue, even if no single task is particularly difficult. In other words, people can become exhausted from fragmentation itself, not necessarily from meaningful effort. That distinction matters enormously, because fragmented business creates the sensation of productivity without always creating the satisfaction of purposeful engagement. The nervous system stays activated continuously, but attention rarely settles deeply enough into one meaningful direction. So people end the day feeling both overstimulated and oddly empty at the same time. Civilization accelerated this problem dramatically through technology. Before constant connectivity, many tasks had natural boundaries. Work ended more clearly. Communication paused naturally. Information arrived slower. Now modern humans exist inside permanent streams of incoming demands: texts, emails, updates, alerts, news, social feeds. The brain never fully powers down from potential responsibility. Even resting feels mentally crowded because attention remains partially occupied by unfinished loops. I still need to answer that message. I forgot that email. I should check that notification. I need to update that thing. Tiny obligations accumulate psychologically like background noise until the nervous system starts interpreting constant mental activation as normal life. And because everyone else lives similarly, people mistake chronic cognitive overload for importance. Busy becomes identity. Someone asks how life is going and the automatic answer becomes busy, almost proudly sometimes, as if exhaustion itself proves significance. But many forms of modern business are not actually meaningful engagement. They are reactive attention patterns created by systems competing for human focus constantly. That is a huge difference. A person can spend an entire day reacting without truly directing their attention intentionally even once. And reaction feels tiring because the nervous system remains externally controlled all day long. There is also something emotionally revealing about why business became so addictive psychologically. Business creates the feeling of momentum. As long as people stay occupied, they temporarily avoid confronting deeper questions. Am I fulfilled? Am I lonely? Am I happy? Does this life actually feel meaningful? Constant activity protects people from stillness where those questions might surface. So civilization rewards nonstop engagement everywhere. More tasks, more goals, more productivity systems, more notifications, more optimization. Meanwhile, many people quietly lose touch with the difference between meaningful effort and endless mental occupation. One of the strangest examples is how people now multitask constantly while accomplishing less deeply satisfying work. Someone listens to a podcast while checking messages during a meeting, while scrolling social media between emails. Attention becomes sliced into fragments too small for deep immersion, and immersion matters psychologically. Human beings often feel most fulfilled not when doing the most things, but when fully absorbed in one meaningful thing. Artists feel it while creating. Athletes feel it while performing. Writers feel it while immersed in thought. Friends feel it during deep conversation. The nervous system craves states of coherent attention, but modern civilization increasingly trains people toward fractured attention instead. That creates emotional fatigue without fulfillment. Another hidden layer underneath all this is that modern business often lacks visible completion. Historically, many tasks ended physically. The field was planted. The object was repaired, the journey finished. The body recognized completion. Now many forms of labor remain psychologically open forever. Infinite inboxes, infinite feeds, infinite updates, infinite work cycles. The brain struggles to feel done because the systems themselves never truly stop generating new inputs. So people remain mentally braced continuously. That ongoing activation slowly drains emotional energy. And because technology allows constant access to everything, people feel guilty whenever they are not responding, checking, updating, or optimizing something. The possibility of doing more never disappears. That creates low-level anxiety constantly humming beneath ordinary life. Even leisure becomes contaminated by this pressure. Someone watches television while checking work messages. Someone spends time with family while monitoring notifications secretly. Someone takes a vacation but keeps thinking about unfinished tasks. The nervous system rarely experiences complete psychological presence anymore. Everything competes simultaneously, and perhaps the saddest part is how many people slowly mistake exhaustion for accomplishment. They assume feeling overwhelmed means they must be doing something valuable. But activity and meaning are not the same thing. Movement and purpose are not the same thing. A spinning wheel moves constantly too. That does not mean it is going anywhere important. Modern civilization became incredibly efficient at filling human attention with endless stimulation, obligations, and cognitive maintenance tasks. The brain stays occupied from morning until sleep, yet many still feel emotionally undernourished because the nervous system does not only need occupation, it needs direction, presence, meaning, depth, connection. And those things often require slowing down enough to notice what actually matters beneath all the noise. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is making human beings feel perpetually exhausted from managing endless streams of small, meaningless demands, while convincing them that constant mental occupation somehow counts as a meaningful life. Replacing community with convenience. There was a time when needing other people was built directly into daily life. Not emotionally, practically. You knew neighbors because you depended on them. You saw familiar faces regularly because communities functioned through repeated physical interaction. Borrowing tools, sharing meals, watching each other's children, helping during illness, gathering during celebrations, solving problems together. Human beings survived through networks of mutual reliance. Now civilization increasingly replaces human dependence with convenience systems instead. Food gets delivered. Entertainment streams instantly. Groceries arrive without speaking to anyone. Work happens remotely. Self-checkout replaces conversation. Apps replace local knowledge. Algorithms replace recommendations from actual humans. And on the surface, this all feels incredibly efficient. Until people start realizing they have never been more connected technologically while feeling more socially isolated psychologically. That is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. Human beings slowly traded community for convenience without fully understanding what was being lost in the exchange. Because community was never just about efficiency. In fact, community is often inefficient. It takes time, patience, awkwardness, reciprocity, showing up physically, helping people even when it is inconvenient. But those repeated interactions created something modern convenience systems cannot fully replicate: belonging. The human nervous system evolved inside tribes, villages, families, and tightly connected social groups. For most of history, isolation was dangerous. Survival depended on social bonds. The brain adapted accordingly. Human beings became emotionally wired for connection because connection protected life itself. Then civilization became advanced enough to reduce the practical necessity of other people dramatically. At first, that sounded like freedom, and in many ways it was. People gained independence, mobility, privacy, autonomy. But something unexpected happened too. The less people needed each other practically, the easier it became for social bonds to weaken quietly over time. You can see this everywhere now. People live next to neighbors whose names they do not know. Entire apartment buildings full of strangers sharing walls but never speaking. Someone can order food, groceries, entertainment, transportation, and almost every daily necessity without meaningful human interaction for days. Modern life became astonishingly frictionless and emotionally lonely because convenience removes interaction, but interaction was often where community naturally formed. Tiny repeated moments mattered more than people realized. Conversations at local stores, recognizing familiar faces, running into neighbors, shared routines, small favors, casual gatherings. Human relationships often deepen through ordinary repetition, not dramatic emotional events. But modern civilization increasingly optimizes ordinary life to eliminate friction and speed everything up. The problem is that human connection often lives inside the friction. One fascinating psychological insight is that belonging usually grows through consistent low-stakes interaction over time, not necessarily deep confessions immediately, just repeated exposure, familiarity, shared environments, small moments accumulating gradually. Civilization accidentally disrupted many of those natural social structures. Now people spend huge portions of life moving between isolated bubbles, cars, apartments, headphones, screens, private entertainment systems, remote communication replacing physical presence. The nervous system receives less casual social nourishment than humans historically evolved with, and loneliness rises even while digital communication increases. That contradiction confuses many people. How can humans be more connected than ever while feeling more alone? Because communication and community are not the same thing. A person can exchange messages all day and still lack genuine belonging. Community involves mutual presence, shared responsibility, physical reality, being known consistently over time, and modern convenience systems often reduce the need for those things. Even public spaces changed psychologically. Many environments once designed for gathering now prioritize speed and efficiency instead. People move quickly. Interactions become transactional. Technology minimizes human contact wherever possible because faster systems are considered better systems economically. But emotionally, faster is not always healthier. The nervous system still needs warmth, familiarity, recognition, and social trust, and those things cannot be fully automated. There is also something emotionally revealing about why convenience became so attractive. Human relationships can be difficult. People disappoint each other. Conversations become awkward. Communities create obligations. Helping others requires effort. Social life contains unpredictability and compromise. Convenience removes those complications. Apps do not judge you. Delivery services do not require emotional investment. Streaming platforms never demand reciprocity. Algorithms personalize experiences without conflict. The modern world increasingly offers human being systems that provide services without requiring social vulnerability. That feels easier. But easier is not always fulfilling. One reason loneliness feels so painful biologically is because the human brain interprets prolonged social isolation as a survival threat. Studies show chronic loneliness can affect stress hormones, inflammation, sleep quality, emotional regulation, and even physical health outcomes. The body still expects social connection because evolution never prepared humans for highly individualized technological lifestyles. Yet modern civilization increasingly normalizes social isolation as independence. Someone spends most evenings alone consuming content. Someone works remotely without meaningful physical interaction for weeks. Someone moves frequently and loses long-term community ties repeatedly. Someone feels uncomfortable initiating conversations because social muscles weaken without practice. And eventually many people begin craving connection while simultaneously struggling to tolerate the effort real connection requires. That is a painful paradox, especially because community itself often forms through inconvenience. Helping neighbors move, attending local gatherings, waiting together, sharing responsibilities, repeated physical presence. All the messy, inefficient parts of human interaction modern systems increasingly eliminate. Even friendship changed under these conditions. Many adult friendships now struggle because modern schedules optimize around productivity and convenience rather than sustained communal life. People must intentionally schedule interactions that once happened naturally through shared daily existence. And intentional connection often feels harder because the nervous system is exhausted already from modern life. So isolation deepens gradually, not dramatically, quietly. One skipped invitation at a time, one evening alone with screens at a time, one delivery order instead of shared experience at a time. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people now mistake independence for emotional self-sufficiency. They assume needing community means weakness because civilization glorifies autonomy constantly. But humans are not designed to thrive alone indefinitely. The nervous system still longs for familiar faces, shared laughter, mutual care, physical presence, being recognized, being missed. Being part of something larger than individual survival, convenience can deliver products incredibly efficiently. It cannot fully deliver belonging. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing human beings to optimize away the very social interdependence their minds and bodies still desperately need in order to feel fully alive. Becoming uncomfortable with face-to-face conflict, modern human beings can argue with strangers online for 6 straight hours and still feel terrified making one uncomfortable phone call. That contradiction says something important about civilization. People have never had more opportunities to express opinions publicly, debate constantly, criticize openly, and react instantly. Yet at the exact same time, many became deeply uncomfortable with direct face-to-face conflict in real life. Not violence, not aggression, just ordinary human confrontation, difficult conversations, awkward honesty, disagreement spoken directly to another person sitting right in front of you. Civilization accidentally created a world where communication became constant while emotional confrontation became increasingly avoidable. And avoidance changes people psychologically. For most of human history, human interaction happened physically. Conflict happened physically too. If there was tension inside families, friendships, villages, workplaces, or relationships, people had to navigate it through direct social presence. Tone mattered. Facial expressions mattered. Immediate emotional feedback mattered. The nervous system evolved around those conditions. Now enormous amounts of communication happen through screens instead. Texts, comments, emails, voice notes, indirect messaging. Social media posts aimed at people without actually speaking to them directly. And while digital communication made connection faster, it also changed the emotional structure of confrontation itself. Because screens create distance. Distance lowers emotional risk temporarily. A person can type things they would struggle to say face to face because they do not have to witness immediate emotional reactions physically. No trembling voice, no uncomfortable silence, no eye contact, no visible hurt, no nervous system synchronization happening in real time. The body stays protected from the full emotional intensity of direct human confrontation. That changes behavior dramatically. One fascinating thing psychologists understand about face-to-face interaction is that human nervous systems regulate each other constantly through nonverbal signals. Eye contact, tone, posture, facial expression, breathing patterns. These signals shape empathy, restraint, emotional awareness, and social sensitivity automatically. Digital communication strips much of that away, and without those regulating signals, people often become simultaneously more reactive online and more avoidant offline. That is the strange paradox modern civilization created. People became emotionally louder at a distance while becoming emotionally less practiced at direct interpersonal discomfort up close. You can see this everywhere now. Someone sends a long passive-aggressive text instead of having a conversation. Someone ghosts a friendship because explaining their feelings feels too uncomfortable. Someone posts indirect emotional messages online hoping specific people will notice instead of speaking honestly. Someone avoids difficult conversations for months while anxiety quietly builds underneath. Conflict itself starts feeling overwhelming because the nervous system loses practice tolerating real-time emotional tension. And emotional tolerance works like a muscle. Avoidance weakens it. Civilization increasingly rewards avoidance because technology makes avoidance easier than ever before. Do not want confrontation. Ignore the message. Mute the person. Block them. Disappear. Delay the response indefinitely. Historically, many social situations required resolution because people physically shared environments continuously. Families, workplaces, communities, neighborhoods. Humans had fewer opportunities to vanish from discomfort instantly. Now disappearance became normalized. And while that sometimes protects people from genuinely harmful situations, it also reduces opportunities to build emotional resilience through ordinary human conflict resolution. The result is a society where many people feel enormous anxiety around direct confrontation, even when the conflict itself is relatively manageable, because the nervous system interprets unpracticed emotional discomfort as danger. There is also something emotionally revealing about why modern people avoid face-to-face conflict so intensely. Direct confrontation creates vulnerability. You risk rejection, misunderstanding, emotional exposure. You must tolerate uncertainty in real time without editing or controlling perception carefully. Digital communication offers more control. You can rewrite messages, delay responses, curate wording, avoid immediate reactions. That feels safer psychologically, but safety and emotional growth are not always the same thing. Some of the most important human experiences require tolerating discomfort directly, setting boundaries, apologizing sincerely, expressing disappointment, telling the truth, navigating disagreement respectfully, repairing damaged trust. These things shape emotional maturity profoundly. Yet civilization increasingly funnels communication into formats that reduce emotional immediacy and interpersonal friction. At first, this seems efficient, but emotionally, something important gets lost. One of the saddest examples is how many relationships now deteriorate through avoidance rather than honest confrontation. Instead of difficult conversations, people slowly withdraw emotionally. Replies become shorter. Distance grows silently. Resentment builds privately. Then eventually connection collapses without either person fully understanding what happened. Not because the conflict itself was impossible, because confrontation skills weakened. And modern culture rarely teaches those skills intentionally anymore. Children especially grow up inside environments saturated with digital communication while receiving fewer opportunities to practice nuanced face-to-face emotional negotiation consistently. That affects development deeply. Reading tone, handling disagreement, regulating emotions during tension, tolerating awkwardness, repairing misunderstandings. These are learned interpersonal skills. Without practice, they become harder. Meanwhile, online environments often reward emotional extremes instead of thoughtful conflict resolution. Outrage spreads faster than nuance. Quick reactions outperform careful dialogue. Public performance replaces private understanding. So people become simultaneously overstimulated by conflict online and underprepared for conflict offline. That combination creates emotional fragility around ordinary disagreement. There is another strange psychological effect too. Face-to-face conflict humanizes people automatically. Seeing another nervous system directly activates empathy more naturally. It becomes harder to flatten someone into an abstract enemy when their expressions, voice, hesitation, sadness, or humanity exist physically in front of you. Digital distance weakens some of those natural empathic breaks. That partly explains why online interactions often become harsher while in-person conversations remain more restrained. The body responds differently to physical human presence. But modern civilization increasingly shifts emotional life into environments where those regulating mechanisms weaken. And perhaps the saddest part is how much unnecessary suffering grows from avoided conversations. Friendships end quietly. Families drift apart. Relationships decay slowly. Work tensions intensify silently. People carry unresolved resentment, confusion, guilt, and anxiety simply because direct emotional honesty now feels terrifyingly uncomfortable to nervous systems conditioned for mediated communication. Meanwhile, the irony is that most meaningful human connection still depends on the exact skills civilization increasingly avoids: honesty, presence, listening, discomfort tolerance, direct communication, emotional courage, not performance, not curated messaging, not disappearing silently. Real connection requires risking awkwardness sometimes. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to communicate constantly through screens while quietly losing the ability to sit across from another person and handle uncomfortable emotions together face to face. Turning identity into personal branding. There was a time when identity developed slowly and privately. People became who they were through lived experience, relationships, mistakes, work, beliefs, memories, values, and time. Most of that process happened internally or inside small communities. You did not constantly announce who you were to the world. You simply existed long enough for identity to form naturally. Now many people feel pressure to package themselves continuously, not just express themselves, package themselves. Civilization accidentally turned human identity into something closer to branding. And once you notice it, you cannot unsee it. People talk about building their image, curating their presence, growing their audience, defining their aesthetic, managing perception, creating a personal narrative. Even ordinary individuals now think about themselves using language once reserved mostly for companies, celebrities, and public figures. That shift sounds harmless at first, until you realize how psychologically exhausting it becomes to treat your own existence like an ongoing public relations project, because branding and being human are not the same thing. Brands are consistent. Humans are contradictory. Brands stay polished. Humans are messy. Brands optimize perception. Humans evolve unpredictably. But modern civilization increasingly rewards people for appearing coherent, marketable, visible, and clearly defined online. So identity slowly becomes performance. You can watch this happen everywhere now. Someone starts a hobby and immediately feels pressure to build an online identity around it. Someone changes their appearance partly based on how it fits their personal image. Someone shares opinions not only because they believe them, but because those opinions reinforce the version of themselves they want others to perceive. The self becomes something managed, and management creates tension, because no real human being stays emotionally consistent enough to fit perfectly inside a stable public image forever. Yet modern systems encourage exactly that illusion. Social media accelerated this dramatically. Platforms transformed ordinary people into miniature public figures, constantly visible to audiences both large and small. Suddenly everyone had profiles, feeds, bios, photos, metrics, followers, content strategies, whether they consciously intended to or not. And once identity becomes visible continuously, people start shaping behavior around visibility itself, not always dishonestly, but strategically. How does this look? Does this fit my image? Will people understand this version of me? Am I presenting myself correctly? Those questions quietly reshape identity from the outside inward. One fascinating psychological effect is that people often begin internalizing their own performance over time. A person repeatedly presenting one version of themselves publicly may slowly feel pressure to remain loyal to that version, even when internally changing. Because audiences expect consistency, and consistency creates social safety. That makes evolving publicly feel risky. Someone becomes known as productive, funny, intellectual, successful, spiritual, rebellious, attractive, politically aware, emotionally strong, whatever the identity may be. Then eventually they feel trapped maintaining the performance, because modern civilization ties visibility to validation constantly. The self hardens into a brand, and brands do not easily admit confusion, contradiction, vulnerability, or uncertainty. That creates enormous emotional pressure, especially because real human growth often requires experimentation, privacy, mistakes, and temporary inconsistency. People naturally outgrow old identities throughout life. Interests change, beliefs evolve, emotional states fluctuate. But branding culture subtly discourages visible unpredictability because predictability performs better socially and algorithmically. So people begin editing themselves, not just their photos, themselves. One of the strangest examples is how many people now experience ordinary life, partly through audience awareness constantly. A person travels somewhere beautiful and immediately imagines how it fits their identity online. Someone listens to music while subconsciously evaluating whether it aligns with the image they project. Someone chooses activities, aesthetics, opinions, even humor styles partly through social perception frameworks. The self becomes externally monitored continuously. That is psychologically exhausting because human beings were never designed to maintain permanent self-presentation awareness at this scale. Historically, identity existed within manageable social groups: family, neighbors, local communities. Now audiences can scale infinitely while remaining psychologically real to the nervous system. And audiences change behavior. Studies repeatedly show that people act differently when observed: more self-conscious, more performative, more image-aware. Social media essentially created environments where millions of people feel partially observed all the time, even when alone. That changes self-relationship profoundly. There is also something emotionally sad about reducing identity into marketable traits. Real humans contain contradictions that do not fit neatly into branding language. Someone can be ambitious and exhausted, confident and insecure, loving and selfish, wise and immature in different moments simultaneously. But branding flattens complexity. It rewards simplified identities people can recognize quickly. So civilization increasingly pushes humans toward becoming easier to categorize rather than more fully understood. And because visibility now influences social status, career opportunities, relationships, and belonging, people invest enormous emotional energy maintaining identity performances online, sometimes without even realizing it. One major consequence is emotional disconnection from authenticity itself. If enough attention goes toward managing perception, people slowly lose touch with how they actually feel underneath presentation layers. They become highly skilled at displaying themselves while privately feeling uncertain who they are without the performance. That is why many people feel strangely exhausted after spending too much time online. Constant identity management drains psychological energy. Monitoring perception, curating expression, maintaining consistency, responding to feedback, tracking engagement. The nervous system remains socially vigilant continuously, and social vigilance consumes energy. Another hidden problem is comparison. Once identity becomes visible publicly, people compare entire lifestyles, aesthetics, achievements, personalities, and self-presentations constantly. Someone else always appears more successful, more attractive, more original, more disciplined, more interesting. So people refine the brand harder. More optimization, more curation, more performance. Meanwhile, the gap between public identity and private emotional reality often widens quietly underneath. One fascinating thing about genuinely secure people is that they usually feel less need to constantly perform identity. They can contradict themselves, evolve, disappear temporarily, change interests, look imperfect, and remain psychologically stable because their sense of self is not entirely dependent on external perception. But modern civilization increasingly conditions people toward externalized identity instead. Who are you online? What image do you project? How are you perceived? The self becomes relational to audience feedback constantly, and perhaps the saddest part is how early this now begins. Children grow up inside environments where identity formation happens publicly through metrics, visibility, followers, and online reaction systems before stable internal self-concepts fully develop naturally. That changes development profoundly, because identity becomes less about discovering who you are and more about constructing who performs well socially. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to experience themselves less like evolving people and more like carefully managed brands, constantly competing for recognition, approval, and visibility inside systems that never stop watching. Expecting instant answers to everything, human beings used to live with unanswered questions for years, sometimes forever. You wondered about something, argued about it, thought about it, searched slowly, asked people, reflected, doubted yourself, changed your mind, and gradually built understanding over time. Now someone feels curious for 6 seconds and immediately reaches for a device. Civilization accidentally created a world where uncertainty itself started feeling intolerable. That sounds convenient at first, and in many ways it is. Instant access to information is one of the most powerful tools humans ever created. People can learn almost anything within seconds. Medical knowledge, history, languages, navigation, science, tutorials, communication. Problems that once required enormous effort now disappear instantly through search bars. But psychologically, something strange happened alongside that convenience. People became less comfortable not knowing things. Not just practically. Emotionally, you can see it everywhere now. Someone watches a movie and pauses halfway through to search the ending because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Someone hears a random fact and instantly checks whether it is true before sitting with curiosity naturally. Someone experiences mild symptoms and spirals through endless online answers within minutes. Someone feels awkward silence during conversation and reaches for a phone immediately to fill the gap with information. The nervous system became conditioned to expect resolution instantly, and when resolution does not arrive quickly, anxiety appears. That is one of the strangest psychological shifts modern civilization accidentally created. For most of human history, ambiguity was normal. Human beings constantly operated with incomplete information because reality itself moved slower. Questions unfolded gradually. Knowledge traveled slowly. Waiting was built directly into existence. Now waiting feels psychologically wrong. The brain expects answers immediately because technology delivers them constantly. And expectation shapes emotional tolerance. One fascinating thing psychologists understand is that uncertainty naturally creates cognitive tension. The brain prefers closure because uncertainty requires mental energy to hold open. Modern technology reduces that tension instantly through immediate information access. At first, that seems entirely positive. But over time, constant immediate resolution can weaken people's tolerance for ambiguity itself. And ambiguity tolerance matters enormously for emotional resilience. Life contains uncertainty everywhere. Relationships, health, identity, meaning, the future, other people's intentions, personal growth. No search engine can fully resolve those things. Yet modern civilization increasingly trains people to expect definitive answers for everything quickly. So when life remains uncertain, many feel psychologically destabilized. You can see this in modern relationships constantly. People want immediate clarity about emotions, compatibility, future outcomes, intentions. The moment ambiguity appears, anxiety spikes because civilization conditioned the nervous system to expect fast resolution. But real human relationships unfold slowly. People reveal themselves gradually. Trust develops through time. Feelings evolve unpredictably. Reality does not always operate at algorithmic speed. The same thing happens with personal identity. Someone feels confused, uncertain, emotionally lost, and immediately searches for labels, frameworks, diagnoses, explanations. Sometimes those tools genuinely help, but sometimes people become so uncomfortable with uncertainty that they rush toward premature certainty simply to stop the discomfort of not knowing. The internet rewards this too. Clear answers perform better than nuanced exploration. Definitive statements spread faster than thoughtful ambiguity. So civilization increasingly encourages humans to seek immediate conceptual closure, even when deeper understanding requires patience. One hidden consequence of instant information access is that curiosity itself changes shape. Historically, curiosity often involved sustained engagement. Wondering about something for days, discussing possibilities, thinking deeply, exploring slowly. Now curiosity often becomes rapid consumption instead. Question, answer, move on. The brain receives information quickly, but not always deeply, and depth matters. Because wisdom and information are not the same thing. A person can know countless facts instantly while remaining emotionally unprepared for uncertainty itself. Another strange effect is how people increasingly outsource memory and reflection to devices. Why remember directions when navigation apps exist? Why sit with a question when answers are instantly searchable? Why wrestle deeply with ideas when summaries appear immediately? Again, the technology itself is not inherently harmful. The psychological dependency can be, because struggling with uncertainty sometimes develops important cognitive and emotional abilities. Patience, critical thinking, reflection, tolerance for complexity, independent reasoning. Modern civilization often bypasses those slower mental processes through immediate access systems. And while efficiency increases, certain forms of depth can weaken quietly underneath. There is also something emotionally revealing about why uncertainty became so uncomfortable. Unanswered questions create vulnerability. The nervous system dislikes not knowing because uncertainty historically could signal danger. Technology now offers constant reassurance through information access. Feeling anxious, search symptoms. Feeling confused, search explanations. Feeling uncertain, look for immediate answers. The internet becomes a giant anxiety management tool, partly because modern humans lost practice tolerating unresolved experience. But endless answers do not always create peace. Sometimes they create overload instead, more opinions, more conflicting information, more perspectives, more noise. And ironically, people now have more information available than any humans in history, while often feeling more mentally overwhelmed and uncertain than ever before. Because information abundance does not automatically create wisdom or emotional stability. The nervous system still needs discernment, still needs reflection, still needs time. One fascinating study found that people often overestimate how distressing uncertainty will feel. Once individuals learn to tolerate ambiguity without immediately resolving it, anxiety frequently decreases over time naturally. In other words, uncertainty itself is not always the real problem. The resistance to uncertainty is. Modern civilization increasingly trains resistance, everything optimized for speed, fast answers, fast delivery, fast results, fast clarity. So slow understanding begins feeling emotionally frustrating. But some of the most meaningful parts of life cannot be fully resolved instantly. Grief unfolds slowly. Love unfolds slowly. Purpose unfolds slowly. Healing unfolds slowly. Human beings are not equations waiting for immediate solutions. Yet modern culture subtly pressures people to approach life that way. There is another hidden consequence too. Constant instant answers can weaken trust in personal intuition and exploration. Instead of sitting with thoughts independently, many people immediately seek external confirmation. Search engines become extensions of thought itself, again useful in many ways, but potentially distancing in others, because part of maturity involves learning to navigate uncertainty internally sometimes without immediate external resolution. Not every question requires instant closure. Some questions deepen understanding precisely because they remain open for a while. And maybe the saddest part is how rarely modern people experience true wonder anymore. Wonder requires spaciousness, mystery, curiosity without immediate resolution. But civilization increasingly transforms every unknown into something searchable within seconds. The mystery disappears almost before it fully forms. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to expect immediate answers to nearly everything, while quietly making them less emotionally capable of handling the uncertainty that still defines so much of real life. Overplanning every moment of life. There are people now who cannot enjoy a vacation until they have organized every hour of it. Restaurants booked weeks in advance. Routes mapped. Photos researched. Schedules optimized. Backup plans prepared. Even relaxation gets managed like a business project. And when something unexpected interrupts the plan, anxiety appears almost immediately. That reaction reveals something strange about modern civilization. Human beings became increasingly uncomfortable with unstructured life. Not because planning itself is bad. Planning can reduce stress, create stability, and help people build meaningful things. The problem is how civilization slowly transformed planning from a useful tool into a psychological survival mechanism. Many people no longer plan simply to prepare. They plan to protect themselves from uncertainty itself. That is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. For most of human history, life contained enormous unpredictability by necessity. Weather changed suddenly. Harvests failed. Travel took uncertain amounts of time. Communication moved slowly. Human beings adapted by becoming more psychologically flexible because reality itself could not be tightly controlled. Now modern civilization offers unprecedented levels of predictability and optimization. Navigation systems calculate arrival times exactly. Calendars organize entire weeks. Algorithms recommend ideal routines. Productivity culture glorifies optimization constantly. The result is a society increasingly obsessed with control. Control over time, control over outcomes, control over productivity, control over emotions, control over uncertainty. And while control feels comforting temporarily, overdependence on control can make the nervous system more fragile when reality inevitably becomes messy again. You can see this everywhere now. Someone schedules every minute of their day and still feels anxious. Someone researches every possible outcome before making simple decisions. Someone cannot relax spontaneously because unstructured time feels emotionally unsafe. Someone spends more time preparing for experiences than actually experiencing them. The nervous system becomes addicted to certainty, and certainty is impossible to fully maintain. That creates chronic tension underneath modern life. One fascinating thing psychologists understand is that uncertainty tolerance functions like a skill. Human beings become more emotionally resilient when they learn they can survive unpredictability without collapsing psychologically. But overplanning often works against that development because it reduces opportunities to practice flexibility naturally. Civilization increasingly removes unpredictability wherever possible. At first, this seems beneficial, and sometimes it genuinely is. But emotionally, constant optimization can quietly train people to fear disorder itself. Then ordinary unpredictability starts feeling disproportionately stressful. Traffic ruins the mood. Unexpected conversations feel intrusive. Schedule changes trigger anxiety. Delayed responses create overthinking. The nervous system becomes tightly attached to controlled expectations. That attachment consumes enormous mental energy. Modern productivity culture intensifies this dramatically. People are constantly encouraged to maximize efficiency. Morning routines, life hacks, time management systems, goal tracking, optimization strategies. Entire industries built around organizing human existence into measurable productivity structures. Again, none of these tools are inherently harmful. The problem appears when people start treating life itself like something that must be perfectly managed in order to feel emotionally safe. Because real life does not behave like a controlled system. Relationships are unpredictable. Health changes unexpectedly. Opportunities appear randomly. People disappoint each other. Emotions fluctuate. Accidents happen. Meaningful moments often emerge spontaneously rather than according to plan. Yet civilization increasingly conditions people to expect optimized predictability everywhere. That expectation changes how people experience time itself. Many individuals now struggle to simply exist inside moments without mentally organizing the next thing already. Even during dinner, part of the mind monitors tomorrow's schedule. During vacations, attention shifts toward itineraries. During conversations, thoughts drift toward unfinished tasks. The nervous system rarely settles fully into the present because planning keeps attention leaning into the future constantly. That creates a strange emotional emptiness. A person becomes highly organized externally while feeling internally disconnected from actual lived experience. One of the saddest examples is childhood. Children naturally thrive in environments containing exploration, spontaneity, boredom, and unstructured play. But modern civilization increasingly schedules childhood completely. Lessons, activities, tutoring, structured entertainment, constant supervision. Even free time becomes organized. Children receive fewer opportunities to wander mentally, improvise socially, solve boredom creatively, or tolerate uncertainty naturally. And those experiences matter psychologically because they help build adaptability. Without adaptability, the nervous system becomes more brittle. There is also something emotionally revealing about why overplanning feels so comforting now. Planning creates the illusion that uncertainty can be defeated through preparation. If everything is organized carefully enough, maybe disappointment, awkwardness, failure, loneliness, or pain can be prevented. But planning cannot fully protect humans from being human. It cannot eliminate vulnerability. So people plan harder, more research, more preparation, more scheduling, more optimization. Meanwhile, anxiety often continues underneath because the real fear was never logistics. It was uncertainty itself. And uncertainty remains unavoidable no matter how advanced civilization becomes. One fascinating study found that people often enjoy anticipated experiences less when they become excessively structured or optimized beforehand. Part of joy comes from discovery, spontaneity, surprise, and emotional openness. Overmanagement can unintentionally reduce immersion because the mind stays focused on execution rather than experience. In simple terms, people can become so busy controlling life that they stop fully living it. That is deeply modern. Technology worsens this because endless information creates the illusion that perfect preparation is possible. Reviews, maps, ratings, tutorials, recommendations, productivity systems. People now research tiny decisions obsessively because civilization trained them to believe every choice has an ideal optimized answer somewhere. What restaurant is best? What routine is best? What city is best? What career is best? What relationship strategy is best? The search for optimal outcomes becomes endless, and endless optimization quietly drains peace from ordinary life because no amount of planning fully removes uncertainty from existence. The future remains partly unknowable. Human beings remain imperfect. Life remains surprising, and maybe that unpredictability is not entirely a problem. Some of the most meaningful experiences humans have happen unexpectedly. Random conversations, unplanned friendships, sudden realizations, accidental opportunities, quiet moments nobody scheduled. But modern civilization increasingly trains people to value predictability over openness, efficiency over presence, control over adaptability. Meanwhile, the nervous system grows more anxious each time reality refuses to follow the script perfectly. And perhaps the saddest part is how many people postpone living until conditions feel fully organized first. I will relax once everything is handled. I will enjoy life after I get fully caught up. I will feel peace once the plan is complete. But life keeps changing continuously. New variables appear forever. The perfect controlled future never fully arrives. So many people spend enormous portions of existence preparing for life emotionally instead of participating in it directly. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is convincing human beings that safety comes from organizing every possible detail of existence, while quietly making them less capable of embracing the unpredictability that makes life feel truly alive in the first place. Treating loneliness as normal. There are millions of people surrounded by other human beings every single day who still feel completely alone. They go to work, answer messages, scroll through endless conversations online, sit in crowded cities, watch other people's lives constantly through screens. And yet deep underneath all the noise, many carry a quiet feeling that nobody truly knows them. What is strange is not just how common loneliness became, What is strange is how normal it started feeling. Civilization accidentally created a world where emotional isolation became so widespread that people began treating it like an unavoidable part of adulthood instead of a serious human problem. That is one of the saddest behaviors modern society accidentally normalized. For most of human history, human survival depended on deep social connection. People lived inside tightly connected communities where daily life naturally involved repeated interaction, mutual dependence, shared responsibilities, and physical presence. Loneliness existed, of course, but prolonged social isolation was far less structurally built into ordinary life. Now modern civilization organizes life very differently. People move constantly. Families scatter geographically. Work dominates time. Technology replaces physical interaction. Communities weaken. Neighborhoods become anonymous. And individual independence gets celebrated so aggressively that many people quietly lose the social closeness their nervous systems still biologically require. That creates a painful contradiction. Humans evolved for connection. Civilization optimized for independence. And the nervous system is struggling to reconcile the two. One fascinating thing researchers discovered is that loneliness affects the body in ways surprisingly similar to physical danger. Chronic loneliness can increase stress hormones, disrupt sleep, affect immune functioning, heighten anxiety, and even increase risks connected to long-term health problems. The body interprets social isolation seriously because throughout evolutionary history, isolation often meant vulnerability. In simple terms, humans are not designed to feel emotionally alone for long periods without consequences. Yet modern life increasingly makes loneliness structurally easy. A person can now live almost entirely independently without meaningful community involvement. Food delivery, remote work, online entertainment, digital communication. Entire weeks can pass with minimal genuine emotional interaction. And because everyone around them appears similarly isolated, people assume this must simply be what adult life feels like now. But normalization does not remove damage. It only hides it better. You can see this emotional isolation everywhere once you start paying attention. Friends struggle to make time for each other because schedules stay overloaded constantly. Neighbors barely speak. Families communicate mostly through quick updates instead of deep conversations. People maintain dozens of weak social connections while lacking even one relationship where they feel fully safe emotionally. The nervous system notices that absence even when the conscious mind tries to ignore it. And loneliness is not just about being physically alone. Some of the loneliest people are surrounded by others constantly, because true connection requires more than proximity. It requires emotional presence. Being understood, being seen honestly, feeling safe enough to exist without performance. Modern civilization increasingly undermines those conditions. Social media especially created a strange illusion of connection without always satisfying deeper relational needs. Someone can receive notifications all day long and still feel emotionally starving underneath because attention and intimacy are not the same thing. Likes are not the same as being known. Messages are not the same as belonging. Visibility is not the same as closeness. But the nervous system still craves something deeper. That is why so many people feel oddly empty after hours of online interaction. The body received stimulation, not necessarily connection. There is also something emotionally revealing about how modern culture responds to loneliness. Instead of treating it as a collective structural issue, civilization often frames loneliness as a personal failure. If someone feels isolated, The assumption becomes that they should simply work harder socially, become more confident, improve themselves, stay busy, optimize dating profiles, network more effectively. Meanwhile, many of the systems creating disconnection remain unquestioned. Long work hours, constant relocation, digital substitution for physical community, individualized lifestyles, economic stress reducing social time, environments designed more for efficiency than belonging. Human beings increasingly live inside systems that fragment social life naturally. Then they blame themselves for feeling lonely afterward. One of the saddest examples is how many adults slowly stop forming deep friendships entirely. Childhood and adolescence naturally create repeated proximity through schools, neighborhoods, and shared environments. Adulthood often removes those structures completely. Then connection requires enormous intentional effort, scheduling, travel, coordination, emotional energy people often no longer have. So, friendships weaken gradually not because love disappeared, but because civilization stopped supporting sustained communal life naturally. The nervous system feels that loss profoundly. Another hidden problem is that modern loneliness often becomes invisible because people learn to function while emotionally disconnected. Someone can appear successful, productive, social, attractive, even cheerful, while privately feeling deeply isolated. Civilization rewards performance strongly enough that many people become skilled at masking loneliness beneath competence. But loneliness still shapes behavior underneath. People stay in unhealthy relationships because being alone feels unbearable. People become emotionally dependent on online validation. People overshare with strangers because they lack deeper support systems. People feel panic during silence because isolation becomes psychologically loud. The body keeps searching for connection any way it can. And perhaps the cruelest part is that loneliness often feeds itself. The longer people remain isolated, the harder social connection can start feeling. Social confidence weakens. Vulnerability feels riskier. Reaching out feels awkward. The nervous system adapts to isolation defensively, so people withdraw further. Then civilization offers endless distractions to numb the pain temporarily. Streaming, scrolling, gaming, work, consumption, entertainment. Enough stimulation to keep people occupied without fully resolving the deeper ache underneath. But distraction cannot replace belonging. Human beings still need community emotionally even when technology reduces practical dependence on others. They still need shared laughter, physical presence, unplanned conversations, mutual care, recognition, being missed, being remembered, being held emotionally during difficult moments. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching people to accept chronic loneliness as a normal part of modern life, even while their minds and bodies continue quietly screaming for the deep human connection they were always built to need. Avoiding deep conversations in public. Walk into most public places now and listen carefully to the conversations around you. People talk constantly about work, traffic, content online, weather, schedules, celebrity drama, small updates, funny videos, surface-level opinions. But truly deep conversations have become strangely rare in public life. Not impossible, rare. Civilization accidentally created a world where people are more connected than ever, more expressive than ever, more visible than ever, yet increasingly uncomfortable discussing anything emotionally real outside carefully controlled spaces. That is one of the strangest social behaviors modern life normalized. Human beings became highly skilled at communicating while quietly avoiding genuine vulnerability in ordinary public interaction. And it did not happen all at once. It happened gradually through the way modern civilization reshaped trust, attention, social risk, and emotional exposure. For most of human history, communities were smaller and social interaction was more consistent. People saw the same faces repeatedly. Shared hardships, shared environments, shared routines. Emotional conversations emerged more naturally because relationships developed through prolonged physical proximity over time. Now many public interactions happen between partial strangers moving quickly through overstimulated environments. Cities grew larger. Life accelerated. People became busier. Trust became thinner, and emotional openness started feeling riskier. You can feel this shift everywhere. Two coworkers spend years together discussing deadlines, but never speak honestly about fear, loneliness, grief, purpose, or emotional exhaustion. Friends gather together physically while conversations stay trapped at safe superficial levels. Families sit at restaurants staring at phones between fragmented small talk. People reveal more online, sometimes than they ever would face to face in public spaces. That contradiction reveals something important. Modern civilization increased visibility while decreasing emotional intimacy. One fascinating thing psychologists understand is that vulnerability requires perceived safety. The nervous system opens emotionally when it believes connection, understanding, and trust are likely. But modern public life often feels psychologically fragmented and overstimulating instead. People move quickly. Attention stays divided. Phones interrupt constantly. Social interactions become transactional. The nervous system rarely settles deeply enough for emotional openness to emerge naturally. There is also the issue of performance. Modern social environments increasingly feel observed. Social media condition people to monitor perception constantly. How do I sound? How am I being interpreted? Is this awkward? Is this too much? Will this make people uncomfortable? That self-consciousness changes conversation profoundly. Deep conversations require temporary surrender of image management. You have to risk sounding uncertain, emotional, contradictory, vulnerable, or imperfect. But modern civilization increasingly rewards polished social presentation instead, so people learn to stay emotionally safe. Funny, but not revealing. Friendly, but not exposed. Connected, but not fully honest. The result is a strange emotional starvation hidden beneath constant communication. Human beings evolved for meaningful social bonding. Historically, survival depended not only on physical proximity but emotional trust. Shared fears, grief, dreams, struggles, and stories strengthened group cohesion. Deep conversation was not merely entertainment, it was relational survival. Now modern life often fragments social interaction into shorter, faster, more performative exchanges. And because everyone appears busy constantly, people hesitate to bring emotional depth into public spaces at all. Nobody wants to burden anyone. Nobody wants to create awkwardness. Nobody wants to seem dramatic, so loneliness stays hidden beneath politeness. One of the saddest examples is how grief gets handled now. Someone experiences devastating loss, walks through public life surrounded by people, and still rarely receives genuine space for emotional conversation. Society often expects quick emotional recovery and socially manageable expressions of pain. How are you? I am good, even when the answer is completely untrue. Civilization normalized emotional masking so thoroughly that many people no longer expect honesty from ordinary conversation anymore. They expect performance, and when everyone performs stability constantly, real emotional connection weakens. Technology intensifies this problem too. Phones give people endless ways to avoid conversational depth. Silence appears during dinner, and someone reaches for a device instantly. Emotional discomfort surfaces briefly, and attention escapes toward notifications. Public waiting spaces, once filled with occasional spontaneous conversation, now often contain isolated individuals consuming private digital worlds side by side. The opportunities for organic, deep interaction shrink quietly over time. Another hidden reason people avoid deeper conversations publicly is fear of disagreement. Modern culture became increasingly polarized, reactive, and socially sensitive. Many people now avoid emotionally meaningful discussions because they fear judgment, conflict, misunderstanding, cancellation, or social tension. Safe topics feel safer psychologically, so conversations stay shallow, not because humans stopped craving depth, because risk perception increased. One fascinating study found that strangers often underestimate how much other people actually enjoy meaningful conversation. Participants expected deep discussions with strangers to feel awkward or unpleasant. Yet afterward, most reported feeling significantly more connected and emotionally fulfilled than expected. That reveals something important. The desire for emotional depth still exists strongly beneath modern social habits. People are hungry for real conversation. They just became socially conditioned to avoid initiating it. And avoidance reinforces itself. The less people practice emotional openness, the more intimidating it starts feeling. Vulnerability tolerance weakens, similarly to any unused emotional skill. Then ordinary honesty begins feeling unusually intense. Someone asks a genuinely meaningful question, and the nervous system panics slightly because the conversation suddenly moved outside familiar social scripts. That is deeply modern. There is also something emotionally exhausting about constantly remaining at the surface. Small talk has social value, of course. It creates politeness, familiarity, social lubrication. But humans cannot emotionally survive on surface interaction alone forever. The nervous system eventually starts craving depth, real listening, unfiltered honesty, conversations where nobody is optimizing perception constantly, conversations where people admit confusion, fear, hope, regret, loneliness, wonder. The kinds of conversations that make humans feel less alone inside themselves. But modern civilization increasingly organizes public life around speed, efficiency, image management, and emotional control instead. So those moments become rarer, more private, more hidden. And perhaps the saddest part is how many people walk around carrying enormous emotional worlds internally while assuming nobody else wants to hear them. Everyone privately aching for deeper connection while collectively participating in systems that discourage vulnerability openly. The result is crowded loneliness, public silence beneath endless talking, a society full of people communicating constantly while quietly starving for conversations that actually make them feel seen. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to avoid emotional depth in ordinary public life, even while their nervous systems continue desperately craving the kind of honest conversation that reminds them they are not alone. Depending on maps for places we already know, there are people now who use navigation apps to drive to places they have already visited 100 times. Work, the grocery store, a friend's house, the gym 5 minutes away. Not because they are lost, because something deeper changed psychologically. Civilization accidentally created a world where human beings slowly stopped trusting their own sense of direction. Not just physically, mentally. People became increasingly dependent on external systems to guide them through environments they once would have learned naturally through memory, observation, and repetition. And that shift reveals something strangely profound about modern life. For most of human history, navigation was deeply embodied. Human beings paid close attention to landscapes, landmarks, patterns, distances, sunlight, roads, neighborhoods, smells, routines, and environmental memory because survival often depended on spatial awareness. People developed mental maps of the world through direct interaction. Now many people move through environments while barely noticing them. A calm voice tells them when to turn. A screen tells them where they are. The nervous system follows instructions instead of building internal orientation naturally. That sounds incredibly convenient. And in many ways it absolutely is. Modern navigation technology saves time, reduces stress, prevents people from getting lost, improves efficiency, and allows movement through unfamiliar places with astonishing ease. But psychologically, something strange happened alongside that convenience. Humans started outsourcing spatial confidence itself. You can see this everywhere now. Someone drives to work while staring at GPS directions they no longer actually need. Someone panics slightly when their phone battery dies even inside familiar neighborhoods. Someone visits the same location repeatedly, but still could not explain how to get there without digital assistance. The external system becomes trusted more than internal memory. That changes the relationship between people and physical space. One fascinating thing neuroscientists discovered is that active navigation engages parts of the brain deeply connected to spatial memory and cognitive mapping. When humans navigate through attention and observation, the brain builds richer internal representations of environments. But passive turn-by-turn navigation reduces some of that engagement because the system handles orientation externally. In simple terms, the more people outsource navigation completely, the less mentally connected they may become to the spaces they move through every day. That is not just about memory. It is about presence, because navigation once required attention to the environment itself. Streets became familiar through repeated noticing. Neighborhoods developed emotional texture. Human beings formed relationships with places through direct awareness. Now, movement often becomes automated. People follow instructions while mentally somewhere else entirely. Listening to podcasts, checking notifications at red lights, thinking about work, barely noticing the physical world passing around them. Civilization made movement more efficient, while sometimes making environments feel strangely less alive psychologically. There is also something emotionally revealing about why navigation systems became so comforting. Modern life overwhelms people cognitively already. Endless decisions, information, notifications, schedules, responsibilities. External guidance systems reduce uncertainty and mental effort. The app decides the route. The voice provides certainty, no ambiguity, no wrong turns. That feels emotionally soothing. But over time, constant external guidance can weaken confidence in internal orientation generally, not just driving. Decision-making too. People increasingly expect systems to optimize choices for them constantly. Best route, best restaurant, best schedule, best option, best outcome. Civilization trained humans to seek external optimization instead of trusting imperfect personal judgment. Navigation apps are simply one visible example of a much larger psychological shift. One of the strangest effects is how disconnected many people now feel from their own cities and neighborhoods, despite living there for years. They know destinations, but not necessarily the spaces between destinations. Roads become functional corridors instead of meaningful environments. Someone may drive through the same streets daily while retaining surprisingly little sensory memory about them because attention stayed focused on following instructions rather than observing surroundings deeply. Historically, environments imprinted themselves into human consciousness more richly because people depended on environmental awareness constantly. Now technology buffers much of that direct engagement, and the nervous system adapts accordingly. Another hidden consequence is anxiety around uncertainty. Taking a wrong turn once used to be a relatively ordinary inconvenience. People adjusted, explored, asked for directions, discovered new places accidentally. Modern navigation systems dramatically reduce those experiences. Again, useful in many ways. But psychologically, people become less practiced at tolerating disorientation. The moment GPS fails, anxiety spikes disproportionately. Not because being temporarily lost is catastrophic, because civilization conditioned the nervous system to expect precise external guidance continuously. And when that guidance disappears, uncertainty suddenly feels threatening. That dependence becomes especially obvious during travel. Many modern humans move through entirely unfamiliar places while interacting more with screens than with the actual environment around them. Directions up. Attention fragmented between digital instructions and physical reality. Ironically, tools designed to help people navigate places sometimes partially disconnect them from experiencing those places fully. There is also something quietly sad about how rare wandering became. Historically, humans often discovered meaningful places accidentally. A wrong street, an unplanned stop, a conversation with a stranger. Exploration itself shaped experience. Modern optimization culture discourages wandering. Efficiency matters more. Fastest route, shortest time, least friction. But wandering carries psychological value too: curiosity, discovery, adaptability, spatial intimacy with the world. Civilization increasingly prioritizes precision over exploration instead. And because digital systems now mediate movement constantly, many people feel less grounded in physical reality itself. The external world becomes something navigated through interfaces rather than directly experienced through embodied familiarity. That affects emotional experience more than people realize. Places stop feeling deeply known. They start feeling functionally accessed. One fascinating study found that people navigating through active exploration often develop stronger emotional attachment to environments than those relying heavily on passive GPS guidance. That makes sense psychologically. Attention creates connection. The more deeply humans engage with spaces, the more meaningful those spaces become internally. But modern life increasingly fragments attention away from direct environmental engagement, toward screens, toward instructions, toward external systems. And perhaps the strangest part is that many people already sense this dependency growing inside themselves. They feel oddly vulnerable without maps, disoriented without directions, less confident navigating even familiar places independently. Not because they became less intelligent, because civilization gradually trained them to rely outward instead of inward. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to depend so completely on external navigation systems that many slowly lost the quiet confidence of knowing how to move through the world by trusting their own memory, awareness, and sense of place. Mistaking consumption for fulfillment? People buy things now hoping to feel like different people afterward. A new phone, new clothes, new furniture, new skincare, new technology, new subscriptions, new experiences, and for a brief moment after getting them, something inside actually does feel different. There is excitement, anticipation, relief, stimulation. The nervous system lights up temporarily, as if life just moved slightly closer to becoming complete. Then the feeling fades. So the search begins again. That cycle became so normal in modern civilization that many people barely notice how deeply consumption replaced fulfillment psychologically. Not survival, not necessity. Fulfillment. That is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. For most of human history, human beings consumed mainly because they needed things. Food, shelter, tools, clothing, protection. Material possessions certainly carried emotional meaning too, but consumption itself was limited naturally by scarcity, slower production, and physical reality. Modern civilization changed that completely. Now people exist inside economies designed around continuous desire. Entire industries depend on keeping human beings slightly dissatisfied, so they continue purchasing solutions endlessly. Advertising no longer simply sells products. It sells emotional transformation. Buy this and become attractive. Buy this and become successful. Buy this and become confident. Buy this and become happy. The product becomes psychologically attached to identity itself. And because humans naturally want relief from insecurity, loneliness, boredom, uncertainty, and emotional pain, consumption starts feeling like a shortcut toward emotional completion. You can see this behavior everywhere now. Someone feels emotionally stuck and immediately starts online shopping. Someone feels bored and buys something unnecessary for stimulation. Someone feels insecure and searches for products promising reinvention. Someone feels exhausted and consumes entertainment endlessly, hoping relaxation will eventually feel emotionally satisfying. The nervous system begins treating acquisition as emotional regulation. One fascinating thing researchers discovered is that anticipation often activates reward systems in the brain more intensely than possession itself. In other words, wanting something can create stronger dopamine responses than actually having it. That explains why purchasing often feels strangely empty shortly afterward. The excitement was tied partly to anticipation, possibility, fantasy, not the object itself. But civilization keeps reinforcing the illusion that fulfillment remains just one more purchase away. So people continue chasing the feeling, and because modern systems provide endless stimulation, the cycle rarely pauses long enough for deeper reflection. Scroll. 1. Buy. Repeat. The problem is that consumption and fulfillment are fundamentally different experiences psychologically. Consumption provides temporary stimulation. Fulfillment provides deeper emotional nourishment. One is immediate. The other is gradual. One depends on novelty. The other depends on meaning. But modern civilization increasingly trains people to confuse the two. That confusion creates a strange emptiness many struggle to explain. Someone buys everything they once dreamed of owning and still feels restless afterward. Someone consumes endless entertainment yet feels emotionally numb. Someone upgrades every part of life externally while privately sensing something important still feels missing underneath, because the nervous system can only absorb so much stimulation before stimulation itself loses emotional impact. Civilization responds by offering more products, more content, more convenience, more upgrades. Meanwhile, many of the deeper human needs connected to fulfillment remain under fate: connection, purpose, belonging, rest, creativity, love, presence. No amount of consumption fully replaces those things. There is also something emotionally revealing about why modern people consume so compulsively. Consumption creates the feeling of movement. Buying something new briefly interrupts emotional stagnation. It creates novelty, identity shifts, imagined futures. A person momentarily feels closer to becoming the version of themselves they want to be. That feeling is powerful, but temporary, because objects cannot permanently resolve internal emotional conditions. A new wardrobe cannot eliminate loneliness. A new device cannot create purpose. A luxury apartment cannot guarantee peace. But modern civilization constantly suggests otherwise because economies grow through dissatisfaction. Satisfied people consume less. Restless people consume endlessly. Social media intensifies this dramatically. People now compare lifestyles constantly. Someone else always appears happier, wealthier, more aesthetic, more successful, more fulfilled. That comparison generates emotional lack continuously. Then consumption appears as the solution. If I buy what they have, maybe I will feel what they seem to feel. But online presentation rarely reflects emotional reality accurately. So people chase emotional states through material imitation and often end up disappointed afterward. Another hidden consequence is how consumption replaced many slower forms of fulfillment historically built through community, spirituality, craftsmanship, creativity, nature, and meaningful social connection. Modern life leaves many emotionally exhausted and disconnected, so quick stimulation becomes easier than deeper nourishment. Ordering something online feels easier than confronting loneliness. Streaming content feels easier than sitting with emotional emptiness. Shopping feels easier than questioning whether life actually feels meaningful. Consumption becomes emotional anesthesia, disguised as self-improvement. And perhaps the saddest part is how normalized this became. People openly joke about retail therapy, doom spending, impulse purchases, emotional shopping, binge watching entire weekends away. Underneath the humor is a nervous system trying desperately to feel temporarily soothed inside environments that often leave humans emotionally undernourished. The tragedy is not that people enjoy things. Pleasure is part of being human. The tragedy is how civilization quietly convinced so many people that fulfillment could be purchased externally, while the deeper emotional needs, making life feel meaningful, continued waiting patiently underneath all the consumption. Forgetting skills previous generations considered basic. There are adults now who can build entire digital careers from a laptop, but have no idea how to sew a button back onto a shirt. People who can manage 5 social media accounts at once but cannot cook a simple meal without instructions. People who know how to optimize algorithms, edit videos, grow audiences, and navigate complex apps, yet feel helpless when a tire goes flat or something breaks inside the house. That is not an insult. It is a strange side effect of civilization evolving faster than human identity can fully process. Because modern civilization did not just create new skills, it quietly erased the necessity of many old ones. And once survival no longer depends on certain abilities, societies slowly stop teaching them. That is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. Human beings became more technologically advanced while simultaneously becoming less practically self-sufficient in many ordinary parts of daily life. For most of human history, basic survival required direct competence. People learned how to cook, repair things, grow food, navigate environments, preserve supplies, fix clothing, build objects, care for tools, and solve physical problems because there were no systems constantly available to outsource those responsibilities. Skills were passed down naturally through families and communities because life itself depended on them. Now modern civilization specializes everything. need food. Order delivery. Need furniture. Buy replacement parts. Need repairs. Call services. Need navigation. Use apps. Need entertainment. Stream instantly. Need information. Search online. Convenience removed the immediate pressure to learn many practical skills personally. And while that increased efficiency dramatically, it also changed the psychological relationship humans have with competence itself. You can see this everywhere now. Someone feels anxious cooking without exact instructions because improvising with food feels unfamiliar. Someone throws away objects that previous generations would have repaired automatically. Someone cannot read basic physical maps because navigation became fully digital. Someone feels completely dependent on systems they barely understand underneath. The strange part is that many people are incredibly intelligent, highly educated, technologically fluent, professionally skilled, yet still feel oddly incapable in ordinary physical reality sometimes, because civilization shifted competence away from direct practical engagement toward specialized digital and cognitive tasks instead. One fascinating thing about older survival skills is that they created a strong sense of embodied confidence. Knowing how to fix things, build things, grow things, cook things, navigate places, or solve practical problems gave people a direct relationship with reality. The body trusted itself more. Modern systems reduce the need for that relationship. At first, that sounds entirely positive, and in many ways it is. People no longer need to spend enormous amounts of life energy mastering every survival task individually. Specialization allowed medicine, science, technology, communication, and civilization itself to advance dramatically. But psychologically, dependence on complex systems also creates fragility, because many modern humans rely daily on infrastructures they do not understand and could not recreate independently even at basic levels. Electricity fails. Internet disappears. GPS stops working. Supply chains break temporarily. Suddenly, many people realize how disconnected they became from direct practical competence. That realization feels deeply unsettling because the nervous system still associates competence with safety instinctively. There is also something emotionally revealing about why these older skills disappeared. Modern civilization values speed and efficiency above almost everything else. Repairing objects often takes more time than replacing them. Cooking from scratch takes more effort than ordering food. Learning practical skills requires patience, repetition, mistakes, and physical engagement. Convenience systems remove friction, and humans naturally move toward convenience when available. The problem is that friction sometimes teaches resilience, patience, adaptability, problem solving, self-trust. Previous generations often developed these qualities indirectly through necessity. They learned by doing because there was no alternative. Modern life increasingly reduces those opportunities. One of the strangest examples is memory itself. Previous generations memorized phone numbers, directions, schedules, recipes, and practical information because external systems could not hold everything for them constantly. Now devices store enormous portions of human memory externally. Again, incredibly useful, but it changes mental habits. People trust systems to remember for them, navigate for them, calculate for them, recommend for them. The result is a civilization simultaneously more informed and more dependent than any before it. Another hidden consequence is emotional detachment from the physical world. Practical skills once connected humans directly to material reality. Gardening taught seasons. Cooking taught ingredients. Repairing objects taught mechanics. Building things taught patience and physical cause and effect. Modern life increasingly happens inside abstract digital environments instead. Work becomes virtual. Communication becomes virtual. Entertainment becomes virtual. Even shopping becomes virtual. The body participates less directly in creating or maintaining daily life. That can create a strange feeling of disconnection many people struggle to describe. Everything works, yet life sometimes feels oddly unreal. There is also something sad about how quickly knowledge disappears between generations once civilization stops valuing it economically. Skills once considered basic become niche hobbies within only a few decades. Sewing, woodworking, food preservation, mechanical repair, growing food, navigating naturally, reading physical environments. Not because those skills lost value entirely, because modern systems temporarily made them seem unnecessary. But deep down, many people still admire practical competence instinctively, because the nervous system recognizes self-sufficiency as emotionally grounding. Someone who can fix things calmly, cook confidently, build something with their hands, handle real-world problems directly. Those abilities still create a quiet sense of trust and stability psychologically. And perhaps the strangest part is that modern civilization often leaves people feeling simultaneously empowered and helpless at the same time. Humans carry supercomputers in their pockets, access infinite information instantly, and communicate globally within seconds. Yet many still feel oddly dependent on systems they barely control or understand. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to become extraordinarily advanced in highly specialized modern skills, while quietly losing many of the simple practical abilities that once made ordinary people feel deeply capable inside everyday life itself. Feeling pressure to document every experience. People go to beautiful places now and sometimes experience the camera before they experience the moment. A sunset appears. The phone comes out immediately. Friends gather together. Pictures first. Food arrives at the table. Nobody touches it yet. Concerts, vacations, birthdays, relationships, ordinary afternoons, even grief sometimes. Modern life increasingly teaches people that experiences are not fully complete until they are documented somehow. That shift happened so gradually most people barely noticed it. But psychologically, it changed the way human beings relate to reality itself. Civilization accidentally created a world where many people feel pressure not only to live life, but to constantly preserve proof that they lived it. That is one of the strangest behaviors modern society normalized. For most of human history, experiences existed mainly inside memory, storytelling, and shared presence. Moments disappeared naturally after they happened. That was part of being human. A beautiful conversation, a perfect sunset, laughter with friends. Once the moment passed, it survived mostly through emotional memory. Now technology allows nearly every experience to be captured instantly. At first that feels incredible. And in many ways it truly is. Photos preserve family history. Videos save precious memories. People separated by distance can share moments easily. Documentation itself is not the problem. The psychological pressure surrounding it is, because modern civilization slowly transformed documentation from occasional preservation into ongoing performance. You can feel it everywhere. Someone interrupts a meaningful moment because they suddenly realize they forgot to take pictures. Someone feels disappointed after an experience, not because it was bad, but because they did not capture it properly. Someone spends more time framing reality than emotionally absorbing it. The nervous system splits attention between living the moment and recording the moment simultaneously. And divided attention changes experience itself. One fascinating thing psychologists discovered is that excessive photographing can sometimes weaken memory formation. When people rely heavily on external recording devices, the brain may encode fewer sensory and emotional details internally because attention shifts toward capturing instead of experiencing. In simple terms, humans can become so focused on preserving moments that they partially stop fully living them while they happen. That is deeply modern. Civilization built tools to help people remember life, but those same tools sometimes create emotional distance from life itself. There is also something emotionally revealing about why people feel compelled to document constantly now. Modern culture increasingly ties visibility to significance. Experiences feel more real, more validated, more meaningful once they are shared publicly. If nobody sees it, did it really happen? That question quietly shapes behavior more than many realize. Social media intensified this dramatically. Platforms transformed ordinary human life into continuous content opportunities. Vacations become posts. Meals become stories. Relationships become curated timelines. The audience never fully disappears psychologically. So experiences start carrying two layers simultaneously: the actual experience and the imagined presentation of the experience. That changes human attention profoundly. A person standing in front of the ocean no longer experiences only awe. Part of the brain also evaluates angles, lighting, captions, reactions, and how the moment might appear externally afterward. Reality becomes partially filtered through audience awareness, and audience awareness consumes mental energy. One of the strangest examples is concerts. Thousands of people standing together, physically present, while watching the performance, mostly through tiny screens held above their heads. Everyone trying to preserve the experience while partially missing the direct sensory reality unfolding right in front of them. The irony is heartbreaking. People fear losing the memory, so they accidentally weaken their immersion inside the moment itself. There is another hidden layer underneath this behavior too. Documentation creates emotional control. Real experiences are unpredictable, messy, fleeting. Capturing them creates the comforting illusion that something permanent was secured from the passing moment. Humans naturally fear impermanence. Photos feel like protection against disappearance. But no amount of documentation fully preserves the emotional texture of lived experience. A picture of laughter is not the feeling of laughing. A video of the ocean is not the sensation of standing beside it. A post about love is not intimacy itself. Yet modern civilization increasingly blurs those distinctions psychologically. Another sad consequence is how people begin performing experiences for future documentation while still inside them. Someone adjusts behavior because it will look better online later. Friends pause natural interaction for staged photos repeatedly. Travelers move quickly between locations chasing content instead of emotional presence. Life becomes partially optimized for memory production instead of lived depth. And because everyone else appears to document constantly too, the pressure intensifies collectively. People fear missing proof, missing visibility, missing evidence that they participated fully in life. One fascinating study found that people often report higher satisfaction from experiences when they are deeply immersed and present rather than heavily distracted by recording or sharing. That makes sense psychologically. Fulfillment usually comes from attention, not preservation. But modern systems compete aggressively against sustained attention. Notifications interrupt moments constantly. Platforms encourage immediate sharing. Experiences become consumable content almost instantly. The nervous system rarely settles fully into direct presence anymore. And perhaps the saddest part is how many people already sense this conflict internally. They notice themselves reaching for phones automatically during meaningful moments. They feel strangely absent while documenting experiences that should feel emotionally vivid. They realize afterward they spent more energy capturing the memory than actually inhabiting it. But civilization normalized this behavior so deeply it now feels almost unavoidable. Maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to experience life partly through the pressure of preserving and displaying it, while quietly pulling them away from the simple emotional fullness of just being completely present inside the moment itself. Becoming more familiar with screens than neighbors. There are people who recognize hundreds of internet personalities instantly, but could not name the person living directly across the hall from them. They know the daily routines of influencers, the opinions of strangers online, the voices of podcasters, the lives of celebrities, but the neighbors they physically pass every week remain almost completely unknown. That would have sounded deeply unnatural for most of human history. Yet modern civilization made it normal. Human beings became more emotionally familiar with screens than with the actual people physically surrounding them. And that shift changed society in ways most people still underestimate. For most of human history, local communities shaped daily life automatically. People recognized nearby faces because proximity mattered. Survival, safety, trust, and belonging depended heavily on repeated interaction with the people living nearby. Neighbors were not optional social extras. They were part of life itself. Now many people live physically close to others while remaining socially invisible to each other. Apartment buildings full of strangers. Neighborhoods where nobody talks, entire communities connected only by shared walls and parking spaces. Meanwhile, screens provide endless, simulated social familiarity 24 hours a day. That is one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created. Because the human nervous system still interprets familiarity emotionally, even when the relationship is entirely one-sided. One fascinating psychological phenomenon is called parasocial attachment. Humans can develop emotional familiarity and connection toward media figures, despite no real reciprocal relationship existing. The brain responds to repeated exposure naturally. Hearing someone's voice constantly, watching their expressions, following their stories. Over time, they start feeling emotionally familiar. Civilization amplified this dramatically through modern media and social platforms. Now people spend more hours listening to distant strangers through headphones and screens than interacting with the humans physically nearby. The nervous system adapts accordingly. You can see this everywhere now. Someone feels emotionally connected to a creator online, but awkward greeting neighbors in the elevator. Someone follows the details of celebrity relationships while barely speaking to people living on the same street. Someone spends hours in digital communities while feeling disconnected from local reality entirely. Technology made distant people psychologically close while making nearby people socially distant. That is a profound shift in human behavior, and it happened quietly. Part of the reason is convenience. Screen-based interaction feels safer and easier in many ways. Online personalities can be consumed without vulnerability, obligation, awkwardness, or unpredictability. You can listen whenever you want, leave whenever you want, and never risk rejection personally. Real neighbors are different. They require social effort, small talk, repeated interaction, potential discomfort, human unpredictability. Modern civilization increasingly optimizes life around convenience and reduced friction. Unfortunately, real community often depends on friction. Waiting together, helping each other, running into familiar faces repeatedly, shared inconveniences, ordinary interactions accumulating slowly over time. But modern life minimizes many of those moments now. Food gets delivered, entertainment streams privately, work happens remotely. Headphones isolate people in public spaces. Phones fill every moment of potential interaction. The opportunities for spontaneous neighborhood connection shrink constantly. There is also something emotionally revealing about why people retreat toward screens so heavily. Modern life leaves many exhausted, overstimulated, anxious, and emotionally depleted. Digital familiarity offers low-risk comfort. Watching familiar creators or consuming online content can create feelings of companionship without requiring emotional energy in the same way real, social relationships do. The nervous system receives partial social stimulation, but partial stimulation is not the same thing as genuine belonging. That is why many people feel strangely lonely despite consuming endless amounts of social content daily. The body still craves reciprocal human recognition. Being known, being greeted, being remembered, being cared about by actual people physically present in life. Screens cannot fully replace that. One of the saddest consequences is how local trust weakens when neighbors remain strangers. Historically, communities developed resilience through familiarity. People watched out for each other naturally because social bonds existed. Children grew up surrounded by known adults. Difficult moments triggered local support more easily. Modern civilization increasingly fragments those bonds. People move frequently. Schedules stay overloaded. Public interaction decreases. Individual privacy becomes prioritized over communal familiarity. So local environments start feeling emotionally anonymous. And anonymity changes behavior psychologically. Humans tend to care more deeply about places and people they feel connected to personally. When community weakens, social responsibility can weaken quietly too. The neighborhood becomes a location instead of a living social environment. Another hidden effect is that people now compare their ordinary lives against highly stimulating digital personalities constantly. Real neighbors often appear boring by comparison because the internet concentrates charisma, entertainment, controversy, humor, beauty, and performance into endless streams competing aggressively for attention. Ordinary human interaction feels slower, messier, less optimized. But slower interaction is often where real belonging develops. The nervous system was built for sustained reciprocal relationships, not endless passive consumption of distant personalities. And perhaps the strangest part is that many people already sense something missing. They crave connection, familiarity, community, local belonging. They miss being recognized by name somewhere. They miss casual conversations. They miss feeling part of something physically real. But civilization increasingly trains them toward private, individualized digital existence instead. More screen time, more personalized feeds, more isolated entertainment, more remote living. Meanwhile, the actual humans physically nearby become background scenery rather than social reality. And maybe one of the strangest behaviors civilization accidentally created is teaching human beings to form stronger emotional familiarity with distant faces on screens than with the real people quietly living only a few feet away from them every single day.